Yeah, Aaron, I gotta fit Riku, Resourceful Guardian, and Chocobo Knights into my Optimus Prime deck, and I just don't know what to pull out. Like, everything is so tight in here. Like those 23 pieces of removal are valuable, and like, like, what if someone does something? I gotta make them stop.
So do you get anything big enough for Fling to be reliable kill?
Optimus Prime. Because when you kill him with Fling, he comes back to life immediately as a truck. Oh no, wait, hold on. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm Chris. I'm Vangelus. I'm joined by Aaron. Hi, Aaron. How's it going?
Hi. Doing okay. Doing all right.
I just want to say hi to everyone I see in the chat. Tyler Nutter, Sam Wellbell, Simeon Scott Long was here, Axe Smith, Stardust Magician, Robot Lorekeeper, Joel Adler, Rosetta Foster, you caught us when we started, Griff, Sean Franklin, Carnage, Chris Carnage, Adam Rockmore, hello. Yeah, we got a little bit of upkeeping because Aaron was asking me about this. So, we had our fun, right? Let's not play the XP game in the chat anymore. Aaron regrets being the one who thought he'd be the only one to do the periods twice. So let's not yell top of the hour, and let's not post for the sake of XP, because whoever has the most XP actually loses the game. But also, if you multi-post, Aaron's going to time you out for like 5 minutes because, like, he has a gun he doesn't get to use.
Yeah.
As you know, one of my proud neighbors. Oh no! Look, Long already said Aaron's got a gun TM on us. Okay. But yeah, just do your best to ignore the stupid crown. None of us wanted this Top Fans XP game, and nobody can turn it off that I'm aware of. Yeah, I think that I was telling Aaron, I think that every bit that we could have done with it, we did by the halfway point on Tuesday.
Yep.
So I think we've expended it by now. Other shopkeeping, upkeeping, is that I have now posted it, so I can say the Toy Hacks code for this month is Julygelus. So if you happen to be getting Toy Hacks stuff, I gotta shrink this window a bit, then hey, you can use this code to get 15% off, and in doing so, you also feed the machine. So there's that code, and then right up here, there's a QR code which goes to an Extra Life page, which is part of an effort Aaron and I both are on a team for, where we're trying to raise funds for sick kids in various different ways. Well, I'm doing sick kids specifically. Aaron, I think, has like not literally sick kids, unless I misremembered.
No, it is Riley Hospital for Children in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Yeah, and Aaron has also pasted his own link into the chat. We both have goals. Aaron's goal is the funny one, because if Aaron does top out his meter, or we top out the team meter, Aaron will make himself watch Dahir InShot, which he does not like doing and genuinely hates. He's not doing a bit. So if you want to actually see real hate watching, a rarity on the internet, then do that. Top out the team, specifically, because then we both do funny stuff. Yeah, Aaron does not enjoy that. I was recently watching something where someone was watching, it was a stream VOD of someone watching a thing, and they were genuinely not having a good time, and they felt like they still had to, finish up, and I was like, this is kind of a great illustration. Yeah, this is genuine. This is not like, Aaron's like working his bits and workshopping his routine and watching the videos to know his moments, because if he did that, he would, I assume, collapse.
Okay, Adam Roquemore is saying something. How do you watch? So, Dahir Insat posts videos of things that seem like interesting ideas, except for the more you look at them, the much worse they get. And they're things that even I don't want to say that I'm any sort of special expert, but I've been around engineering in 3 or 4 various forms for the last 25 years of my life. So frequently there are things that just don't make sense in a base engineering scale, or even just a sanity's sake. It's beyond fake life hacks.
Fake life hacks are the funny ones. They're the
the classic one is the earthquake hellbed. You can go look that up on your own. I'm not going to put any more effort into it, but after you watch it for just a moment, you'll go, oh, okay. So yeah.
I saw Griff mentioned on the XP thing, it says I can turn it off in the quote-unquote help center. So I was just very briefly going like, I sure hope the help center is a button in the dashboard, and I can't find it. So, Griff, thanks for letting me know. I am going to dig around and see if I can... I found the friggin' raid button they buried in here. I'm sure I can find, if there is a button to turn off this nonsense, some way to turn it off. Stars, I remember that one. Someone I knew said that bed was one of the greatest ideas ever. I'm not kidding. I'm sure they'd stop saying that if the bed ever closed around their limb.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you want to donate let's say $10 to my Extra Life, I can do the earthquake bed one real quick through 1 or 2 passes, because I've done that one 2 or 3 times. extralife.org/participant/Axsmith are posted right there. Yeah.
Oh, it's in settings, privacy.
What? Oh.
Wait, where the hell's my privacy setting on the... second. Okay, so it's not on the creator dashboard, apparently. the place where you'd think something that's the creator of the live stream
the creator of the live stream, the person that's running it should have it. Yes. Is it like a person you can turn off XP for yourself? Is that what it is? Like, no, I am above this XP thing. Okay, no, so I can't turn off. Yeah, so you all can individually turn. I apparently have it off by default. I must have done that a while ago. You can all. That explains why it was grayed out when I popped in someone's streamer. So you can individually turn off your leaderboard participation as individuals. I don't know if there is a way for me, the creator, to wipe the leaderboard out. I don't think I can. Yeah, why participate in the leaderboard? First bullet point, get recognized. Second bullet point, join the fun. Third bullet point, get wrecked.
Build your community. See and connect with other dedicated fans who share your passion for the creator. by typing dot over and over again.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So yeah, please don't post for the sake of XP. Nobody cares. And if it's too noticeable, Aaron might time you out for 5 minutes. What's that dot? That's only one. That's fine. That's a biblical dot. But yeah, getting to the thrush of the stream. We are starting off on November 17th, 2005. I'm confident that we're going to complete this stream. Provided nothing horrific happens.
I only have to, so I don't have to work tomorrow. I am kind of up 4 hours since tomorrow is the 4th of July. It's the United States American holiday. I get 8 hours of pay. But I don't have anybody around me that's doing like a barbecue or a reason to do anything, and I work from home. So if I work from home while already getting 8 hours of pay, the week before going to another country and spending a bunch of money potentially at a toy show, that'll mean I'll have even more money to potentially spend at a toy show. So, thus my dilemma.
I mean, we're not gonna. I don't think we're gonna have to stretch past our usual stop time.
No,
that's also where I was with Canada Day.
Unless we turn this into a deck building stream.
Oh, I mean, it's only 2 cards. It'll only take us a few hours to fit those.
Okay.
Into the deck.
Right, but like I've got the heads I win, tails you lose. True. I've got the Azban armor that I'd like to upgrade, and there might be some things in Final Fantasy. I've got almost 3 of the bundle boxes full of just the Final Fantasy cards, because this has hit an itchy point for me. So
listen. I have a whole 60% unfinished Ulalek deck I could put together as well. If y'all want to watch me figure out stack duplication during a commander game.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a good Terra Esper deck.
I'm sure there is. I mean,
like it's very spiky. Like there's something potentially in there, and I'm sure that if I just go to a deck sharing place, somebody's put together something. But
I mean, you could start off by putting Blaster DJ something from Magic the Gathering into that deck, who, by the way, is known as Broadcast in Japan, who had a reissue.
He did.
Listed on eHobby on November 17, 2005. The listing is hidden from the main part of the site. And the eHobby site, I believe, doesn't exist anymore. That's web protection by Bitdefender. That's the last time I'll do that.
Yep.
Hey, we got the price on the Optimus Prime head replica that never came out, apparently. Once nearly actual life size, now 14 inches tall. $299 $2005.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot back then.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want that for 300 of today's dollars.
Yeah, no, like $300 back then. That's what, like $301.
Yeah,
I'm putting
especially
it
since
I'm putting it out there so someone goes to use the inflation calculator rather than one of us.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially since within 2 short years there'd be the voice changer helmet.
Yeah.
Was in every retail store forever.
But the voice changer helmet isn't made of solid metal or whatever else they were advertising on this one.
That's true.
You can't die by falling onto the ears. I remember we saw this too. Action Toy House has an update with a pre-order for the just recently announced Beast Wars 10th anniversary leaders from Takara, almost Takara Tomy.
Well, they are Takara Tomy now.
They're Takara and Tomy.
Because,
but I don't think they changed the name formally yet.
yeah, the company is one company at this point in time. They've not changed any logo type stuff yet at this point, I don't think.
Oh, also, Adam Rockmore saying $299 in 2005 is almost $500. I was going to actually jokingly say $500.
Yeah.
And I was like, maybe that's a bit much. But yeah, no, you're right.
Inflation's a bitch.
Yeah. Also, Binaltech Skids and Binaltech Asterisk Broad Blast have been released on November 17th. Big day. Incentive information on...
Is it me, or does that Broad Blast packaging already look yellowed in the promo stuff?
Oh, yeah. No, that's an Uggo sub-potato camera. That's a potato camera in 2005.
Yeah.
That camera's like, what's white balance? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. We just make it look yellow. That's fine, right?
Listen, you should be impressed your telephone is taking photographs, okay? But yeah, also, for those who don't know, the Asterisk, I always call them Asterisk, they were packaged in robot mode, which was very especially for alternator Binaltech figures, that was kind of fresh at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not as austere as, your usuals, but interesting, knowing where Transformers packaging went since then.
Yeah, this is still the era of a lot of things getting packed as cars as their alt modes, just because it was a little bit more condensed.
Mm-hmm. And that era would last through the early 2010s. Like, that's not going away soon. Incentive cover thumbnail was just, I think, part of... I thought that looked like number 0, actually, but that was part of some spread with the Battle Chargers on it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go. eHobby announces Twincast with original cassette character as their exclusive. So this is the first inklings of Flipsides, but we don't know who Flipsides is yet. No inkling who that is. Kiss Players does not exist yet. Akutomi, really nerdy Final Destination death getting impaled on Optimus's ears. No, yeah, we were fantasizing about those scenarios a lot last stream. Because the for those who weren't there last time, the solicits for that Optimus Prime head were very, what's the word? They were very, like, your sugar-addled little brother after a movie in their energy, where they said, we are soliciting a nearly actual life-size Optimus Prime head made from solid metal. At which point they then laid out an actual scale and said, the head is 14 inches tall. So it's closer to, like, not the size of a real human's head, but if Optimus Prime's head is 14 inches tall, that's still pretty tiny, all things considered.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rosanna was Flipsides was the one with Twincast, if I recall correctly. Flipsides is the really spooky double agent, because Flipsides is a friendly Autobot who doesn't know that one day when she hears the command word or whatever, her activation phrase, her entire personality will be deleted on the spot to be replaced by a nascent original evil personality. And that stuff freaks me out. Like, when they did that to what's her name in Babylon 5, I was like, there's something terrifying about the notion of, like, pure ego death or whatever, like that. It's just like, everything you are is going to be deleted. You'll still be alive, you'll just be someone else, and it's like, that is terrifying. The Manchurian cassette. I wonder if that was maybe part of the... Oh, wow! Look at this! The end of twist ties on some Transformers?
Yeah, man. The news stories that we begged for.
These are instead using clear elastics. I remember these funny little TIE Fighter things that were binding them together, and we were all just like, is this a branding thing? But yeah, this is one of the first times that we as a fandom discussed the notion, like, they're going to kill our twist ties? Because back then, twist ties were metal wrapped in plastic. Yeah. They were heavy duty. You could coil like a wave's worth of twist ties together, and you'd have basically a stick that you could legitimately hurt someone with. But so yeah, clear elastics were easier to deal with for sure, and they are still around to this day. In some spaces, they don't have these things as much though, right? Like these funny little crossbars.
Yeah, they end up being like the ones that I think that still have it. They'll have like some other cutout on the plastic or cardboard behind it to set it in, or just be super awkward in how they go through.
Oh, Simeon Scott saying, I remember this discourse. It was like one of the first online fandom debates I got in on.
That, and then that, or the other like kind of stretchy plastic stuff now is like the garment style tags.
Yeah.
Where it's like a narrow end that can be pushed through the hole and then it opens itself up like a drywall anchor.
Stardust Magician says, my grandma didn't like that they did away with the metal twist ties because she used the ones from my Transformers to tie her trash bags. That's legit.
No, Grandma, you got to buy me at least 3 more Transformers so you got trash bag ties for the next 2 months.
I could see a grandma like kind of having fun making that. Like, listen, I usually wouldn't be buying you this, but I need these for my trash bags. You know, little prototype image of Beast Wars 10th anniversary Dinobot. Yeah, I remember this was one where it's like, this is just evidence because this is just Dinobot, but kind of confirms they're going to put him into the 10th anniversary line. Hasbro Action, we discovered that was the Hasbro streaming site from 2005. Cybertron Defense Red Alert out in the U.S. How much did this person pay for it? I want to see the...
15 or 20, as memory serves.
Oh my god.
It's Red Alert 26.47.
26.47 for this entire ass toy. This ultra class toy.
Ultra class. That's right. Ultra class is the class that doesn't... That, well, kind of still, like, became the...
It's the one that got shirked out. It got stripped out, and then one could make the case leader class kind of became ultra class in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, with lights and spring-loaded missile. Yeah. Also, Walmart Supercenter in Houston, Texas. What else did you buy here? Cybertron. Oh, you're just buying Transformers.
Yeah.
Buying a bunch of basics. Wait, what's this top? What's this top thing? It's too many numbers.
The like ST number, all that stuff. I think that's probably just like other tracking code stuff, like for the store. Or what have you.
Right. It says over here, items sold 4. And those are 4 things. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Went to Walmart and only bought 4 Transformers. That's some restraint. I probably would have also bought a bottle of Coke or something. I don't know. Vector Prime.
So you don't seem weird. Oh, I came in to get a drink, but I mean,
especially in the aughts. Yes, actually, I would have been like, and I need this bag of chips, and I need this book. But also these Vector Prime questions we did a few streams ago. We loaded up on archive.org like the entire page before it was deleted that had all the answers. So we kind of scrolled through the whole thing. So Vector Prime is actually a thing we kind of gloss over now. Do you love dragons?
Yeah. I love how it goes back and forth between the, like, is this a kid asking a question and the very entitled adult asking a question?
Yeah.
Will Transformer Cybertron errands to Australia? Yeah, it will.
Our story will be told all over this planet you call Earth. And then I bet someone was waiting with the gotcha after the show ended of like, you never showed it in this country.
Yeah. Is the cut on Starscream permanent? No, because our animators can't be fucked to remember which model they have to use. I mean, no, it heals.
Self-repair system. It's blood clotting, but with nucleics. TFW 2005 on VH1. Vote Transformers for a new I Love Toys program. I don't remember what this was at all.
Probably just the standard, like, hey, here's a thing, internet. We know how to do votes on the internet now.
Oh, yeah.
Nostalgia.
We haven't invented brigading yet. So this is just wholesome.
Yeah, we got to do it now.
Well, we can just put this on the front page of a website and who cares? Some in-package shots of Cybertron Defense Hotshot Legends of Cybertron Wave 3. I believe this is it's a little sound wave. These were fun little Legends toys. A little more limited than what Legends could become, but also they were a little bit... I remember them being kind of slightly big-ish, considering they were, small figures. They were still, like, 3 inches tall.
Yeah.
Channel with no content. Vector Prime crying as I tell him Cybertron didn't air in Liechtenstein. Yeah, that's the go-to. You're like, my family in Liechtenstein could not find it on their television. Vector Prime, you are a liar.
What's even sadder is the people in Tuvalu that didn't get to see it because every .tv domain name is through them.
Oh yeah.
I saw something recently where that is like a significant portion of their government's budget is licensing the .tv web address.
Is that like a really cursed flip version of like who was it? Who is it that like a lot of their actual like national income was somewhat like impacted by the success of CD Projekt Red? Is it Iceland?
CDPR is Poland, I think.
Okay.
But it is EVE Online is Iceland.
Sorry, EVE Online, that's who it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. To the point where the currency in EVE Online is ISK, and that is also like the international bank's shortener for Icelandic kroner is ISK.
Yeah, I feel like... Okay, maybe calling it dark side, because I mean, the being built around EVE Online is also a little bit dark side of the internet kind of stuff. But, yeah, I don't know, something weird about, like, yeah, our country is sort of built around the fact that .tv means .television to most of the English-speaking Western world.
Mm-hmm.
This is all that we have of a detailed Binaltech Skids gallery at Invincible Robot Laboratory, which also shows Binaltech Asterisk Broad Blast. With a step-by-step transformation picture set and everything. Cybertron Swerve and Swindle images. This is not the purple one, hard top, but this is very much like him, who would then eventually appear again just shy of 20 years later in Earthspark, of all places. Stardust Magician, the Canadian government funded the Donkey Kong Country cartoon. You're damn right. I forgot there's like, there's like documentaries about EVE Online. I want all the tea. I want all the weird EVE Online, like this is the stuff that should be happening, like, on international waters, but it happened in this silly game. I want to see, like, the weird reenactments and stuff, and, like, the drama-style filmed shots of, like, whoever that guy is that was, like, the famous moderator on EVE Online who was, like, orchestrating people yanking cables out of the sides of houses or whatever. All that nonsense. Cybertron Minicon 2-packs and a new Joy-Z Toys R Us. That is So, yeah, here, this is old internet. There's a receipt in that photo. Does it help? No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Look, that camera almost has 1 megapixel.
It's got a definitely a kilopixel or 2.
Yeah.
Oh, I see something funny up there. There's a packaging variant on Cybertron Defense Red Alert with the Cybertron Defense part of the name removed from the package. It's believed that was added after the first production run. So I'm guessing this is the earlier production run. I wonder if that was some kind of thing to help with, because I noticed on the Walmart computers in this era, they're saying like Cyb then character name. And I wonder if part of this was because there was already a toy called Cybertron Red Alert, since the
Probably not. I would wager that this is something where, like, yeah, it's Red Alert, so we called it Red Alert, and then somebody was like, no, it's a capsule, or whatever they called it, capsules, before they called them capsules. Like, no, we have these 3 guys, so if we put Cybertronian Defense together, maybe they'll all, like, try to buy them as a set, or
it's a styles element.
Yeah.
Hey, on November 20th, 2005, it turns out Generation 1 Soundwave is not only Employee of the Month, but he met his wife on a Christian chat room. He made a cameo on The Family Guy tonight. That's how long Family Guy has been around.
Yeah.
Is it still I mean, it's still airing somewhere forever. I can't remember if they're still making it. I think they stop every now and then as again I'm going to use the phrase kind of like a dark mirror to Futurama, where like Futurama comes back every now and then and it's like, hey, they're trying to get sure, but then Family Guy does it too. It's just nobody notices because it is just assumed they're always making Family Guy. Anyway, Christian chat rooms, does that mean anything to people nowadays? Because that's an AOL-ass kind of, like, phrase from the aughts. Star Wars Magician, Family Guy hasn't stopped since the second time it was canceled. Oh.
Okay.
Well, that answers that. Chat rooms with guys named Christian? Yeah. Griff, I love that Family Guy has the only animated appearance of Deluxe Insecticon Barrage. Oh, boy. Simeon Scott, I know about chat rooms, but only from old sitcoms doing episodes about them. That's so weird to read. Old sitcoms doing episodes about chat rooms. Yeah, I never used chat rooms that much as a kid. Like the AOL ones specifically, but I always like looked at the sea of them and I was like, this looks like a nightmare.
Yeah, I think I ducked into, like, there were a few that were kind of where Aaron would go after classes or something that I very rapidly fell out of, like, love with because they were invariably weird and not like a fun weird, but like a not sure this is legal, entirely weird.
I guess I should say I'm realizing now I'm not considering IRC as the same thing. I'm thinking of like AOL chat rooms or like, website chat rooms. If I work IRC into it, then yeah, I was on IRC a bunch in the like late 90s, early 2000s. That feels like it's not in the same spirit to me, but that might be old-timey thinking, because I used to think IRC is a more pure form of technology than your AOL chat rooms or whatever, and like nobody cares.
They're not that far removed.
Yeah.
As much as you may want to say so, like they were probably pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. I think the only thing that really set them apart was IRC. You were hand entering your way into servers and stuff, so it felt more bespoke. And, clickable web chat rooms could technically disappear more easily if the place you click on them just vanished one day. But yeah, they're still chat rooms at the end of the day. We were talking about this last stream too. G1 trademarks and what they mean to Hasbro. Nevermore brings us a highly informative thread running detailing a rundown on all the G1 trademarks Hasbro has reused in the recent years, sorted by frequency of use. Also included are modified trademarks such as Autobot Jazz and trademarks Hasbro have lost and replaced with substitute names such as Silver Streak. So I will say
there is a web archive version of that thread.
In 2005, I think this was also exponentially easier and more interesting to track than any version of it, like, especially mid-2010s onwards.
Yeah. Well, and again, it's something that, like, this is still the era where people would be like, where there would frequently be things like, why do they have to call it Autobot Ratchet? That's nonsense. Why do they call it whatever? And it was a thing that, like, had to be beaten into some people's heads that, like, no, they pay, things pay a lot more attention to it now, and you can't just say tracks or skids because that's a generic word.
Yeah.
Rosetta, at this point in time, Bumblebee was not a thing that we would see. Like, Bumblebee was lost. It was, my understanding is it was heavily part of the 2007 movie, and Hasbro fighting and or figuring out the way they could call him Bumblebee, but then most of the toys calling him Autobot Bumblebee or what have you, that was strong enough, firm enough for them to be like, yeah, we can use it.
Bumble Blast. Jipe, people got, the first time we started to see the Autobot prefix, people were getting very, like, people who, you know, I keep saying this. Back then, it was easier to expend the energy saying, why are they calling him Autobot Jazz? His name is Jazz. Or why are they not calling this one Autobot Optimus Prime? And people would, you know.
Yeah, specifically.
People had time.
I'd say specifically, if you scroll down a little bit, Nevermore's Part 2 is lost trademarks with substitute names. Things like Blue Streak, Shockwave, Hot Rod. You know,
Leonard
things
recently abandoned the trademark on Shockwave. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Alternators toy used Meister.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about Rodimus Major.
Mm-hmm. But like Scrapper, Mixmaster, Hook.
The Mixmaster Beats by Jack Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
And now we just got a guy called Hook again in a commander class 2-pack. Oh, the Trailbreaker thing went on for a while too.
Yeah.
Mega Octane. What a weird name.
Yeah, people were very upset that Jazz toys were called Meister, because that wasn't... Meister was a different... Meister's the black one with the gold flame, what have you. Like, that's not the white car with a number 4.
Hello, Adamus Prime.
And there's somebody in this house that's very serious about that topic.
I think the advent of unofficial IP infringing toys and their various funny names also kind of soft inoculated a lot of the discourse into not caring so much. Because you'd buy a toy that's obviously Optimus Prime and it's called like Severe Hero Leader Morphic Type 7. And you'd be like, you know, yeah, this is, you know, ADST 008's Optimus Prime knockoff. And this, I think it's just really helped like loosen up brains a little bit to not care so much about these kind of that, and just, you know, generational knowledge starting to build and people entering the fandom being told as they enter, like sometimes this happens to names, whereas if you were there when it happened, it's like, why are you changing my things? And surely you've all gone through that in a fandom by this point of like having your own moment of, hey, wait, why are they changing things on me? Like it's something everyone goes through. But yeah, now we've got New Age David, we've got John Mad Blender, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, I was incorrect with that. Yeah, Meister is the Japanese name. It's the stepper Ricochet, because we've gotten there was one instance of those names getting crossed back and forth. That was what was triggering in my brain. But also, yeah, like a lot of times it's you know, this is especially the era, you know, again, we're pre-movie, so there's not like there's a ton of stuff. Aaron Archer shared the story about somebody asking if they really need to have Megatron and him threatening to kill all of them, murder himself, and then quit. Or I don't think it was quite that serious.
That was in 2003.
Being very serious about like, hey, like this is something that is core, and we have to keep it. And you know,
one of the first things that we learned during these news dives was finding that Orson's World thing about. It's an offhand, I can't tell you guys, but someone tried to ask if we really need the name Megatron, and then Aaron Archer, you know, 20-some years later was able to just go like, oh yeah, no, yeah, they, some guy just didn't want to have to do the paperwork, and I was
well, in the Part 3 Big Guns, even at this point in time, there's a story going around about Hasbro almost having lost the Megatron trademark. According to Wheelamus of the Allspark, it was Konami who tried to snatch away the Megatron trademark from Hasbro in 2001, but due to Hasbro having used the trademark not too long ago, Konami's takeover attempt was apparently unsuccessful, so they went with Space Megatron instead. So contrary to Hasbro bashers' wild rumors, you don't need to blame Hasbro for almost losing the name. Instead, you should be grateful that they cared enough that they were able to keep it.
And then we would then find out 20 years later that it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
You should be thankful because it was a lot of Aaron Archer, but also it sounded more like it was actually just like, 2002, 2003 era, some guy going like, what? Why do we need all these? Space Megatron was a Yu-Gi-Oh card, I believe. Is what we had found out back when we were doing the 2003 streams, before Aaron Archer came in the chat, and we were all trying to figure this out. Someone pulled up a Konami like Yu-Gi-Oh card called Space Megatron.
There's a Space Megatron link on the Yu-Gi-Oh wiki.
Yeah, I assume a lot of people don't know that that's a Yu-Gi-Oh card because I assume, like Yu-Gi-Oh cards tend to do, it got power crept out of public awareness.
Well, if it never showed up on the show, it never had real power.
And that'd be weird if it was on the show in the dub and they just were like, Space Megatron, and then like Transformers is just airing next to that, going like, "Do you hear this?
What now?"
Just seeing what some other people were posting here. Because last time Nevermore did one of these, one of the first replies was someone going like, "You need to touch grass and get a girlfriend."
Yeah.
And then 4 people jumped on that person and going like, "Shut up." This is really interesting info. Rosetta Forster, I don't think Space Megatron even made it in any media outside of video game. Okay. It'd be so weird. The friggin' dub voice of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, Space Megatron!
No, the first person that says, "Do you have a life?" is Kickback. But he does it with a smiley emoji, so...
Oh, but that's in the new thread, though. Right? Like, that's in the straight... Yeah, no, that's...
Which may well be a response to the prior thread.
Yeah, I think that's snarking on that last person. Because the last person, like, straight up was like, "This seems kind of nerdy what you're doing here." But yeah, here's our... I think this is our first look at the purple reissue of Galvatron with its new artwork and everything. This was pretty darn cool back then. Seeing G1 Galvatron like redone... Basically, seeing G1 Galvatron actually look like Galvatron was like really, really fascinating. Line producer Ian Bryce has signed on to the Transformers movie. A line producer is responsible for managing every person and issue during the making of a film. Line producers only work on one film at a time and make things finish on time and on schedule. We are not cross-posting whatever Don Murphy posted, apparently. Good.
That's on our boards, at least. Let's see. Let's see the poll, what that one said. Good Sunday to you, Stooges. Now that we are back on regular reports, I'd like to make an appointment announcement. Welcome to the project, Mr. Ian Bryce. Ian Bryce. Ian will produce this movie with Tom DeSanto, Mr. Lorenzo, and myself. He will have the hardest and most lengthiest job of all, functioning in the line producer position. That basically means he makes sure we all finish on time and schedule at gunpoint if need be. I can't quite fully oomph the way that you do, Chris. Ian is one of the biggest and most successful in Hollywood at his job. I first crossed paths with him 10 years ago when Oliver Stone and I tried to do a good update of Planet of the Apes. Since that time, he's done a few little films that you may have heard of, like Spider-Man and Saving Private Ryan. Most recently, he worked with our director on the terrific summer film, The Island. And as for the UK Stooges, Ian is one of you, and a gentleman to boot. From what I can tell, a smart, straight shooter who wants what is best for the project.
I forgot about
and
Stooges.
Then other fluffing.
I forgot how often.
And then he calls everyone Stooges like 2 more times.
I forgot about the Stooges bit. It's so... I don't usually use this word, but this is where we enter what I consider to be, as the kids say, excessively cringe. It's like the gimmick of like, you're what's going on, Stooges? It's like, all right.
People responding in that thread are like, "The fuck is going on with Stooge?" And it's like, it's what his fandom started calling themselves, and so he calls himself a Stooge as well.
Stardust Magician, who is Don Murphy again? What a great question. What a great, actually, you know what? What a great example of how much of an impact Don Murphy left in his stead after the year 2007. Don Murphy was the voice of live-action Transformers movie news for the pre-era from 2003 to 2007. He was the producer who was all over the place, giving us all the news on the live-action movie. He's still one of the producer boys. He's still like one of the names that keep Transformers movies happening. If you have any ill thoughts about that recent headline about how they have 5 movies in the pipeline, possibly with Michael Bay on one of them, that is probably at the behest of the producer boys wanting their cash cow to continue trying to cash out of its udders as much as possible.
Because isn't there something you're probably much more versed in this since you're much more film proximate, but isn't there something like, hey, if you were a producer on a film and it continues into a series, like you just continuing to have a pulse generally keeps you to keep getting a producer credit and money?
I believe so. There's usually something contractual related to that. This is a bit of conjecture on my part, but like if you look at the credits of every Transformers film, it looks very much like some kind of pact was made in 2007 to say we are always the producers of Transformers films.
Yeah, because it's like Steven Spielberg, who, like, honestly, I doubt he's ever had much to do with a Transformers film, other than being like, yeah, that's neat, I've got a few ideas, here's a list. And then they went, oh, that's neat, crumple paper throw.
I like Robot Lorky saying Murphy was like in his 30s at this stage. How is he so fellow youths already? He seems like a guy who's a very he figured out how to accelerate sounding old. Is the way I put it. Because also I assumed he was in his 40s.
No,
in the 2000s.
He was born in 1967, according to Wikipedia. So he would be
here. He'd be in his
38 at this point,
30s.
Late 30s. Which is where we all are, right?
Nope. I'm 40.
No, I'm saying that's the whole
much
thing.
like Don Murphy.
You're younger than you actually are because age is a cruel, cruel mistress that comes for us all, and then death.
No, I just moved the goalpost. I just moved the goalpost, so I'm just like, hey, you know what? They say 20's the new 18. Hey, they say 30's the new 20. Hey, they say 40's the new 10. Goo, 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 gaga, goo.
What do you think 10-year-olds sound like there, Chris?
I don't know. I'm just trying to remember. I am bullying the 10-year-olds. That's what I'm doing. What are they going to do about it? They're not even supposed to be watching this. If your parents made you a YouTube account, you should take them. Well, I mean, you should thank them. You should be nice, unless they suck. I don't know. That's your. Listen, you're an adult. You're 10. It's your call. Anyway, yeah, Ian Bryce signed on, and yeah, Sci-Fi Prime pointing out, whatever this voice is I do for Don Murphy is nothing like how he actually sounds, and I genuinely constantly forget what he actually sounds like because it's funnier to me. If he say, what are they gonna do? Say goo goo gaga? Thank you. Yes, you got it. That's right.
Yeah, be sure to timestamp that for us if you can.
Hey, we got bios for the Walmart exclusive deluxe and Tiny Tins 2-packs that have their own bespoke packaging. For those who were curious, who didn't see last time, we saw a Dirt Boss last time. And these are not your usual pack-ins. These were like, they have a special tray, special boxes. Sounds like special bios. Some people were saying, what's a Tiny Tin? It's a little tin drawer you can put a spy changer into, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they must have had some deal with some company that was making those tins, and they thought, hey, we got something that can fit in that. Why don't we just do this?
I said spy changers. That's demonstrably a mini-con. So that these are
yeah,
even
that
smaller.
is. But it started with spy changers. You were right, and you were part of being wrong.
Isn't that part of the Skyboom shield? Is it, or is that just Swindle?
I think that's the one that was Blur? No.
This is either Starscream's or part of the Skyboom shield because there's the two of them look very alike. They're The colors are Starscreams. That's just what I'm assuming this is. I don't know why they're calling him Mirage, unless it is part of the Skyboom shield. But then why is it red?
This goes back to that name camping stuff where they started tossing names on stuff randomly that wasn't necessarily the character.
Yeah.
Simeon Scott saying no, that's Swindle. He doesn't do the shield, but there's another one similar that
Jipe
does.
saying that's the Skyboom guy in Swindle's colors.
Okay.
And you know
So
what?
we got
though?
both ways.
That means whose fault is this? Thanks so much, Hasbro, for making everything all confusing and repainting your one little guy who looks like the other one to now look like the other one, even though he's the other one. Yeah, the main difference, if I recall correctly, is like the Skyboom connectivity. And I believe they're not even retools, though. They are genuinely just two different toys, if I recall correctly. They happen to transform in the same way, but that's where
it's the classic. How many ways can you do tiny F1 car?
Yeah. And that gets into also the whole like kind of painful discussion that was still going on back then of like, what do you call Energon Starscream 2 G2 Smoke Jumper? There's various, as long as you know what you're what the reference you are making is as far as functionality, that's more important in my opinion.
To me, that change is with modern sensibilities is even more crazy because those are different scales.
Yeah.
And pre-CAD. So it's not like today, theoretically, they could take an existing design and just go like 125% larger and then tweak a couple things, just send it off to a CNC to make. It was like, hey, gotta start over from square one. And they probably went, I don't know, we want a flat jet that transforms into a Starscream guy. Do we have something like that? Oh, hey. Away we go.
Yeah, and something I kind of picked up over time, because I used to have a very vested interest in connectivity of design like that, and then over time I kind of learned the people who actually make the toys, 9 times out of 10, after 6 months have passed, they don't actually remember why that is, and they generally would just be like, well, we probably picked it because they already look similar, so we just, it was probably just built on the back of, like, the concepts of that design, because we could look at a picture of it.
Yeah.
And that's usually it.
And again, this is getting into the era where I think more and more people were getting the idea that, hey, there actually is, like, development and design lead time in between things happening, because we were getting more answers from things like Orson's World and the like, and so somebody'd be like, hey, this toy that I just got in the stores, can you tell me about how you did its design 12 minutes ago? It's like, well, no, it wasn't 12 minutes ago that I designed the thing. It was like,
that was 2 years ago.
it was 2 months or 2 years ago, and it was Thursday that I signed off on it. Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to go find a bunch of documentation and see, and I don't know.
Why did you make the swivel at the base of the elbow and not at the actual position of the bicep? That's one that still comes up to this day that I kind of clench teeth at a little bit. Jipe mentioning, this actually was on Nevermore's list, I just didn't call it out, but one of those Cybertron Minicon Versus packs was the first time they reclaimed the Shockwave trademark. Jipe says, I bought it because I thought it would encourage them to make more Shockwaves. So it's Jipe's fault why they... but no, that was on Nevermore's list, I noticed while we were scrolling through, that like right after they got it back, they just shoved it onto one of those Minicons as fast as possible. Just like, this guy, that's Shockwave too. It's ours. We have Shockwave now.
And again, I know that that's a thing I think that Aaron Archer might have talked about in one of his panels, where one of the like things that they'd be looking at the beginning of a series is like, hey, what names do we have? Do we need to sit on? That sort of thing. Just to be like, hey, we need to do a fast car, and we just got Mirage back. Well, Mirage was like an F1 car. Would an F1 car work? Okay, is blue and white a color scheme that we can use that we're not forced into something else? Okay, yeah, maybe. Okay, let's see if we can put Mirage into something.
And Robo Looker asking, does anyone else have to do all this juggling stuff aside from Transformers? I mean, I was about to say G.I. Joe has before, I think. That's another Hasbro company. I think it's really like whoever is still running a brand full of like
character name things.
Not just character names, but like Transformers G.I. Joe ass character names that sometimes are just words. Then Also, Jipe, gladly accepting the blame for every post-2005 Shockwave toy. That's the way. Yeah,
no, that was we were actually at one of those like indoor flea market places, and we found one of the dealers that had like 12 or 16 of the GI Joe. What was that? Sigma 6 Shockwave, where it was like a communications guy.
Yeah.
Where like speaking specifically of, hey, Hasbro parking a name on something.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, and it was funny because they had a very wide booth. And I was like, oh, hey, look at this. And then move a little bit further down. Oh, hey, they've got another one. Move a little bit further down. Oh, here's where they came from.
Yeah. And yeah, Wavesign, part of the problem for Transformers and G.I. Joe is a lot of the names were just common dictionary words. Scott, I think I heard He-Man or Turtles had a problem like this, but can't go. Yeah, no, I'm sure they have, but probably just not to the degree of iconic characters running into this kind of problem.
I remember He-Man having a whole lot more generic, like verb name or noun name, Spitor, or
I mean, He-Man has the precedent set of adding hyphen or to anything, as a name, or hyphen man as a name.
Yeah.
So I think that it's probably more well camouflaged in He-Man too. Okay, Rebel Creeper. Joe fan message boards are probably even. I mean, Joe fan message boards, like they've had their ups and downs and sideways twists. But yes, I'm also sure they've gotten upset about stuff. I'm sure some people were mad about like Nemesis Mystic or whatever instead of Nemesis Enforcer. Wonder Bread Fist verb name.
Yeah.
My favorite G.I. Joe trademark dodge is when they have to name guys like Ralph Nunchuck Baducci. Yeah, when they have to like do the full name. It's really funny, especially when you realize.
Oh shit! Mom used all 3 names. I'm in trouble.
But like Larry Hama did a lot of work to legitimize a lot of those kind of characters, like the Ninja Force ass characters, where you find out like not only is this guy's name something like like Nunchuck, but also this is like some dude from New York. He's. But
I'm Greg Brown. Can I get a nickname, please?
I'm Greg Naginata Brown. But my understanding is that a lot of the Larry Hama bios like do a whole bunch of work to like turn that kind of like circumstance into gold. I haven't read all of them. I see them come up now and then. Also, yeah, I'm also shouting out Larry Hama because Larry Hama has said, as of I think a year ago or so, has a deteriorating condition in his like an arthritic type thing. He's pretty sure he's going to lose the ability to properly write in a little while. And he tried to live by the rules of the industry. So Larry Hama has like almost no money compared to what you think he would. So getting the word out there. People were asking what this next thing was I clicked on. So this was one of our first looks at the prototype of hybrid style THS-02 G1 Optimus Prime, who looks really cool in close up as a gray prototype. I remember this was, to me, very misleading because I can't remember if they just didn't say it yet or I didn't look into it. When I first saw this, I didn't realize how small he was.
Yeah.
And you can only kind of see it in the hands. But also the truck mode, when it is, a gray prototype with the clear parts as frosty plastic, it's a lot harder to tell at a glance what's going on over there. The funny jangliness. Joel Adler, I love how Kawamori hasn't said like anything about this. Everyone just sort of like this figure was kind of a running gag when it came out for a few years, and then people just didn't talk about it. And then I noticed when it came out as a Platinum Series year of release, people either didn't talk about it or people were actually getting really hyped because like folks who missed when it came out were like, I've been thinking about this toy for a long time. It's actually a really neat figure. I do recommend if you can get one for a decent price. It's super fun. It's real jangly and weird, but there's something endearing about it, I think. Yeah, it's one of our first looks at the gray prototype. Price and release date have yet to be confirmed. We're back at the flags. Transformer Cybertron arrives in Peru. Wave 1 and 2 basics and deluxes. Nothing larger than a deluxe has been found currently.
Why not the maps instead of the flags? I don't know what this flag is. Show me a map.
Well, we had flags, and I remember the last one was 3 regions. They just took a screenshot of a map of the 3 regions next to each other.
Yeah.
The fandom's resident UK Transformers DVD aficionado, Chris McFeely, has stopped by with a small progress report on the UK Master Force DVD. Buster Darkwing's Jordan Derber from TV Nihon's fan sub releases is working on the subtitles for this DVD release. It is still really funny seeing Chris McFeely build a reputation for himself that is completely different than the reputation he has now. In a completely different vein. New cyber key codes now active on Transformers.com. The Autobot logo wall plaque review and contest reminders. This is Diamond Select's Autobot logo wall plaque that I saw now and then in my travels back when this thing was new. Yeah. I never had one myself. Stardust Mission, never heard of this Chris McFeely. Must not be active anymore. Yeah, he retired when they closed Blip.tv. Cybertron Dark Crumple Zone in packaging. I remember this was like a very strange moment for me where I was like, well, do I wait for the Galaxy Force one? And then guess what never happened? I like Dark Crumple Zone, though. It's a fun toy. Joel Adler, FYI, I retranslated the subtitles for the HD remaster of Master Force Episode 1, shameless plug. We got a plug down here. It's shameless, but I like it. Jipe, is he really an aficionado when he's actively involved in their production? Well, you know, who's even more of an
Yeah.
Yeah, but back then, there was no such thing as an influencer back then. So, I think this was kind of like, what is it? This is our version of Ascended fan before the notion existed. So we're just like, dang, this guy loves Transformers so much, he's working on a DVD for them. I want to listen to some of those old McFeely commentaries and compare them to a modern The Basics episode. Yeah, me too. I'm sure this falls into weird rights stuff, but I'm like, surely Chris McFeely has enough rights over his own voice to, like, commentate over a clip of his own audio commentary. Also, really, TVN was involved in the official subs. I mean, yeah, there is a pipeline that exists to this day of fan sub to real, paid subtitling work. It's just a highly... how else do I put it? It's one that does not receive very much respect, and I think that really sucks.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, at the time it was... like, some of the things that would end up on the unofficial lines was just like, yeah, like, this is what my day job is, but I really also like this show, and nobody's doing it, so...
Yeah. I'm thinking about fan subs just recently. I saw some stuff going around that there was a Crunchyroll thing where the subtitles that went up, they were not only bad, one of them opened with ChatGPT says : and then the subtitle. And it was like... wow. I think it was the German subs in that case, but apparently the English subs ended with a credit of translator, translator credit, : translator name. So it's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, at least put a mask on or something. Make us feel like anything's going on. Yeah, they left the prompt in the sub file. It's just like, ugh. It's like, I already know, not to go on this, very quickly, I already know whoever MF at the top is wants to run, like, Google Translate as their credited subtitler already, right? If not worse.
Right.
So I already know that. At least put a friggin' a papier-mâché domino mask on or something. Like, play a little kayfabe, like... I know pro wrestling's fake, but, like, I don't want to watch a finger pokes motion or anything, or moment. I want to make me believe that we're all in on this together a little bit. Anyway, Palisades prototype and artist proofs on eBay. What did these look like? Certificate of authenticity. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of... I was going to say, otherwise these kind of just look like the statue.
Yeah, well, that's generally what the artist proof is. It's like, hey, this is the last opportunity to say this isn't right, whatever, and or a thank you for your work. So we're giving you a copy of it that is potentially like, it's clear that it wasn't a normal release or a full release. It's like
maybe there's supposed to be a
not
number
not to
here?
not to the well, no. See, that's the thing. That's the Palisade statues are supposed to be numbered.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So without any of that on it, that's something different. I was going to say that's like artist proof magic cards. The artists used to get 50 of the standard card and 50 of the foil card, but without the magic back on it.
Yeah.
For them to like do whatever with, and then those turned into things that some artists were using for significant income, and then WotC altered some deals, is my understanding, and so now they have to specifically request it, and then they can choose not to provide or something along those lines.
I believe I have a Tabernacle artist proof from one of those a couple of the artists came to a Victoria, BC Comic-Con when I was like a kid. I think I have an Ivory Tower signed artist proof and like a Tabernacle artist proof.
Well, those might be some dollar bills, yo.
I know. But there's a small bummer, though, because it's an artist proof. I couldn't just, like, go to a buy list.
Yeah.
So for a second, I was like, I got a Tabernacle flip over. Oh. Okay. Well, still.
Well, I mean, that's probably worth potentially more because there's only 50 of those in existence versus how many ever hundreds were actually printed.
I think it's a Tabernacle. I kept all the artist proofs together. I put them in little... Like, they spent decades mixed in with my cards in a suitcase back home. So I pulled them out and put them into little sleeves. And then I didn't know what to do with them afterwards. So they've just been living with me here. I was going to say, Robot Lorekeeper also made the big play on this one. Quote, damn, someone knocked over my big tactics. I think that's... We got him. New sticker set for Alternator Swerve on ReproLabels.com. I forgot about that head sculpt. Okay, yeah. That's a gold and black variant of the Le Mans sticker set for Alt Tracks. New episodes up on Hasbro Action. I'm slouching. I gotta stop slouching. Looks bad.
Slouch. Gotta extend that spine.
Ugh. My posture. Oh, here we go. It's Aaron. Here it is. Takara Tomi's new logo and company name, November 25th, 2005. From a press conference this week, we now know the new company name of the Takara Tomy merger. It is simply Takara Tomy.
Takara Tomy, yeah.
From November 25th, 2005 onwards, at that point, we learned the name Takara Tomy. It feels like it wasn't that long ago. For some reason, this specific thing feels like this was later.
For some reason, I have the sense memory that for a long time, Takara Tomy just kept Takara on stuff that was Takara in the past and Tomy on stuff that was Tomy in the past. And then a while ago, I would be hard-pressed, like mid-teens maybe, they just said, screw it, we're Takara Tomy, it's been long enough, you should know.
Yeah. No, I thought so too, but I never looked either. That's the thing. So I guess it's been like that for nearly 20 years now. Which I guess makes sense, because I mean, there are people who have entered the fandom since then who have only ever known Takara Tomy. But I didn't know that it was before the live-action movies, too. I thought it was after the live-action movies had started. New 2005 board's organization. We've reorganized to streamline the browsing experience. Of note is a new format for Junkion Exchange and a dedicated forum for all things toys. Thank you, Boombox.
And that's actually a good-sized Boombox image.
Yeah.
For anybody that wants to know what a Boombox is.
Yeah, you can see what an MP3 player screen used to look like, too. Someone in another Discord I'm in had recently got an MP3 player for their birthday because they were like, I like these things. And people were talking about MP3 players when they still had moving parts. And I was like thinking about my favorite MP3 player era was from around this time, from about 2007. The 2007 era Sony MP3 players, hardware-wise, were beautiful. Like
Yeah.
you get a little cylinder with an LED screen across it and just little metal rings and buttons on either end.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Boombox is actually a boombox. Like he's got real big speakers. If you see his gun there, it's actually like a remote for it.
Yeah.
So like he's a legit boombox. Plus this is 2005. Yeah, sure you've got MP3 players, but they're like this is a dedicated setup. It's probably has a CD player and maybe even a cassette deck in it still, because cassettes.
People still make cassettes.
And it's just his shield is just the display for the CD player or what have you.
Mm-hmm. Timu is saying that technically artist proofs are supposed to be 3 times regular loose card value, which would be friggin' cool if so. I just need to find someone who actually wants to pay me that for it. But that would be nice.
We'll go into oh shoot, I forget the name of the 401 games, and say, hey buddy, hey, you're a big place. Slide it across the table.
Here's the bummers. 401 is they are such an operation now. They don't really want to deal with people.
Yeah.
Also, we have a mutual who had a kind of weird experience at 401 recently, which is a shame. Nothing nefarious. It's just like I think 401 have been getting an inundation, a massive inundation of Final Fantasy buy list stuff, and I suspect that was just an error, to be honest.
Yeah. So I was trying to think of the other places that you've taken me to, and I think Harry T would be cool, but I don't think that's a thing that they'd stock because
face to face would probably be a place that would.
Okay, face to face.
Face to face are more of a known name in Canada than 401 when it comes to Magic.
Okay.
So they might be a spot.
I'm trying to think. Have you taken me to face to face?
No, they're way out of the way from down.
Okay.
They're not. They're still not that far from me, but they're like past where I am on the East Line by like 20 minutes.
Okay.
So if you're like someday it would be.
That's
cool
why. That's why it doesn't exist in my brain as a place
it's
that
not on
I would
Yonge
go
Street.
to for cards up there.
Yeah, it's not on Yonge Street and it's not Meeple Mart. But no, someday it would be nice to take some of y'all over that way because that's where the Danforth is, and it's a really nice part of town to like wander around in the middle of the day, food wise. It's a Greek part of town, as well. But yeah, face to face might be a spot. I could email them. Just go like, y'all do artist proofs.
Yeah.
Y'all pay unmarked cash bills.
Yeah. Non-sequential.
Y'all do Ethereum. And then I get a really eager reply, and I'm like, no, this was a bit, this was a bit! Oh, no!
Yeah, we'll know when Chris sells it, when he's the one that's splashing out in the dealer room.
Yeah, I just what are savings? I have in fact learned nothing from the last 20 years. I just walked into the dealer room. I want that lucky draw. Just open it, rip the thing open. Sit on the floor, just play with it.
I just love that visual of I want to buy that lucky draw, and then just sit down immediately in front of it, and not even like snip the ties or anything, just like grab it.
And just pull it out of the ties.
Yeah.
The poor dealer who'd been taking care of it for like 15 to 25 years is just like.
He paid first, I guess. Okay, all right.
It's like, I wouldn't have sold it. I have. Somewhere deep in my dealer heart, I still have a code, and you just broke every part of it. Rosetta, if Toronto is longer than the con, I'd love to go see F2F in person. My LGS uses them for pricing. Yeah, they're like Canadian TCG Player. I always forget that, but yeah, a lot of pricing in Canada is done based off of face-to-face price listings. It'll look like the kids' copy by the end of the weekend.
Yes. Just intentionally, like this isn't breaking down quick enough.
Hold on.
Hold on. I'm gonna bite it. I'm gonna bite it. So
get 20-year-old vac metal aluminum in my lungs. Just going. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. I brought some sand just for this occasion. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me get it down in those joints.
Yeah. So I'll be doing that with my tabernacle money.
Yeah.
Hey, check it out. We got Beast Wars 10th anniversary Dinobot fully painted. This is another classic. This is what leaks used to look like.
Hey, that's all spark blue.
Mm-hmm.
They must have cracked open the first pot of that.
They hadn't named it yet.
Yeah.
They're waiting to see how the movie does. I like Red Snarl. I like these colors too.
Yeah.
They're not fully show accurate. I think that part of this was probably trying to figure out like how do we integrate show accuracy with what this toy is compared to the one on the screen.
And like how do you like the spinny blade thing was always ever the spinny blade thing, so how do you make a static barely moving version of that and maybe look something like the animation?
Yeah. Sorry, there's the question, is this the reissue with the little painted on mouth? I'm not sure. I'm not sure where it would be. I vaguely
Like
recall what you're talking
face
about.
is painted.
Simi and Scott love the credit watermark looking like music video credits. Yeah, this is how we used to do it. You'd have a little bit of style, a little bit of like visual design to how you put that stuff in there. Telemocha is the painted mouth one. Okay. I don't know my Dinobot Redecas super well.
Yeah, but you got to get your watermarks on there so that people know where it came from and where to get in contact with if you want to buy it.
Also, good, wholesome, honest watermark, croppable down here. Just assuming the best of all of us. No one's gonna slice that thing off. We're just gonna leave it there. Why would I want to block the view of the toy with my watermark? Darth Maul test shot. I remember this got me. This is when I was still like, maybe the second wave will be better. I never had this Darth Maul though. I don't remember how he turned out. I'm assuming not amazing.
Yeah, don't you remember the 2-foot long tail that Darth Maul had?
I'm just looking down there at all that mush. Yeah.
And actually, that looks like
that's not a tail.
Yeah, I was going to say that actually that looks like that's supposed to be rotated. His hips are supposed to be rotated at 180 degrees. Oh my.
Yeah, and in that position, that's doing something else. Binaltech Ginrai and Binaltech Asterisk Black Convoy? If I remember right, this was actually a whole thing where there were difficulties adding diecast to the Optimus Prime alternator. Because diecast has different shrinkages, alternators and Binaltech toys were technically coming from different mold sets on those parts.
Yeah.
But my memory, vaguely, is that there were particular difficulties integrating diecast into Alternator's Optimus Prime. And I don't remember if they did.
I have a similar feeling to that as well because of his design of like the big open truck bed. There wasn't nearly as good a place or way to put the diecast in a way that was functional. To like, because Takara liked to put the like diecast preferably in places that were like the legs. Oh, it's over 70%.
Red Snarl. It's over 70% diecast. Okay, yeah, that now
maybe it's not that one, but maybe I feel like there was another that there was specifically one that was
that follows
an issue.
I think that Mirage never had diecast.
That was the one.
70% diecast also tracks with my memory because I just remember it was a weird issue, and that may have been part of it. It was not as simple as it was on some of the other alternators or other Binaltechs as compared to their alternator versions to implement diecast. The entire vehicle is metal. Yeah. That's reconnecting. I distinctly recall some scuttlebutt that like that was a long-term issue for them to figure out. Logos, Binaltech Black Convoy feels awful, so I don't think it worked. I think that was, again, part of the issue. Is like that. What I remember is that the die-cast version of that toy, like that toy was not designed with the thought of this will be 70% die-cast.
Yeah,
and it ended
because
up being
that
way.
Because I remember that being a thing with the Alternity stuff, where it was always like, this is automotive paint that they put on those, again, because it's metal, whereas if it's plastic, alternators. You just make the car color, the plastic color, and you're done. You put tampos or whatever on it, versus if you're making it die cast, and you've got to have paint ops, and then you've got to have the die cast be slightly smaller than the plastic post shrinkage, so that when you put like paint on it or primer and then paint on it to make it be something that sticks, then you're putting thickness on there. And I remember, I want to say it was a BotCon where that was a point of discussion.
Yeah.
Where it was somebody mentioning that, trying to figure out how are they different, and it was a whole lot of like, well, you see.
Okay, Gliss saying, FYI, Binaltech Ginrai never happened. That must be another part of this, like, skipped neuron I'm having, because, yeah, it was Kiss Players Convoy. That's why I wanted to get Kiss Players Convoy for a while, was to, like, know, if that's the one that ended up diecast, to know what that felt like. Or was it only Nemesis that was diecast? I can't remember. I can look it up later on. But yeah, I never personally ended up owning a diecast version of that toy, because I had the plastic alternators versions in red and black, and as every time it would come up, I'd be like, I don't actually like this toy that much, so I was like, I don't really want to buy it again. Was there a? Oh no, there was a Binaltech Ginrai. So yeah, did it have a limited release or something? I mean, I'm just asking people to look at a wiki now. I can look this up later. We got a Chris Ryall interview at transfans.net. Also got a quote from someone who works in diecast. Those differences on materials can be an issue. Recently had to change parts on something from plastic to metal, and changes had to happen to the sculpt because of that. So that checks out. Is there a chance Binaltech Ginrai had some kind of like snuck out on eBay or something? 'Cause yeah, I have a real like, I don't remember why I feel like I saw a red pickup in a Binaltech box in vehicle mode somewhere at some point. That would have been 20 years ago as well. Nearly. First look at Pepsi Convoy reissue and packaging, by the way. Oh, this isn't a new... This is...
It's just a broken thing.
Yeah.
The Transformers. Super Megatron putting something up at 3 in the morning.
The Transformers.
Oh, what else you want?
Oh, here we go. E-Hobby Twin Cast Cassette Decepticon Sleeper Agent Flipsides revealed! Has been fighting for millennia as an Autobot combat droid operator, but is in fact a sleeper agent planted by the Decepticons. She herself is unaware of this, but someday she is destined to be awakened completely by a timer program as a Decepticon. Enthusiastic, does not conceal her feelings of goodwill and friendship, trusted deeply by all. What sort of evil true nature will she reveal once reconverted into a Decepticon? It is a mystery. So yeah, that is Flipsides. Actually is an older concept than Rosanna, I believe. Hey, diversity win, a female sleeper. Well, the thing is, though, they did this in Babylon 5, too. It's always whenever it's like your person... Well, always, twice. So in my entire worldview, the 2 times it ever happened, it's always a female character whose entire psyche gets overwritten forever, and in that really kind of twisted way. Didn't that happen to someone in Buffy the Vampire Slayer as well? I never watched it, but I remember hearing that trope occurred there.
I don't think she was the one that I'm thinking of. I don't think she was a sleeper agent. She just turned evil.
Yeah, I mean,
just like, I'm better than all of this.
The thing where, like, the personality has been deleted and replaced with a new one, so effectively the person has died, but they're still there, that kind of thing. TFW interviews Diamond Select Toys marketing coordinator Michael Levy. What? That's an archive.org check, I think.
Come on. I love archive.org and sometimes hate it when it just sits there and has not archived that URL. Let's try pasting it in a different way. Because sometimes that do it. Nope. No archive of that link.
Okay, so there was going to be a Binaltech Ginrai. I remember this. They changed the name from Ginrai to Convoy.
Okay.
Because this was in the same realm as Binaltech RC and Black Widow. This is when Binaltech was getting kind of confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was ending, and then they were canceling parts of it. Oh! Right. Okay. If I'm looking at this date correctly, I'm going to double corroborate this. I'm seeing a date saying that this is also a Binaltech toy that came out in the year 2008. Yeah, right. So yeah, Binaltech came back in 2008 with Blue Streak, Argent Meister, RC, and Convoy. That's what I'm... And then Wonderfest 2000 is when they got Black Convoy. Or Wonderfest 2007. I forgot about the 2008 return of Binaltech. We talked about that, I think, on the original year of the podcast as this weird retro return kind of thing.
Okay.
Because this happened in from June through October of 2008. So that's what it is. My curiosity has been solved. Also, by the way, I forgot to show this. Here's Megatron, by the way. Here's Megatron from Yu-Gi-Oh! For those who want to have some nostalgia for that. And here's Space Megatron from Yu-Gi-Oh! I think they're both Space Megatron, actually. But this one's drawn more fancy. This one is colored more fancy. Anyway, there's your potentially...
That one has... The Space Megatron has 600 more attack than just Megatron.
Space Megatron has 600 more attack than your normal Megatron, Seto Kaiba. That's my John Yug impression. Manga Appearance got the stats wrong. And welcome to December 2005 with bootleg World's Smallest Transformers Snarl prototype pictures. So, yeah, Just It Toys! There we go. I was going to say, this is the beginning of Just It Toys and their World's Smallest Dinobots. Legendary set of knockoffs.
I like how it's bootleg still at this point.
Yeah. This is part of the product name, Bootleg World's Smallest Transformer. So yeah, some of the first widely known third-party toys were Just It Toys and their World's Smallest continuation. Toys Dream Project Galaxy Force Sound Blaster exclusive. Because this did come out, I have it. Well, Sound Blaster came out. Red Snarl Just It Toys came back about 2 years ago with a Hound. So I heard that they were floating around again. I know a person or two who had recently got into World's Smallest Transformers and were digging all around on eBay through the various bootlegs that are part of that collection now. Stardust Magician, is the guy who claimed he ate his World's Smallest Ravage gonna eat these too? Can't wait to find out. These are bigger, and they have metal in them, so if he does, it's gonna hurt more.
And they're pointy in certain ways. That
they got all these... You got all these elements that make them harder to eat, but that just means it's a greater challenge. Oh, I'm starting to remember more of this. So this is the Super Deformed Statue Contest winner, the little Ultra Magnus. This will be an Action Figure Express exclusive. I remember the name Action Figure Express in regards to this being a discourse for a while. 5 inches tall, 500 pieces in the US. Yeah, there's a whole thing about that. First detailed galleries of BT Asterisk Broad Blast meets Lumina. So here's famous Transformers character Lumina, the famous partner of Blaster or Broadcast, now known as Broad Blast when he is a car. Always kind of wanted to pick this one up, but I never did. I thought it was clever how they got the blaster head to work with the silver baseball cap thing off of the Skid's head. Galaxy Force DVD Volume 13 will come with a Noise Maze recolor. Who knows what that could be? Who knows who might end up owning multiples of these, wearing them on around one's neck on a chain as a flex. Logos with the A mass production Noise Maze. Yeah, this is December 1st, 2005, the first inklings of mass production Noise Maze. Cybertron Minicon Wave 2 2-pack bios at 16bit.com. Anyone here use 16bit.com or maybe Entertainment Earth? 20 years, nigh 20 years ago. Still, I can't keep saying 20 years ago now. We're past it.
The link still takes you to 16bit.com. Questionable legitimacy since 2000 as their byline.
Hey yo.
And they have old news that goes back to June 2000. So let me go December 05.
I'm gonna go to June 2000.
Their podcast, Wave 2. Yeah, they've got their Wave 2 Minicon bios.
Oh, wow. Sorry, I went back to June 2000. What's here? Glad you asked. While the general idea can be deduced from our handy Madandy Nave bar, some of the site did not turn out as planned and is being retweaked for a future update. However, the Metal Gear Solid figure archive is up and it's running swimmingly. For those curious, our video gaming section will be a little bit different than most, focusing on old school gaming. The game must be 7 years old before it gets reviewed here. However, there will be some exceptions with the Game Boy Color and Neo Geo Pocket Color software from time to time. Too new to be retro. Wow, wake up, Puppet Boy. Sorry, I need to dig around back here in this. So June 2000, then we skipped to January 01. What happened? Random news. Okay, what's the news of January 31, the year 2001? Next wave of Power of the Jedi figures. The upcoming American McGee's Alice figures. Video games. Reports on Usenet first-hand sightings show that the $20 Target Dreamcast sale is going quite well. Jet Grind Radio and Shenmue are in short supply. In other Dreamcast...
They weren't going to talk about video game stuff that wasn't more than 7 years old. They're already violating their prime, most sacred
I'm going to give you a phrase.
Directive.
Here's a phrase, quote, in other Dreamcast news, end quote. Apparently, Sega's going to announce some price drop today. After the Sonic on Game Boy Advance and Space Channel 5 on PS2 news, could the $99 price tag be a reality? Has any system ever seen such bad press? Will we ever... Episode 2 Star Wars trailer might be attached to July's upcoming Planet of the Apes film. They speculate.
I remember some of that news where it was people like went to see the trailer and then walked out.
I vaguely recall that. They don't mention the roller coaster of which film will get the trailer, and when we saw with episode 1, until it finally came out in November '98 with The Water Boy and Meet Joe Black. This is wild. All this Dreamcast news. Look, a Transformers news item from January 2001. It's the PVCs. I'll just look at this page and I'll be done. I'll go back to the future.
Yeah.
Transformers PVCs. The figures are marketed as some sort of trading kit. Anyway, that's fascinating. So here we are, back in the future year 2005. Cybertron Galvatron released in New Zealand, finally, thank God. Oh yeah, for those who want to see it, here is Cybertron Sound Blaster as he finally released in his fancy black and white box, GX03. Very austere toy. I like this one. It comes with a buzzsaw to go with the laser beak. From the creators of TFW2005.com comes eBayAllDay.com. Aaron, does that still work?
And let's see. No, it doesn't.
Does not. Logos. I've never heard of eBay all day. Neither have I.
Again, this is a time where eBay wasn't nearly as big and disgusting as it is now. And
it had not yet been mentioned in the blockbuster film Transformers 2007.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that they did have like referrals. So I think this was an attempted way of like generating revenue for the site so that it could keep the lights on. Or light on, I guess, since it was frequently just on one PC under someone's desk.
Fan-to-fan updates with new pictures of C00 Primus and others. So here's one of our first looks at the Primus planet mode. Was this before Weird Al did his eBay song? I don't know. BotCon 2005 charity results online. The casino night raised $3,325 for the Children's Hope Benefit Foundation, which will in turn help Make-A-Wish and Cook's Children's Medical Hospital. The MSTF presentation event generated $235 for Hurricane Katrina relief efforts, thanks to trans fandom for the news. Another high resolution image of the prototype of Justitoys' world's smallest snarl with its hunk of diecast on the one spot. T-Fan-Page 101, hello, happy 18th birthday anniversary, 18th anniversary, of Optimus saying eBay and left cheek. I remember when we saw BotCon, at BotCon 07, the movie for the first time, Tyrese Gibson came into the theater and everyone started yelling left cheek at him and he started yelling it back and it was a moment. Okay, so they want to do another 500 of the statues at a price of $12.99 for European fans for the SD Magna statue. Someone tell me if I'm off. I just have a memory that this statue actually becoming a physical piece for purchase was a weird journey. I have a distinct, not like necessarily 88 miles per hour, but like that this was a weird journey.
Capital A, capital T, a thing.
Yeah. Interview with artist Earl Norem of the Big Looker Storybooks. If you've ever had fun with the Great Car Rally, this is some of the good stuff.
I just like that image because it's very clearly early G1.
Yeah.
Optimus Prime just looks like a dude wearing cool helmet and sunglasses. And they've got a big paper map with very cartoony whales
the
out
whales
in the water.
The whales that are irrelevant to the journey they're about to go on.
Yeah.
Just someone put them there, like, guys, they got these creatures in the water too. It's like, we're driving on the land. Yeah, but just in case we end up in the water, it's Hound. It's Hound too. Look, Hound, he's getting ready. You can see on the down knuckle on his right hand, you can tell he's getting ready. Like, hey, but the whales though, he's getting that index finger ready to come out. He's just waiting for his moment. Is that Prime with a mouth? Yes, canonically. The Big Looker Storybooks, they're a grand old time. Does this link work? No. Hasbro Action has Cybertron episode 15. That Sound Blaster is confirmed with color images. How do these look compared to the ones that Logos just got for us? Smaller.
Well, again, this is a time where you're having to pay by the kilobit of data, so...
Very true, very true. First look at Transformers Tactics prototypes!
Yeah.
This is the good stuff.
And this is core memory of me with the tactic stuff. Look at how far leaned back he is because he's got a blaster.
This image is actually not that bad. This is pretty beefy. But yeah, it's good. This is classic, just milky. This plastic just looks perpetually wet. And it looks like it's made out of cream. It looks like you could bite into it and it would taste like white chocolate. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Primus box. Sorry, I've got a shot here. This is the Japanese release of Primus had this really cool, like very G1 style box.
Yeah.
And Logos also found us the interview within Sabertron's site of with Earl Norem. I'll just not submit a news tip. I'm going to post it into here. Yeah, these are classic. This is classic stuff. You'd play this with like an audio cassette or sometimes like a little tiny vinyl record.
Yes, I am pretty sure I had Battle for Cybertron.
I had the Great Car Rally.
Because I remember the wiki repairing the photo in Cybertron's gallery there of the like Optimus Prime with his window shot out. And then I can't remember if it was wiki then or not, but then like the human helping him get repaired.
I like the
weird memory activating out of the corner of my brain from that.
Earl Norem said he was chosen for the books because he could draw action in Conan and superheroes, so the art director thought he could make Transformers move almost human-like instead of the stiffness of the toys. That's kind of cool. He says he's pretty sure he had drawings to go by. Wasn't sure if he had toys for models. The two books were signed at the same time. Why did you draw Optimus with a mouth? I seem to remember the Marvel Books art director and I agreed it would be difficult to show emotion with the mouth covered. But then, like,
maybe you just need to get good. Look at how messed up Prime's elbow is on that. Like,
also his mouth.
Come on, dude.
Mouth not currently showing any emotion. If we're being honest, Jerry. This shot. I remember this shot. This shot was awesome. Like all the Autobots in shadow in the back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one I remember. That's from the Cybertron book.
Yeah.
Because it was like Bumblebee very scared sounding.
Yeah.
Man, this is like pushing memories in weird corners.
And
again, you're not seeing Optimus Prime. His head is in profile.
And Optimus's voice had a weird like warble flange on it, so he was always kind of talking like this. Bumblebee, we've got to get off Cybertron. Because this is when, if I remember right, this is when they had like Mum-Ra, Megatron, and suffering wife Soundwave. So you can hear these are all over YouTube now. But it was like, Megatron had that very Mum-Ra kind of delivery, and then like Soundwave was constantly sounding like he was extremely tired and had just finished crying. Which is actually, I think, a perfect voice for a Soundwave too. But yeah, I love the shadowy Autobots with it adds this like weirdly creepy sensation that I really enjoy.
If you continue on down at the very bottom of all of these photos is another photo of Optimus Prime where it's very clear it was important for him to not have a mouth plate. And you got to keep going.
I know, but look, it's that wheelie. It's the redeco it's the current redeco.
Yeah.
The G2 the redeco that they grabbed.
Mm-hmm.
Did you do this one too? No. Did you? No, the cover art you showed was not mine. I did not do any of the only the Big Looker 8x8 books. Okay, yeah.
No, that's the Shockwave cover.
What are you doing? I'm retired. This dude was 81 in 2005. Damn.
Yeah.
I remember this shot too. This one was really cool. This shot like sold the Transformers to me harder than the cartoon did.
Yeah, but again, yet another photo where it was very important for Prime to not have a mouth plate.
Exactly.
To emote.
We wouldn't see any of the gravitas of what he was talking about here. Artists deserve good retirement pay. Yes.
Yes.
People in all creative industries deserve it too. I saw a Blue Sky post going around recently, probably in light of various headlines, about the ongoing illusion that I remember from when I was a kid, how hard it was being pushed to this illusion that like, working in the arts is so easy. Like it's criminal that people even get paid to do it, that whole thing. And then you just look at the story of someone like Larry Hama, and it's like, yeah, they don't. 80. Scott, 81 and 05. So he was like an old guard artist when he did all this stuff. Yeah. I never realized that. This guy was like, he mentioned like, he'd worked on Conan and superheroes, and that's why he was brought in. Earl Norem, quote, "Yes, I saw military action in World War II with the 10th Mountain Division." Okay.
10th Mountain was serious stuff.
Yeah. We trained in Colorado, Texas, fought Germans in northern Apennine Mountains of Italy. I was a squad leader, got wounded going in the Po Valley, thus ended my military career. Don't think I could do them now since I have arthritis in my hands. And again, it's sadly common refrain. What do you know? I'm retired. I only paint and make things for my own amusement and for my grandchildren. All the contacts I had in the commercial art field are either retired or dead, and the younger art buyers don't want anything to do with an 81-year-old artist. Yeah, it's messed up, because like nowadays it feels like it's a similar thing, except it's not just they don't want anything to. It's not the young ones don't want anything to do with the 81-year-old. It's that the people who pay for all the art barely want anything to do with the living artists in general. Age be damned, and then the age only adding to it now. Robo Lorekeeper, I've been dissuaded from working in the arts because every single course I took at university was a professional grabbing me by the shoulders and going, "Girl, we don't have HR." Yeah, it wasn't the same, but there were parallel tracks to that when I was in film school, which is part of the reason why I went down the path I did, for better and also for worse. And
that way you are your own HR?
Yeah, kind of.
And
well, I mean,
when there's one of those HR problems, it's a whole deal.
The whole hope, right, is that I just find my way into a media office somewhere, somehow, find my way into media offices that are not related directly to the movie and film industry, where my skill set is still useful, arguably possibly more useful, yet it could eventually also pivot into like employee status. Like that has happened, but the turn of the decade did not make that very easy. But yeah, I'm assuming Earl Norem has passed on since this. If he hasn't, then we better get him on the podcast.
Yeah. At 101.
Yeah. Mr. Norem, we're really just having you on so we have a flex that no other Transformers podcast will ever be able to do, which is the oldest podcaster. Griff, he passed away in 2015. 2015 though.
91? That's a good run. I would love a 91-year run.
Yeah,
I'd love a 90-year run. I'd like to make it to next weekend. But
I was expecting this is going to be like, he died a week after this interview or something. So that's pretty solid. Fascinating though. I missed that entire thing back then. I had no idea. Possibly a little bit more interesting, I guess, than milky, edible-looking prototypes of its tactics. Oh, we got the wheelie cover too. Yeah, the Wild Boy of Quintesson. Classic. Big Looker storybook. It's Bill's Toys and Games. As we approach our year anniversary, our goal is to be your one-stop shop for all those collectible and hard-to-find items you need. Aaron, were they?
They tried. They wanted to be.
You getting that email anytime soon now? That update?
No, I think a couple ago I looked. I think it was 2007 was my last. Let me go look and see.
Well, here, this is Transformers Milk Caramel. Oh, logos were at least, and it wasn't even a crash out. I don't think it was. If I remember right, it was actually just kind of like a weird disappearance.
2006, October 11, 2006 was my last order with them. It was Transformers, Cybertron, Megatron, Transformers, Cybertron, Optimus Prime for like $15 each. What would those have even been?
I'm courting disaster saying this, but I think we are out of an era of things that are as crash out resemblant as the events of 2004.
2004 was like everything. Yeah.
And with Don Murphy slowly growing more quiet as we approach slowly approaching Don Murphy getting quiet after 07. Crash out's going to be much more relevant to like YouTubers or stuff that doesn't get reported on the front page. I can't even think there weren't even like major crash outs on YouTube back then. It was just people.
I mean, YouTube is infancy right now.
Yeah, it was. People got mad at each other. Sometimes someone would be all like, what was the whole thing? The one guy who's like, I was going to review this G1 Optimus, but people only want to see stolen toys.
Yeah, I remember some of that. I remember a lot of early stuff of people like. It seemed like there were early YouTube seemed like there were like 3 groups of people, and woe betide you if you were in a group and you reviewed something before somebody else in your group.
Well, that was primarily like a very embarrassing incident with someone who was beloved by one demographic and had a certain username. And so when stolen Universe Silverbolts were showing up, I think it was the user Silverbolt, people were like, he should get to review it first. And then someone who had never interacted with him or that entire community just reviewed it first, and there was kind of like a culture clash of like realizing there are these different continents on Earth.
Yeah. No, I just remember like kind of watching all of them because I wanted to like see neat stuff about toys, and I forget who it was or what toy it was, but I remember a whole lot of like, oh, this is where I'd show you the transformation, but somebody else already did it. I guess you could go look at his video or something like that. It's like, well, then what's the point of you like doing it? You were the first one I was saying of it, but thanks, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to highlight this photo because like this is a receipt photo, but I like that they put everything from the receipt in here, including their Borden Dutch chocolate milk.
Is the milk on the receipt?
I assume so.
Or are you just assuming?
I am assuming because the receipt's illegible. Why? But why else would they add?
Because you need something to prop it up against, but also not covering the toys.
This is still covering enough of Brimstone, in my opinion, to still be covering the logo. So much of that milk is already gone. Look, my man was thirsty. Okay, he got
Drink it on the walk home.
Cracked the Borden open. Oh! All right, time to take my photograph. Who was my man? This was Allsparker Dragon Yen. I don't know who that is. But they enjoy their Borden chocolate milk. Don Murphy has posted a few tidbits about the new Transformers movie on his message board. Click here.
Except for that's a TFW board thread post.
Yeah, this is where we're, I think, trying to very much like make sure there are like stop gaps along the way, so we're not exposing people to the Don Murphy boards.
Don Murphy has posted a few tidbits about the new movie on his message board earlier today. Here's a summary of the new info as posted this thread. Script notes flying back and forth, budgets being debated and discussed, designs being considered, but nothing I can share right now, so very sorry. There is some mass/volume shifting in the current script. Not a lot, but I feel it works well. RC is still in the script, but does not appear a lot. It would keep going. In response to a question regarding things still being okay for a 7407 release, Don said stay on target. Deals are still being worked out for most of the alternate modes, so whatever's in the script now may change. When asked about how far off the casting process is and if he's discussed this with Michael Bay, Mr. Murphy said, budget is next. It'll be a big discussion. Budget. Michael wants to make the film. In response to a question about Michael Bay's level of enthusiasm for the movie.
Budget. First budget. That's the new Don Murphy person. He barks in single words now. For some reason, once again, Rhinox, the first thing we ever No, this is like the third time we've seen packaged 10th anniversary Rhinox. And only Rhinox. Oh, check out that blank CD in the back!
Yeah.
700 megabytes! full of potential disc rot. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, the licensed cardboard stand-ups are shipping this Wednesday. The highly anticipated G1 reissue Astro Train finally in stock on HasbroToyShop.com.
The link at least does take you to Hasbro Pulse, where you can pre-order Basara Prime.
Oh, hello. Will you give me free? Oh, okay. Oh, that's not bad, actually. I was wondering if they were going to cap him at 200 like Adamus Machina Rodimus. Because as I saw, Big Bad apparently has this for 250 because they're going through whatever they go through.
Because Big Bad's just ordering it from Pulse and getting their share out of it for handling the boxes.
Who knows? But I was curious if it was going to show up on Pulse at 200 like Adamus Machina Rodimus. Interesting.
It's still weird that the stage thing transforms into like half of a Winnebago.
I love it. This when this showed up on the Discord, I was popping off because the fact that they call this vehicle mode, right? And then that this is just vehicle and vehicle trailer mode, and the trailer on its own is just the container.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
I feel like I would feel better about that if it was just facing the other way. Like that's just the weird greeble stuff hanging out the back of a tour bus.
No, the cockpit's up there.
Yeah.
Logo's saying Big Bad Toy Store dropped it to 200. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, they probably should. Otherwise, why would anyone order there, right? I guess. But yeah, no, Roboliker, I also love that they Rodimus coded this thing. Because, like, that's who I would pick. Alright, so IDW Transformers in Robot Mode preview from Transformers number 3. So we get to see Transformers in Robot. Look at that! It's a bunch of Transformers in Robot! This was exciting back then. Yeah, I like the EJ Sue art. Makes me happy. Okay, Long River says they've also changed the text underneath to includes tariff surcharge. Yeah, they got their whole approach to that stuff. Long was, I feel Neki Basara would have a truck jet thing like that. Yeah, I think that tracks. I can't say I'm actually like pre-ordering Basara Prime because I went through it this year. I just finished writing and almost finished producing the video actually for Adamus Machina Rodimus, but like I went through it for the first 3 prongs of T-Spark to do King X Kaiser and Adamus Machina Rodimus and Diabattles X1. And I think that was probably not the best idea in hindsight. And I did it once, so now I gotta hold off a little bit. Who won? Who won the wall plaque? Nepotism! What's... future TFW podcaster Omegas Prime won the Autobot wall plaque. I wonder if he still has it. Someone should clip this and send it to TJ. And then have TJ turn it into a daily YouTube video. I think that would be cool. Griff, I'm going to go confront him about it. You! Where's your free wall plaque? Alright, upcoming Transformers collector events. DutchBotCon. There was no DutchBotCon in 2005. It's been rescheduled 2006. Foros de Transformers Hispanos is having a Transformers convention in Madrid. And then the annual Canadian Transformers Con is scheduled for April 29, 2006. Nevermore tracking the Binaltech story. Binaltech story was pretty fun to follow in the 2000s. Cybertron Galvatron, beautiful toy, beautiful toy. Love this thing. Content update, a whole bunch more reviews. Logos, Hodete 05 is sure a choice. What does it mean? What is it? That's well outside my wheelhouse. Me and my Romance languages go about as far as bits and pieces of French I learned before grade 9. And whatever. And I guess, is German a Romance language? I never remember. I always forget what the Romance languages actually are.
No, Romance languages are all the languages what came from Rome. So that's like anything that's Latin based. So Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, French.
That makes
bits and bobs of English.
That makes a lot more sense than, because I never heard the context or etymology for the phrase Romance language, so I kind of was like, you mean like Pepe Le Pew? Like you mean like oh my darling, oh Tish, that's French. No. Logan's saying Hodete roughly translates to go F yourself.
Yep.
Oh. Rosetta is saying German is a Germanic language. I guess that tracks.
Yeah. Romanian is the other.
I forgot
major
Germanic
one.
was another term that applies here.
Yeah, Portuguese, Spanish, Catalan, Occitan, French, Italian, Romanian.
Oh, I know a little Italian. I know how to say "posso registrarmo," because that's when you go to a hotel and you're saying, "Can I register?"
Sardinian is related all up through Vulgar Latin.
I wish I'd learned Vulgar Latin. That sounds fun.
Yeah. Well, Classical Latin is like the old
Paid
medical
Latin.
and science Latin that was the smart people Latin, and then Vulgar Latin was the Latin of the masses that was the actual language that got used.
I just realized I think I have the Cybertron version of Wingsaber, because I don't think mine has gold chrome. I forgot. I forgot entirely that there was a difference between them. But it's saying here it's different because the Galaxy Force version had gold chrome instead of the yellow. New Transformers G.I. Joe crossover from Devil's Due in March 2006. I don't remember if that happened. Or was that the BET one? The Transformers Collectors Club forum is online. This was a thing, if I remember.
Yeah, well,
thing.
this was like part of what they announced heavily when they got it, was that they were going to have an exclusive forum only for members. Day one it was going to be up. And here we are in month 12 of them having the license and only just getting a forum online that was like barely put together. And especially in this era, it was, I remember a bunch of talk of like, yeah, you just go to vBulletin and you download the thing and you throw it on a computer that's connected to the internet and you've got a forum. Why the hell is it taking them so long to do? Just like, minimum viable product this thing and go from there. But it was...
You gotta do it dang right.
Yeah, it was not that. They had to wait for Brian's son to get done with the custom Event Man software to then make custom web form software or something.
Sorry, I got photos of a Tactics showing up in the alternate chat that I must share. But yeah, I remember there was a long build up to that forum launching, and then when it launched, people were like, "This is it."
Yeah.
Ninjatron is on a train at this hour. What are you on a mission? So here's a Tactics RC. Here is a Tactics Minicon. One of the Star Saber Minicons in G1 Predacon colors. Neat deco. Then here we go. We've got the comparison Sonic Bomber to Wingsaber. See, I'm pretty sure I have Wingsaber. I might be wrong. I gotta double check when I get back out west again. I didn't realize the wings were... Are they this different color? Or no, it's just there's a bunch of stuff in front of them. Never mind.
No, I feel like that's darker as well. Like, compare that to the the in and out of package photos from the front page. Like, I think that the US one might just be that the photography is a little bit different for what the white balance is from like T-Former's photo. Yeah, that photo there. Yeah, it might just be the white balance difference. Because I was looking at T-Formers while you had yours up, and it seemed like the darks on that one with the chrome are much darker.
Yeah. Transformers.com update. New instructions online. I bet those instructions are still buried on the Hasbro website somewhere. Because
I know that we found some of them before.
Yeah.
The link just takes you to like the generic Hasbro, like, here's all of our lines page. But I know that we've had one before that was like a direct link to a PDF, and it pulled it up, and we were shocked.
We're just a cute little toy company. Here's the things we make. Cover pencils to Devil's Due, G.I. Joe vs. Transformers Volume 3. Okay, this must be the one with Serpentor. I see the Serpentor looking arm there.
Mm-hmm.
First for Figures SD Magnus, new limited edition Diaclone version, which will be limited to 100. I remember this is like something about this. I keep saying I might be wrong because I might be wrong. I just keep this all is bringing back these waves of sensations of like something bad is about to happen. I don't know why. Here's what the black and white reissue Astro Train looked like in the commemorative series packaging with a Hasbro Toy Shop receipt back there. I forgot that's what they looked like. Cybertron Starscream wins the iParenting Award. Okay. Oh, whatever that means, we're not too sure.
We're not too sure.
Yeah. But it got a sticker on the box. What's up with Big Bad Toy Store in December 2005? New liter-sized Galvatron has arrived. There's a few pieces left. New Wave 1 minicons also arrived. Wave 2 should be here in under 2 weeks. Each is available for $5.49. The vintage department has a variety of G.I. Joe, Macross, and Japanese G1 Transformers. Yeah, we talked about that last stream. I was like, man, does anyone remember? Does anyone recall Big Bad Toy Store's vintage toys department? Alternators returning to Canada. Oh, Paramount buying film studio DreamWorks from Yahoo News. Los Angeles. Paramount Pictures on Sunday agreed to buy independent film studio DreamWorks Incorporated for nearly $1 billion cash in a deal designed to help both companies reverse their troubled fortunes. DreamWorks currently has the right to produce the new live-action Transformers movie, which is also set to be distributed through Paramount. The sale merger should not negatively affect the movie in relation to company rights being conflated. However, Paramount is paying $775 million for DreamWorks, along with assuming $825 million in debt. How they are going to proceed with future projects, including the Transformers movie, and what type of cash flow or risk they will be willing to infuse in them is yet to be seen. No word on whether future projects could or would be delayed due to the merger was mentioned either. Good news is, upon completion of the deal, expected to close early next year, Paramount would sign new employment agreements with Spielberg as a producer and director, and Geffen, who will become chairman of DreamWorks. Spielberg and Geffen will be responsible for producing 4 to 6 live-action movies a year, Paramount said. The move will increase its overall annual production to between 14 and 16 titles annually. DreamWorks will be given the same budget it has always enjoyed to make its films, and Spielberg will retain the same freedom he has had to partner with other studios, to work on projects that interest him, Geffen said. I forgot entirely about this entire little
me too.
Little hop and skip that happened during all this. Omander saying the 07 movie basically cleared that debt for him. Yeah, they then went on to make multi-billion-dollar Transformers films. Maybe that's why they also just kept like the machine turning as long as possible.
Look, we turn this crank, money pops out the other end. We're not going to question how and why.
Yeah. Michael Bay, no, listen, come back. We'll make you a producer, too.
Yeah.
Help bring the joy of Christmas to needy children this holiday. So this is especially on the back of Hurricanes Katrina and Rita, doing a Toys for Tots thing. Transformers Cybertron toys arrive in the United Kingdom in Glenrothes, Fife, Scotland. It was Scourge and Jetfire for $24.99. Actually, these few announcements. Them funny robots. 25% off all Transformers at Toys R Us. Who's in the flyer?
Gotta get that Christmas money. It's like the leader, Starscream, and Scourge again.
Yeah. Just in time for that last-minute gift for your favorite trans fan. Robot Lord Keeper Fife mentioned. Star Wars Transformers Wave 2 at Hasbro.com. Cybertron Minicon 2-packs Wave 3 images. Oh, look at all of them. You can make a new Energon Saber out of these. In evil colors.
Then
Micromaster
the
Railbots.
weapon set in Autobot.
Oh yeah, they
right?
turned
That's
into
what those other three were. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a big rifle, a double chain gun thing, and a missile pack.
Yeah, the car on the bottom like turned into a gun in the most convoluted way possible. So it was like sideways.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Evil Gone Saber. Universe Micromaster Railbots now available through kbtoys.com. Identified recently as last stream by Aaron as kind of expensive now.
Yeah. Yeah, for what originally were like $3 per or something.
New episodes of Cybertron airing in New Zealand. Clarification about the Takara-Tomy merger and their Hasbro partnership. An article on Zinc Panic, classic site, gives us some clarifications what fans, for fans that were wondering what effects would have on the relationship with Hasbro and ultimately Transformers. Regarding overseas sales, the direct foreign market pipeline developed by Tomy will continue to be leveraged and expanded, while franchises that are currently sold through the partnership with Hasbro will stand. Noting that the Hasbro partnership isn't dramatically profitable, Toriyama says profits derived via Hasbro are stable, and the partner model is more effective than direct sales at this time. But yeah, it is not dramatically profitable. Transformers were not, like, changing... fortunes for Takara back then.
Yet.
Yeah, yet. Roberto Orsi states RC has been cut from the Transformers movie. I hope all those who hate RC will be gracious to those who love her. And to all those who wanted to see her, you should know the decision was not based on a mere dislike of the character, nor an attempt to defeminize the franchise. The decision is, at this point, story-driven. It's because you have too many characters.
Yeah,
probably what the thing was.
Maybe also didn't want to introduce robot love issues. We can maybe deal with that later.
I think it was also because she's a bike. It just made her like a different element to interact with in post or something like that. Like,
would she have even been a bike at this point though? I don't remember.
She was definitely a bike because they finished a toy of her.
Okay.
So I think she was a bike up until this cut happened. Reissue anime Generation 1 Galvatron has been released. But no, what I remember is the 07 RC toy was based on like whatever state she happened to be in before the cut happened. Chaos Muffin Collection Showcase. Look at that shelf.
Chaos Muffin, that's a name.
I'm eyeballing some stuff here. Something about the placement of Trypticon makes me feel like he's squatting, but I know he's not. For figures Delta, man. I don't know why I'm so fixated on this thing.
Is it because you wanted one desperately and couldn't get it or something?
No, I was not terribly interested other than it coming from the board contest.
It repeatedly showed up on the front page, and you didn't care about it at all.
I thought it was neat. I'm not a statue person. But yeah, there's what the evil Gon saber looks like, and there's the weird. See the weird gun? So awkward.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little weird guy. Oh, here we go. Design and location scouting in progress for the Transformers movie. Line producer Ian Bryce has posted on Don Murphy's message board that stating that designing and location scouting has begun. Hello, all. Lots of design and location scouting going on at present. Exploring locations all over US and elsewhere. Many states offering filming rebates, incentives, checking all out. Many cool designs already. Very excited. Design team includes Jeff Mann, Terminator 3, and many great illustrators who have worked on many big studio films. Also have full location staff and starting set designs. ILM, Lucas's visual effect house, also working with us on elements of the robot design. Things moving forward, working on budget. Hiring will accelerate in January. Aiming for summer filming, may film one sequence early in April. As the palpable slime of foam starts just pouring out of his mouth while he's talking. That is an accurate imitation of line producer Ian Bryce. Thank you. So anyway, yeah, that's what they're up to. Solicitations for G.I. Joe vs. Transformers: The Art of War. Joe Ng is back on Transformers. Oh, look at that cover. That's for what, the Gathering, the Reckoning, the first IDW Beast Wars thing. Logos. I'm going to get asked what I'm watching. Listen, I just rolled with whatever was coming through my mind as I read those sentences. All the ellipses did that to me. I don't know how else to put it. It was just the constant dots. Style and Online holiday newsletter. ReproLabels.com. Create a Transformers faction symbol contest. Help decide an official Transformers product. G1 chess set. Oh no. Oh, it's the same company.
Yeah. Is this the chess set that everything went poorly on, or is this? No, that was much more recent. It was
that
the
was
chess
the
set
Kickstarter
that everything went
Yeah.
very poorly on. Yeah, that's right. And somebody outside is putting a lot of money into fireworks while it is still bright out.
It's the 3rd of July.
Yeah. Oh, I know, and I can I can still see blue sky in the sky. So it's not even like it's starting to get dark outside and it's twilight or something. No, it's still mostly daylight outside, and it's a chain of fireworks.
If I recall correctly, was this anime reissue Galvatron also the beginning of the Lilac era for Galvatron? I know someone has brought this up before.
Yes. If not, it's early. Because the one that we saw before was the very purple.
Yeah. This is reissue Anime Color's first look. It's just this side shot.
Yeah. As far as fireworks go, since the chat's talking a little bit about it, this neighborhood has been much better than my old neighborhood. My old neighborhood, 2 blocks away, was a parking lot where people would buy a container's worth of fireworks, set up a tent, and sell them. And every Friday, when people would get paid, they would go and put a significant portion of their pay, I think, into that tent, and then fire off fireworks for the whole of the weekend, leaving our 3 dogs at the time, and then 2, and then 1, quivering mess of paranoia over time. Moving to this neighborhood, it was better. I say was.
Yeah. We still have some of that around, even downtown here around Canada Day. Downtown is so weird because it's like there's nowhere to do it. But then I remember when I thought that at first, I was like, I looked outside and I saw people shooting them from their balconies. And I was like, oh, that's how. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just using your balcony as a turret. I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the eHobby exclusive Laser Ultra Magnus. Beautiful colorway. In what can only be described as beating a dead horse, burying it, then digging it back up to beat it again. Digging it back up to beat it again. Digging it back up to beat it again. It's a good phrase. We have a new Convoy repainted as Ultra Magnus. Them Funny Robots 89 is on there. I see some Banff. Featuring a crossover with the X-Men. I bet Seth used Google Translate for that German.
Probably. Well, this is 2005. This would be Babelfish.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this one has been archived.
This would be babelfish.altavista.com, if I remember right.
Did the images get archived?
If the images didn't get archived, that will be a lot less useful.
It did.
Okay.
It's maybe just 2 images. Pasting it in
That
there,
tracks.
and then in. Oh nope, more are coming. More are coming. Very slow loading.
Okay, we're back to dark blue.
Well, it's pictures. It really doesn't matter.
Oh, this was this was the classic, like, why does Professor X the action figure have leg articulation whole conversation that stemmed from Wizard Publishing way back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the 2000s. I'm still really sure that this is Babelfish translated German. I'm challenging Seth on whether or not he actually spoke enough German back then.
And the links above it actually will load.
Really?
Previous ones, yeah.
This is what happened when I dragged in the link off of the YouTube chat. I didn't realize that they have their own interim thing.
Okay.
I will go to site. Oh, I see. Yeah, the whole when worlds collide thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like a leaf on the... Whoa, that's the right era for that, isn't it?
Yeah, that is.
Oh, that's from South Park. I was going to say, why is Saddam Hussein in this one person's signature pick?
Again, it's of an era.
I also really like this MS Paint MS Paint Bah is half the battle. Oh, it's so weird seeing, like, signature pictures. Anyway, I'm gonna move on from that stuff. I guess why the hate for fireworks is mostly, like, as time goes on and you watch more and more people who shouldn't have explosive anything near their persons, and that they're setting off fireworks for like 6 days straight, both before and after the event. I have come to fall on the side of people who say, what if we just shot all the fireworks on the one day at one scheduled event that is run by professionals?
Yeah. What's fun is every year my city puts up a Facebook post multiple times. The city of the police of the city, the fire department of the city, whatever else of the city will put up a post saying like, hey, in the city, these are the acceptable times to fire off fireworks. And it is the week of the 4th of July and from, you know, dusk until 10 o'clock or whatever, or 11 o'clock, and then on the 4th of July until 1 in the morning, whatever. Okay, those are reasonable times. But then, like, the first year that fireworks tent was set up down the street from the house, I called multiple times, and I got, oh, we'll send a patrol officer that way, but if they don't see anything, they can't really stop anything. And it's like, well, then, like, I'm not doing it to, like, super narc and I want somebody to go to jail, but at the same time, it's like 3 in the morning. Their fireworks are still going off, and it's, not even July yet. Come on. Surely somebody can do anything about this. And getting a, well, I mean, it happens. Meanwhile, you have 3 dogs on the bed trying to vibrate through it.
Did I don't think, unless you met someone else, I don't think either of us had hate for Laser Magnus. I like that deco.
Yeah, no. Pricey, that photo itself looked kind of MS Paint color filled in, but it's an early... it's a pre-order thing early on. Yeah,
I really like the I like the colorway. I like the pattern. I wish it was colder, but I got mostly just nice things to say about Laser Magnus.
TFW wrote it as hey, yet again a new Convoy that's just repainted.
Oh, that whole thing. Yeah, I think it's just they were going like, check it out. They're repainting Optimus Prime white and blue, and they are calling him Ultra Magnus. Could be a pattern. MJM, my state says no fireworks because the state will catch on fire. Guess what people are doing anyway? Yeah.
That too for fireworks. Like we have had years where it's like, hey, we've not gotten any rain in nearly geological time frame. How about you don't try burning things down?
There's a feeling of kindling that connects to my lawn full of kindling. If we could,
yeah.
I was enamored by, like, I know that we still have case assortments, but just like, dang, like a case assortment of 8 Cybertron Deluxes still just has such a look to it.
Yeah, and these are the case assortments that I feel like were frequently the cause of the, like, surge and glut, because you'd have a collector like me that'd go, wow, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 toys that I want. I'm going to be dumb and buy the whole case at the store when I see it. And then it'd either be nothing there and the store panic orders something, or a bunch of people would be like, oh, I like everything except for that buzzsaw because it looks like garbage. And then you'd end up with 7 buzzsaws, but that's not enough for the store to say, hey, let's order a new case.
Where's this buzzsaw hate coming from? Holy moly! If we're gonna dunk on one of these, it's Runabout. Okay, like I know they did a new head and everything, but like, Strange 4, what's up? Yeah, it's even the color spread is gorgeous. You know what, the Transformers movie not being filmed in Vancouver, Canada, that bummed me out, because I was like, I want to see the stupid cars driving around outside in my province with the doesn't really matter that much.
Hey, I know people that were in Chicago during the filming in Chicago and said it was neat for about 12 seconds, and then it was like, oh, all of these roads are closed for this.
In the year 2005, my perspective had not yet been horrifically tarnished by Vancouver getting the Olympics.
Oh, yeah.
Part 2. Official Transformers chess set discussion, Part 2. Now they have one more question. Would you spend more, around $175, for a fully realized, extremely varied chess set, or would you want to spend less up front, around $100, and have the option to purchase newer pieces at a later time?
Oh, see, this is. I feel like there may have been some hink with this one as well.
Yeah,
because that's always the way that it is with chess sets. Of like, hey, you can have the king and queen on both sides of those. Because I know that I've seen it for other franchises have had like the collector chess set things, and then it gets down to like well, what do we do as the pawns? I don't know.
It's like,
and
I can sense it on the wind.
yeah, DLC chess. Yes, Dynamo Dave. Like, and very much that sort of thing, because it's like, okay, well, you know, you can do the big splashy things and have it trickle out over time. And then it's like, okay, well, now we have to have 8 of the same thing twice. Blah.
Check out this haul here of the first wave of 10th Anniversary Beast Wars and the 2 new alternators all at once. That walking out of a store with a bag full of these 5 toys would have been a good time.
Receipt in the picture as going along with the CRT.
Receipt in the picture. Yes, the receipt is in the picture. Thumbs up. There's so much about this that I love. This crumpled piece of paper sitting there. It's like, I put the receipt in the picture. And yeah, the CRT monitor too is kind of getting me here. Dust your keyboard wrist rest, please. That might just be light glare. Maybe.
Or one of those old like pleather topped wrist rest things that just was shedding itself.
Yeah, I don't. It also could just be dirty. Who did this? This was Zao Zaux from Nashville, Tennessee. Big Bad Toy Store sponsor update. 12/23 deliveries available by UPS Ground. Scout Class Wave 5, Swindle and Swerve. I think I have these. I remember, like, I ended up with them because they were on sale somewhere. If I recall correctly.
Did I close? I closed my archive.org.
Alternators knockoff Roadbot Galleries. I vaguely recall these. I think calling these alternators knockoffs was maybe like, I mean, it's not wrong, but
I'm trying to. Those had like a similar feel to like what alternators was trying to do.
yeah.
But and it was coming out at the same time. It was like the same time, similar scale. So I think that's why a lot of people were calling them like alternators
Yeah.
knockoffs, because it was
two
trying to run the same path.
Yeah. So I remember these. I remember, like, at the time I was like, knockoffs, and I looked at them and I was like, I just don't, like, I see the even in some places the inspiration. I just felt like these actually more so just feel like they're just trying to make 2 toys that resemble them, not like they stole one and like altered the mold or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lorekeeper. Yeah, the upside down wheel wells and shoulder pads thing like sticks out a lot. But I think those 2 were, if I remember right, like they ended up mostly being original, just very derivative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they weren't nearly as in depth.
Oh, I remember them being
as memory serves.
I remember them being hunk ass toys, just like,
yeah.
And they were like packaged in robot mode in this just big splat of a box. Also shipping this week is the Decepticon logo wall plaque. I wonder if TJ has one of those. The Allspark has acquired a review of the test shot of Cybertron Menasor. So this was the leak path for a while. Is you'd have someone who bought a test shot and then wrote their name on it. Reviewed by Bane Reese.
It's got some weird like dazzle color scheme paint on it.
I was gonna say this
can't tell what his lines are.
This looks almost like just there were some bits of another like plastic pellet mixed in with the white when they shot this test shot. They're just like,
maybe I'm trying to see if any of those go across like the mold lines, across the pieces.
Yeah.
Or if it's
Timu's saying roadbots are still going strong. So I mean, are roadbots now the giant Optimus and Bumblebees I keep seeing at Toys? Or is that someone else? I'm curious now. Oh, Griff has pictures of their second place winning faction symbol from the Repro Labels contest.
Oh, that's cool.
This is the only picture that currently exists. Okay, I'm going to drag that up. It's going to be very small. So I'll blow it up a little bit. Oh, yeah, snow mission decos would be fun mimicry. Oh, Robo Lorekeeper, just realizing the Allspark was called that before the movie. Yes! If I remember correctly, the Allspark was born from the old BWTF... Not BWTF, sorry. What were Renaud's forums called? Anyway, there used to be a Beast Wars forum.
Oh, yeah.
Run by a dude called Renaud, who apparently ran the place kind of tyrannically, so people, like, split out of there. And I think that was the birth of the Allspark. If I recall correctly. Big Bot, that's it. Thank you, Valkysis. Yeah, bigbot.net, I think. And then, like, Renaud ran the place as though it was the only message board on the internet for a while, and it was kind of a running gag that, like, Big Bot was, like, this weird, like, other continent on the internet.
Yeah.
But I believe that is where the Allspark spawned from, were people basically fleeing Big Bot because they were tired of Renaud. So, yeah, that's why there was the beast connotation.
That's memories of a frequent tale of early message boards and how things would come together or go apart. Of, like, well, this guy's getting too big for his britches, whatever, or all that.
Griff, if anyone remembers the Cyber Fembot ARC, this was tied to that. Was that the Perfect Effect one? Because I do recall that. Valkyrie saying, Big Bot's still up last I checked. Oh, dang. Hell yeah. My understanding is Renaud turned a leaf eventually, and kind of like... What I vaguely recall is Renaud sort of acquiesced to reality. that there is a wider internet and there's no point moderating against its existence or something. This is all very vague memories. Same guy, ARC was his very first 3P figure. Huh. Dang. But also, yeah, I would love to see more, like, Arctic camo style colorways, especially with chunky Transformers. I think it would look very cool. Oh, was that the bead stand one? Yeah, okay. Because that one, the stand on that thing, I remember was a source of very immature jokes for a while.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, brain took a while to spool. Like, what are you talking about?
Imagine a chain of large beads that mount into the butt.
Yeah.
And that was the imagery of that stand going around for a while. Transformers Decepticon Motion Globe. Not snow is never heard of it. $125, limited to 1,000 pieces.
Yeah, I don't think this is one that you'd, like, pick up and shake.
Yeah. Even more Legends of Cybertron. Oh, yeah, the Sunstorm version. Yeah, no, because if it's the bead stand one, that's like a standalone company that I think went away very quickly, if I recall correctly. Because that was neither Perfect Effects bike version nor the Ocular Max or reformatted ones. Bill Stows and Games with some of the packaged pictures of Beast Wars 10th anniversary with the printed image disc now that says Code of Hero, not the CDR 700 megabytes.
Well, our photo with the peeling wrist rest had DVDs in them.
Oh, I was too distracted by the crumpled receipt.
Yeah.
Here are some Cybertron Galvatrons on a shelf in Texas at a Walmart. What a sight. The cover to issue 2 of Beast Wars IDW by Don Figueroa. Yeah, he was drawing a Magmatron real nice. Star Wars Transformers Wave 1 released to retail. Dragon X76 of T-Fans with the big Walmart receipt. Items sold too. You went to Walmart and just bought 2 Star Wars Transformers. I've been there. Did not feel great when you got home. 12-page preview of Beast Wars number 1. Hot dang. Oh, toys are showing up. They're slowing the news crawl.
I was just sitting there looking at that one frame from Beast Wars issue 1. I remember how much I liked that because I had a lot of the non-show Beast Wars toys from that first wave, just as like how young Aaron got Beast Wars toys.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just a brief moment hit of like, oh yeah, dang.
I like this image of unknown characters at the Transformers Club website. This image is still up on the Transformers Club website. It's in here somewhere. I know I saw that when I was clicking all the buttons. Is it with Contact Us? No. Is it with Club Toys? What about benefits? Fiction. Surely fiction. Nope. Magazine. FAQ. I thought I saw that short round somewhere on here.
Maybe.
Anyway, probably in here somewhere. Giant Evil Sea Spray. That is correct. New alternators images of Optimus Prime, Roll Bar, and Ricochet. Scheduled to begin shipping in April 2006. Comics fan interview relating to Transformers and the revision to Death's Head. Super weird. Oh, here's the Cybertron Deluxe 2-packs. Buy one, get one free. Yeah. This is Aaron. This is what you were talking about before. This is the big pouch card.
Yeah. Where there was specifically, I remember helping the Hartmans hunt for, like, if there were any variants, because like it'd be an end cap with just these, and it would be, I want to say it was mostly like this. It'd be like 80% overrides and snarls, and then there'd be a couple of like mixed differently. Yeah. There was one wave. There was one iteration. I don't remember if it was Cybertron or Energon or Armada when they were doing these, but where it could be like they didn't even have like left or right, like all the overrides would be on the left and all the snarls would be on the right, like this one is, and it'd just be mix or match.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why they were, maybe that's the way that it was for the earliest ones, where they were just grabbing any random two so long as they weren't the same. And there was thought of like, okay, if it's the same but flopped over when we know that they're just grabbing two and tossing it, is that actually a package variation, or does this fall within whatever? And it was very deep into the like weeds of how do we even track this. Yeah, Timu, it's just regular cards. That is a Transformer Cybertron override and a Transformer Cybertron snarl, and then that bonus figure package thing is just one side printed, wrapped over it, taped on 3 sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not nearly as bespoke as the tiny tins.
Yeah.
Now here is, I guess, the finish shots of Tiny Snarl. Yeah. Yeah, the Justy Toys Dinobots are a very fine set of pieces if you can find them, in my opinion. They're just the G1 toys, but smaller. Each one with a diecast hunk somewhere. I think they turned out well. Here's the trailer set up with Laser Magnus.
Yeah. Again, these photos super feel like we just took a photo of the existing thing and we've tried to do, like, you can clearly see it on that top line. We just drew a line in MS Paint.
Yeah, it's like tinted.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's figure preview. That's where it was. Sorry, Logos just got the link. Yeah, that's where I knew I saw it somewhere. It's here on figure preview with the unknown characters. Yeah, the other one's Cannonball. Yeah, here the sneak preview of the 2005 box set. Still available on transformersclub.com/figurepreview.cfm. G.I. Joe versus Transformers Art of War #1. Yeah, this is... I remember that being if that is the one I'm thinking of, I remember that being an interesting little read. Beast Wars Reborn. So yeah, so some of our first looks at these. I have these. The Megatron head is just like, it's just a little bit goofy the way they ended up doing it in 3 dimensions, but the Optimus Primal head is so good. Along with the like more show looking ape or gorilla face. Ricochet Rollbar, Rat Trap. For Cybertron Beast Planet Cyber Key Map. I assume these are floating around on the aftermarket now. It's just like, you know, hey, do you want to buy the maps? We got them all strapped together in an envelope.
Yeah, because they all, like, the 4 planets all made, like, a big poster in the end, I want to say.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
First 4 figures, sneak peeks of busts for Optimus Primal and Dinobot. Yeah, I feel like there's a bad ending to this, but it's gonna keep bugging me until I see it one way or the other. Profiles, Palisades, Devastator statue images. I guess this is the box. Yeah, the weird squat statue. Noise Maze mass production type DVD exclusive figure info. Here we go. The price point for the figure is around 120 USD. Sad. I wish I had some of these. Such a good colorway.
Yeah.
Scorp in the midst of catching up. What's the 2025 toy doing in that photo? Well, occasionally we are getting modern Amazon ads as a very weird time slip element of this whole thing. Cybertron episode starting January 23rd on Cartoon Network. We're about to cross the Christmas threshold. Pepsi Convoy profile translation.
Hey, we can look at a bunch of old sealed cans of soda again.
Oh, hell yeah.
By the way, I showed Alfie that little section with the like $400,000 can of Michael Jackson Coke, and her response was about the same as ours when we saw that. Like, what the what? Why?
Yeah, that was a weird little journey. It was fun though. Yeah. This is by the way, this is what the Roadbot alternate modes looked like. The Toyotas, I believe. Well, more the
that was a Ford.
Realizing there are a bunch of Toyotas, but then also precisely one Ford, which is also 1:12 scale. I forgot that they had 2 scales.
118 and 112. It looks like.
Yeah. Then for the row, it's been carried on into the holiday season with Evangelion. First close-up images of Alternator's Ricochet. RepLabels.com now offering ancient Transformers symbols. Based on ancient Autobot symbols and the E-Hobby Overcharge Quintesson symbols and the ancient Decepticon symbols seen on TV. First Pepsi Convoy gallery at TFcon.
Next to a Coke can.
No, next to it, just next. It's blurred. You can't tell. Oh,
it's blurred. It's blurred. So is that the genitals of the Coke can is there?
That is where that is biblically where a Coke can's genital triangle does reside.
Okay.
Coca-Cola. Spike Witwicky to be in the 2007 Transformers film. Are we past this point? Shouldn't we be past this point by now? Anyway, hope you're all looking forward to seeing Spike Witwicky in the 2007 Transformers film. As he looks right here.
Yeah. Again, exactly as G1.
Yep. Can't wait to see that hard hat. It's going to be a good time. Here's Wave 2 Star Wars Transformers. They still got the spinny disc. Alternators roll bar test shot in alt mode specifically. Magazine updates. It's probably just going to be this photograph of Primus.
Hold straight to fan.jp, so even if it was tagged, it'll be nearly impossible.
Cybertron downshift image. Who took this? Not sure, but he's chilling out on a piece of paper. And here's the base mode for Laser Magnus. Again, yeah, extremely Photoshop tinted. Cybertron Supreme Starscream clearance has begun. Reports coming in as low as $22.48 at Target.
God, $23, let's say, for what it'd be. I don't know, what would you even call that price point now? That's something beyond Commander.
It's close,
but
maybe.
Not quite Titan.
Well, the new Titan class, it could be close to.
Yeah, the new Titan class.
It does, yeah. Supreme. I mean, back in the day, we called that Supreme class. Aaron, I need to actually grab some water. My mouth is drying out. Can you entertain the people?
See, I was smart and preloaded my liter bottle of water.
Yeah, I preloaded something, but then I drank it all.
Because Alfie is at martial arts this evening, so I figured it would probably be smart to do it all for myself rather than beg her while she's watching YouTube videos of spooky ghost stories or unsolved crime stuff or unsolved ghost crime stories or unsolved crime ghost stories, or I'm trying to buy you the time to go and get your water rather than continue to talk to you. So
I was just gonna say, I was waiting for you to finish your point so I could say, like, I'm gonna pass the talking stick over to you, Aaron. Don't ban everybody.
Hey.
I'll be right back.
Wait, I had that option before. Nobody was spam posting, so I had left the gun where it was. But yeah, coming up on the end of the year. So now the important thing, and what we might farm to everybody that's watched all of these, have there been any good points that we need to, hey, Timu, guess what? I joked about it. You go in timeout for 5 minutes. There you go. Yeah, are there any points where that we've hit through these that we should bring up on our panel next week? So TFcon exclusive has just been the has there just been the one shown so far, or have there been more? Because I know that I saw the first one and I was very meh on, just because, okay, if it's just that one so far, Huntsman, yeah, so for the repaint, no, the thing that I actually just pre-ordered was the Big Bad Toy Store mask, like 4-pack. That's actually kind of a 5-pack because they have an exclusive thing because it's mask, and that's a weak spot. That even if they're just like they somehow found those 4 Kenner molds and made slightly better versions of the mask dudes, like, oh boy, that yeah, Huntsman was the double dude yeah, the $300 plus bundle long was here, because that is those are like the 4 iconic ones. When somebody says or thinks of mask, those are the ones that I would say frequently come to mind, short of maybe the orange bad guy car and the purple bad guy motorcycle with sidecar. Yeah, they are pricey. I discussed it briefly with Alfie, and she said, "Hey, mask was your thing, right?" And I said, "Yeah, it is." She's like, "Yeah, you should probably pre-order it." You gave me a hard time about pre-ordering some stuff for me, so I'm gonna give you a hard time if you don't pre-order this. And I said, "Okay, thanks. Thanks for clearing 300 some odd dollars of pre-orders." And then she said, "Wait, what?" Hi,
Yeah.
bud. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I've got water.
Okay, good.
I'm ready to hydrate. Several eBay sellers from Hong Kong with new images of Pepsi Convoy in their auctions indicate that Takara's Pepsi Convoy has now been released. It took till after there was no Xmas post anywhere along here. I just realized.
Yeah, we just skipped right past it. I feel like.
Yeah, there was no
click
TFW going like Santa Claus is in his sleigh.
Yeah, no, it
Cybertron.
was. Well, no, it was. It was Merry Christmas, Them Funny Robots number 90.
Oh.
But Buzzbeak did it for us.
Oh, well, thank you, Buzzbeak, wherever you are out there. Thank you. Transformers coming to G4 TV. Huh? Action Blast. Fast-paced animation featuring Transformers. Live-action fun with kaiju. I never had G4 TV. I don't know what this was.
What G4? That's not like G4 is one of those things that's been like multiple iterations of different things, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy. We got an update on what Happywell, who makes Roadbots, is up to right now. I'm going to share these. That's pretty incredible. Have you ever heard of A War in the Stars? That can also transform?
Xbot Transform Jetbot. That looks
Have you
very
ever,
much like another fiction. Yeah,
have you
these
ever
are
won a piece of junk from a gambling smuggler? Ignore the bottom. And then maybe thought to yourself, what if it could also transform? I like the colors, actually. They're pretty nice. But yeah, apparently that is what they're up to right now. I hear he's a scruffy.
Yeah, I was going to say
Nerf herder.
G4 is the gamers channel. Yeah. But I didn't know if that was G4 TV was the same as the G4 TV, is the different G4 TV.
Also, what's Action Blast? What was it? What did it end up being?
Probably just the like the slow shot show slot, like Toonami or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing they just had like Transformers and some old
Like,
Godzilla or something.
Here's the 2-hour block where we just have licensed stuff that we throw in and just go with it, whatever.
In the midst of it somewhere, some on-screen personality just dunks on Japanese RPGs.
Yeah.
There was what was it? There was either a feature I saw or a thread somewhere where they were like, the strange racism of G4 TV with regards to Japan, and like, it was wild. I was like, damn, this was the 2000s, wasn't it? It's when
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ruby says you'll find out on January 2nd. No, Logan says you'll find out January 2nd, 2006. Ruby says they played Transformers, Battle Beta Man, and I think some Beyblade. What was the kaiju then? So there was book titles, more reviews, sponsor update, repro labels, contest, reminder, YTV footage from Transformers Con 2005. Damn, I didn't know YTV covered TFcon like multiple times. YTV is classic. I wonder if that's on YouTube somewhere. Beyblades had kaijus in them, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, Legend of Cybertron test shots again. I'm still kind of, now that we have images back, I like seeing these old, like, potato shot leak images. New Transformers music video, Fuel of War, set to Metallica's Fuel, and based on the Beast Wars. Takara's BT-17 Ginrai and BTA-04 Black Convoy canceled, yes, but they will return in a mere 3 years. So we did have the 2-packs in Canada. Okay. Oh, the end of 2005, a year in review. Another year has come and gone, and for us here at TFW 2005, it was always something we had been looking forward to, our little nerdgasm regarding the fact that the year 2005, the year that the original Transformers movie took place in, the time period that Tony Bacala decided to name the site after so many years ago, was finally here, and now it's gone. So join us as we look back at everything from the fuzzy world to Don Murphy's threat of a lawsuit against us to personal celebrations of people in the Transformers community as we say goodbye to the year 2005 and hello to the year 2006. Yeah, that Windows XP date and time settings window. Yeah.
So there is an archive.org of kickback doop bop bop, pasting for the chat, pasting in alternate chat of,
let me have a look at this,
of kickback with his I convinced people to write TFW 2005 on their boobs avatar title.
Oh yeah. Hang on. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on your stance on many things, this thread is not about the end of TFW 2005, but more appropriately, the end of the year 2005, and what a year it has been. From the Transformer side of things, we had the biggest news of the year with the revelation of the Primus action figure, along with all the leaked images that helped end friendships and associations, not even kidding. Yes, there were fights about leaks even back then, even though it was just this, like, potato photos on eBay stuff. We had the Collectors Club and the first ever official Transformers BotCon convention with plenty of overly hyped opinions about the figures and the convention itself. We had Transformers the movie news, of course, with Don Murphy and his forums going online. There were a number of other things that happened in the mention of Murphy's name, such things like board wars and his threatening of a lawsuit against TFW 2005 and various individuals associated with it. We had Steven Spielberg, we had Michael Bay, and we had more writers than you could shake a stick at. IDW came along and picked up the Transformers comic license, then picked up Simon Furman, EJ Sue, Don Figueroa, Josh, and numerous other artists from the Dreamwave era. We had the surprise of the Beast Wars, 10th anniversary toys, the repainted, retooled minicons, the revelation of Alternators Optimus Prime, the shortage of Alternators Decepticharge and Swerve, and all those crazy Robot Master Prime figures out of Takara. Toy-wise, our year ended with Star Convoy, Pepsi Convoy, and more or less the end of Galaxy Force. We have whispers of a new G1 filler line between Cybertron and the movie and all those fun things. TFW 2005-wise, there was and is the Fuzzy World, which got acclaim outside of the Transformers circle for the rather drastic change that the website took that first few days of April. There was the props from VH1, official mentions from the boys upstairs at Hasbro, and more news than you can even bring up on a search engine. There was the unforgettable...
Search engines have gotten better.
They have.
Yeah. And then worse now with AI. But
yes, they are now actually much worse. Damn. Spiders got horrible. There was the unforgettable milestone with the first official Transformers product sponsored by TFW 2005 being the first 4 figures SD Transformers statue contest with a super deformed Ultra Magnus with Matrix statue available for an amazingly cheap price. I still detect ill tidings on the winds. I might be wrong, but I guess we'll see next year. There was CyberCon 2005 taking place in New York City. There was BotCon in Texas, Transformers Con somewhere in Canada. There was CybCon, there was DairyCon, there were more cons than I can remember to post. A real milestone in Transformers fan gatherings. Transformers aired on a network other than Cartoon Network for the first time in nearly 5 years. The WB with Cybertron. I got a really awesome blue shirt smile. Sorry, winky smile face, it's a GIF. And for the family of TFW 2005, there were some major ups. The birth of Lucas Pena, the weddings of both Tim Formus and Rekgar. That was this year, wasn't it? Shit. and the engagement of King Starscream and numerous other members. I think Joe got married this year too. It's been a long year. Jux left and came back, had his Picard video become famous and stolen, and continued to Google slap people. For those who don't know, Jux made the famous Picard video that was subsequently stolen by... who was it again?
Oh shoot, yeah.
If you saw the famous Picard video, it was made by Jux. You probably saw it somewhere else. I forgot where now.
Yeah.
What are they called? They're not Something Awful, and they're not Who's the Man Now Dog.
YouTube Coach. So
Ebaum's World. Thank you, Valkyries.
Ebaum's World. Yeah.
Yeah, that was by Jux. They stole it and got credit for it culturally all across. Ebaum's World basically stole his music video. But yeah, that was by good old Jux. Anyway, continuing the message here. And our thoughts are, of course, with Jose as he continues to show true strength of heart, soul, and mind during this unimaginable time in his life. Stay strong, buddy. We love you. You're both in our prayers. Is that a sentence? Oh, you are both, the two of you, other person unnamed. Okay. I have, of course, forgotten many things this year, things that happen outside of the internet and Transformers, the countless lives lost from natural and man-made causes, the victims of Hurricane Katrina, the death and rebirth of the city of New Orleans, the continuing war in Iraq, the Chicago White Sox winning the World Series, thus making Tim Formers the happiest man on the face of the earth this year, and you know it goes downhill from here to Ma. So yes, here is to the year 2005, whether it be good, whether it be bad, it is still one hell of a year to sit down, look back, and remember. So share some of your thoughts as we say goodbye to the year 2005. See you in 2006. No, we're not changing the site name to TFW 2006, and for those curious, a domain sitter already registered it and has it for sale. Kickback on behalf of everyone at TFW 2005. He has a CNN Photoshop as his signature this year.
I don't think that was a Photoshop. I think it was there. I think that there was a funding kickback scandal that had issues that brought down the Canadian government.
I've seen Josh's poster. Yeah, well, that's amusing. What happened to say? Make Transformers jokes. Here's Jux's Picard video. Came up on Ebaum's World yesterday. Take a moment to remember those we lost. This is Ernaroth. Where's Ernaroth? He's usually in the chat. Ernaroth.
Yeah.
Mike Ernaroth with the big post. Remember all those we lost in 2005. Pat Morita, Richard Pryor, James Doohan, Rosa Parks, Pope John Paul II, Optimus Prime, Wheeljack, Ironhide. Rest well. We can't forget Kiki's infamous "I'm stuck in a girl's dorm and I gotta pee" incident. I have. I don't remember what that is about.
I vaguely remember that, where it was like a night where he went over to a girl's dorm and then didn't have an escort to leave the dorm. Because that's how that's supposed to work, theoretically. Not people can be adults or whatever.
Also, I'm not sure, Ruby, what the Google slap was. I'm assuming that was like some form of, like, I made that.
Yeah, no, it was frequent. I think it was, Jux was also somebody to say something just stupid, and Jux would come in and be like, no, if you use Google, you can see that birds actually are real. Birds aren't real thing just came up a couple of years ago, and you're stupid for continuing to share that like a moron.
I vaguely recall that now that you're describing it.
He was very much like a, come on, you know, even at this point in time, we have the extent of the knowledge of the world at our fingertips. Don't be dumb. And then people would disappoint him and all of humanity by continuing to say, yeah, I'll just be dumb instead.
Logos kind of found the YTV footage from TFcon 2005. I'm going to see if I can snag this and then pop it in somewhere. It'll take me a sec. So I want to see if I can just hurl them into this browser so I don't have to open anything new. I'm going to grab all 4 of these. See, I can also open them in an actual player. I'm just lazy. Well, not. You know what? I'm not lazy. I'm stream efficient. It's better for the stream if I can just pull them into the browser.
Hey, work in VLC. Yeah, because VLC will run anything.
That's why we love it. Okay, so if I drag this in here... Damn it! I have to do this the hard way.
Oh.
That's fine. I can media source this in.
Well, when you were gone, I was trying to see if there was a consensus of what we could have out of the group of what we need to talk about, but
Oh, stop that! Stop that. I need to turn on the. I can't hear it, so I need to turn the monitor on.
Okay.
This is gonna take me a second. Sorry, what were you talking about with the group?
I was going to say trying to crowdsource things we need to be sure to talk about, but it's nice that TFW kind of ended the year with the things to talk about as well.
So let me see if I do this, if this will play for me. Oh, what a horrible noise! Ah. I don't think VLC probably plays these fine. I don't think that OBS likes these at all.
Yeah, I turned up the YouTube like 6 seconds behind audio just to hear it, and yeah, that was terrible, horrible, no good.
I'm gonna just close that for a second and what if I do this?
I'm hanging out with Andy here at Transformers Con in Toronto. Andy makes...
Oh, there we go. Okay, hang on. This way I can pull all 4 of them into a playlist, so it'll just run. Why? What happened to number 4? Did number 4 not download? Hang on.
That's entirely on your side. I don't know.
I'm talking to myself. I was gonna delete number 4 and re-download it.
And like 40 people watching on the stream.
Yeah. They listen. I am a streamer in 2025. I just talk to chat at all times, even when I'm by myself. Isn't that right, Chad? Yeah, that's right, Chad. Thank you, Chad.
Hey, Chad, that was a great dump, wasn't it, Chat? Oh, look at it float. That's how you know you're getting the fiber in there.
Listen, you got to take care of your fiber intake. It's important. Where's number 4? There's number 4, surely. There we go. And so now, if I turn this on... Hold on! Is that sugar? Anyway, sugar, hold on. Now, I will window capture. Wait, do I have VLC video source? I could have done that. Ah, whatever. I got this all set up already.
I went the long way about it. Oh wait, was there a shorter way? Oh, shoot.
I just saw when I went add new element, there was something else called VLC video source. Why is it blank?
I'm hanging out with Andy here at
Because
Transformers...
there's still some vestigial protection on it, and it sees that you're trying to stream it through OBS.
Oh, you little scumbag. Hang on. I'm gonna make this work. Now I'm locked in. VLC video source, excuse moi.
The audio is good though. Okay, so you need to start the one with bad video but muted, start the one with good
bad
audio
video
at the same time.
The one with bad video was still moving at a pace of approximately 1 frame per 8 seconds. So like we gotta.
Oh yeah, it's probably not optimal. Yeah,
I'm
with the
hanging out with
webcam at the
Andy
screen.
here
There
at
we go.
Transformers Con
And
in
now-
Toronto.
now-
Andy makes his
hold
own
on.
Transformers.
Now, I need this to give me the monitor so I can hear it.
I'm hanging out with Andy here at Transformers Con in Toronto. Andy makes his own Transformers, so tell me how you do it.
Well, I start with the wax, which is kind of like this stuff, and just sculpt it and get the form I want. Then I make a mold, cast it in resin, paint them up, and put them on display.
Some people thought wax was just for candles.
An echo.
I'm at Transformers Con in Toronto. This is Quinn.
Hi.
So, Quinn, you make all of this stuff?
Yes, I do.
How do you make it?
I use markers and I use ink and a lot of time.
How long does it take to make one?
It depends on the character. Some can take a few days. Some
It's
can
double
take a
playback
week
so
even,
I can hear
depending
it.
on how complex it is.
What's your favorite character to paint?
Starscream.
How come?
He's been my favorite since I was a little girl, like
There, I
20
turned
years ago when
Aaron off so I
Transformers
can-
first
so
came
you don't get
out, and
double.
he's still my favorite.
Aaron,
Quinn is
I had
so
to kill your
evil.
audio.
I don't know, something about the bad boys.
Hey, I'm hanging out here at Transformers Con in Toronto. This is Tom, the Transformers customs expert. Tom, how do you make a customized Transformer?
Well, what I do is I take existing pieces, existing toys, kind of find the parts that I like and put them together, repaint, and cut and shape how I like them, building them into something different.
So they're kind of like Frankenstein.
Exactly, yeah. We're kind of cutting things up and making new parts.
All right, very cool. Hey guys, I'm at Transformers Con here in Toronto with Joe Ng, a Transformers artist. Joe says he's up for today's challenge. He's gonna draw a Vortexabot in 20 seconds. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Go!
Oh, this must have been the Vortex capsule or whatever. Vortex was a block. Sorry, a block on YTV. If I heard her correctly. It's just Optimus Prime. He's taking you for a fool.
That's so good. I'm hanging out with Andy here at Transformers Con in Toronto.
Anyway, interesting. Aaron, I will reinstate you now.
Okay.
You're reinstated.
Mute the YouTube audio. So I try not to say things about somebody's voice because that's something they can't control. But her pace and cadence for somebody that's supposed to be a presenter is maybe a little
Well, the thing
high
is,
in the register and nasally. Maybe that's the video compression, audio compression on it, and I'll be happy with that. But
I'm sure it wasn't helping.
Yeah.
But YTV also is ostensibly like, how do you put this? Especially in this era, in the mid 2000s, when we're into Vortex and kind of like, the classic zone is over. Their target was to give this kind of coverage in place of commercials, but also have it be palatable for 4-year-olds.
Okay.
And they have to find somewhere to live in between those two extremes. And so sometimes you get really cool stuff. Not 4-year-olds, but it would sort of trend more towards like 8 to 12-year-olds,
Yeah.
right?
preteen.
But then after the Zone era in the mid-2000s, I think that might have been Sugar, who I don't know that well from my own experiences, but I came to learn that she was one of the more like beloved program jockeys after the era when I was watching YTV. And she specifically had a very unique voice that she went on to take into a voice acting career, if I understood correctly.
Okay.
I think she played Chibi Moon in a Sailor Moon dub. But I'm not sure.
Okay.
I off the top of my head, I can look it all up.
It was the Andy triggered the same thing that Saffron Olive does.
The
whenever you
lilt.
hit that,
Yeah.
that, and my brain just went, no,
This is
murder, burn.
Andy.
Murder, burn it all. Just
Yeah, that
Fire.
might have been Chibi Moon's voice actor. Let me do a quick boo here. Sugarlyn Beard. That might have been her.
okay.
She co-hosted The Zone from 2001 to 2007. Vortex, I thought, was another segment. But yeah, Sugarland Beard's voice in 2000 was most known as the voice of Sailor Mini Moon in the Cloverway adaptation of Sailor Moon. And then she was brought onto the Zone throughout the 2000s until 2007. Did she do Vortex? I'm not sure. Known for her naturally high voice and small stature, standing at 4 foot 11 inches. But yeah, she is right after I kind of stopped watching YTV.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, there's a little Canadiana for you. Anyway, this is Moses from Beyblade. And then we also had one more. Hey, have you ever thought about the idea of a long-nosed truck transforming into maybe the robot?
Oh, more of these.
Yeah, but he does it different. He does it differently. And he has a mouth, so he can emote. Not like that emotionless Optimus Prime. Mecha Doom, pretty sure Sugar ended up in live-action stuff. She was a recurring villain on The Flash. Yeah, my understanding is she basically, like, was one of the few examples of a YTV PJ, like, turning that into a larger career, as opposed to that just sort of, like, being the, you know, doing that then going into journalism or something. And she went on to a big, like, entertainment career. But I also have not kept up with a lot of the YTV, like, on-screen personalities ever since, like, the year 2000. So I'm going off some vague recollections of some, like, very maudlin Wikipedia and YouTube dives I did in, like, 2010, 2011. But anyway, oh wow, yeah. There's your little hint of the year 2006. Very first news item of 2006. Alternator swindle, but in the new bubble 2-in-1 packaging. Was it swindle or Trax that was in like 3 different styles of that actually got all of the styles of alternators packaging? So remember there was someone.
I want to say Trax because he was like the second or third release.
Yeah, because I had a red box swindle. I might still have it back out west. Because I remember swindle was in the red box and this, because there were the blue boxes, the red boxes, then the bubble boxes. And I think it was then Trax who was in all 3.
Yeah.
Mimicry Trax has so many releases. Okay. But yeah, Aaron. Yeah, that's the year 2005. Leaving out Kickback's summary, I guess, like, did the people have anything that stood out to them when you asked them, or did you get to that point before I came back?
I don't think we necessarily got to that point.
Yeah, because I'd be curious, for those of you who were watching, you know, the 2005 news dives, like, in hindsight, what stands out to you as, like, you know, stuff that was 2005, aside from it was the year 2005.
I mean, I really feel like a lot of the things that we should probably talk about is everything kind of restarting.
Yeah.
Because we had Dreamwave going away, so then IDW, we had OTSCC going away to kind of be the follow-on, because 2004 was all the crash outs that existed. Mm-hmm. So Don Murphy, everything. That's another good one. Don Murphy continuing to set the tone of how this is going to be the G1 movie that you were all ready and waiting for.
Children doxing themselves. The BotCon site still working was very fun.
Well, the Transformers Club site still working, because the BotCon site, that name went a different direction.
Yeah, that takes you to a current convention with a lot of colors on a black background. The giant alternator is definitely going in the slideshow. Yeah, that thing is I think I said this before. The sheer number of people, myself included, who saw it and then went like, I don't remember this. So I was like, did this picture kind of get lost to time? Yeah, the complete mystery surrounding IDW in the movie. Because that's now that is Transformers to a lot of people. It's either the movies and or IDW comics. My mom was just at a Starbucks out west, and I got her an IDW RC pin for her beanie, her hat, And the fellow at the Starbucks was like, this is a young guy, he was like in the early 20s. I was like, oh, what's that on your hat? And my mom's like, oh, that's RC. I don't know if you know about her. She's from Transformers. Like, oh no, I know Transformers. IDW. I was hired by a website once to do reviews of IDW. It's great. You should read it. So like it's part of cultural consciousness now. So it is interesting to look at like an era that is before IDW. Oh yeah, the weird Takara president with the stupid cars, and then. And then that killing Takara, resulting in the Takara Tomy of today. Yeah, that's definitely another major one. Yeah, it's a year of transition and changeover. 3H to Fun Pub, Dreamwave to IDW, Takara and Tomy to Takara Tomy. Definitely. The boxed picture of Rhinox. Yeah.
Yeah.
The truck at SDCC, that's under just like I think it's going to be general movie nonsense.
Yeah, that's the movie nonsense picking up or becoming its own entity, kind of.
And like, what a year! What a perfect year for everything to kind of like begin to actually do the grand transition. Is the funny year name? Where I was telling my mom about this, like in the year 2005, it was kind of like. Leading into the year and for the whole year, like, man, we're here. It is the year 2005. And then when the clock ticked over to 2006, everyone kind of paused. Lots of the fandom being run by a lot of college kids and recent college grads, all sitting there staring into space going like, wait a second. Wait, but if it's the year 2006, that means Transformers the movie takes place in the past.
Yeah.
That means time is inexorable and always marching forward. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh.
Like, I remember that being kind of a theme of 2006, was like that, and being the final, like the year of like where's all this going, because the movie's not out till next year, was like this weird this wave of not maudlin, but this wave of like, wait a second, like running over the whole fandom of like we all saw this happen with Back to the Future in 2016. As I recall, too. Whenever 2015, everyone's like, it's the year! This is the year! Yeah, it's a party! Woo. Then when it ended, we were like, now Back to the Future Part 2 takes place in the past when they're in the future. Oh,
yeah.
God.
Well, that's always the fun of any sci-fi that puts a date that is within a couple of human lifetimes.
Yeah.
It's
no,
like,
absolutely.
that's a very poor choice. Do you see photos coming? TFW breaking again, suddenly having photos. That's probably an
that's
important
huge.
one for us to
that's actually
pencil in.
That's huger for us, I think, than the actual news history.
Well, it's part. It's part of the news history because documentation shows up.
Exactly.
So, like, that's not a thing.
And obviously, I said this I think I've said this at the panels too. Like, obviously, our way we're doing it is we're focused on TFW because that's where we were. And there are ways we could have probably, like when we actually had to go to Sabertron to look through that set of news archive, like that could have just been the thing too. There's a version of this where I hit up Sabertron in 16-bit and just look at older news for fun sometime. But for the sake of what this, like, at the outset of this experience is, this, like, TFW is where me and Aaron basically were the entire time. So it makes more sense for us to see the flavor, as it were. And also, I don't think you would have gotten the weirder, stranger Don Murphy stuff on another one of another website. Are we getting explanation on why Moses is in Beyblade? Okay. But no, that also definitely fills out a slideshow easily. Because like a slideshow, if you've seen the last two for this topic, a slideshow is 15 to 20 minutes long tops, and then we just talk to the crowd for the most part. Oh no, last time actually we went longer, but we were also kind of talking to the crowd the entire time, so it balanced out. Anyway, yeah, this should be doable. This should be doable. No, Sabertron Dive and Reagan Died was 2004. But we did the panel for that this year because the panel for that was at LA in the spring. The other thing is that the panels for these, their timing is going to get funny from this point onwards. Because we're not going to have multiple consecutive conventions, and also, I'm not going to the States anytime soon. So the panel catch-ups, the debriefs, may become Toronto things. if things don't time out, if things time out in a strange way, Aaron, I was thinking about this before. Like, if we like finish 2006 and it's like, you know, late this year or early next year, and we're nowhere near the summer, I could always make us a slideshow and we just do a fun like online panel.
Yeah.
And we can like, you know, figure out some kind of like, you know, Q&A setup of some kind. Everything will still work out for this playlist on YouTube that features live streams and panel recordings. No, thank you all for joining us for these. I'm very happy that we finished this with a week to spare, because that's going to be very chill now.
That's definitely weight off the shoulders, because I was dreading the idea of having to do another one of these potentially, and then pack for a show the next day.
Oh
and
no!
then
if we had to
drive
do one more,
the day after,
if we had to do one more, I was gonna say we do it on the weekend. Like we just
yeah.
Like I'm not gonna have you trying to stream like within 48 hours of doing a big ass drive. Like I wasn't gonna. Because also then, even though I'm often like, you know, I do my panels at the last minute, I was like, that's a bit too much. Like we finish and then Aaron drives over while I sit there trying to think of a panel. Right, like now I can digest it for a bit. No, Simeon Scott, absolutely. Like to me, a big part of the panel side of this live stream series is all the people who don't watch these live streams just getting bombarded with the most like slapstick version of what we saw. One thing after another. I think is quite funny. Michael Gazziolis, I kept wondering who Matt Moylan was and why he was groaned about, and boy, that was not a fun revelation. No, I mean, that's the Matt Moylan story, is someone always doesn't know, and then goes like, what do you mean? And then goes to find out, and comes back looking like they've aged 50 years. Just like, oh. It's like, okay, so you start off, you're like, what do you mean? What's wrong with Matt? I don't understand. I'm gonna go look it up. You head off screen. You come back. I have looked up I have caught up on the current events, and now I understand why there is a certain reaction to the gentleman in question. It is a strange world we live in. Oh, I'm so sleepy. All of a sudden, I am just going to go take a nap. Yeah. And that's the story every single time. Every single time. Timu, no! I mean, go ahead. It doesn't matter. Like, feel free to. Yeah, just like a annoying person. There are far worse people in the world, but he's the one who has control over Street Fighter and Darkstalkers and Mega Man books. So, you know, that's how it goes. Aaron, how are you feeling immediately after finishing the year 2005? We've done we have news dived 3 years now.
Yeah, I feel good about it. It's, you know, triggering old memories, which is a fun thing to do. And then seeing stuff that I had no memories whatsoever about, and feeling odd that, like, how do I have definitive memories of things before and after, but this is apparently some just black hole vortex that doesn't ping anything whatsoever.
It's so fun for me that, like, it shocked me in 2005 or 2004's news dive, and now I'm just having fun. Like, the number of things where I'm like, I don't remember this at all, and I know I was there for it because I can feel tingles in my brain about things. Like this whole thing with the SD Magnus statue. It might be nothing, but like, I hadn't thought of or recalled that statue in like nearly 2 decades. Then seeing the picture of it, I was like, you know, like the crash zoom on my face, and I'm like, I think I remember. Like lightning bolts shooting around in my brain. Like, I sense danger. But it's really fun for me in that sense. That, and also the folks who weren't there, either they weren't in the fandom yet, or they were not old enough to be able to pay attention to it yet, or they simply didn't exist yet. it's really fun getting those perspectives too. Those have lessened, I think, as each year comes by. But they won't stop because humans keep getting born and joining the fandom.
Yeah.
So I always look forward to that side. I still think this is a very fun way for us to cross-generationally kind of just like have a big ol' linking of hands and go like, boy, lots happened, didn't it?
Yeah.
And I think it's a good bit of fun.
And it's a thing where I joke about how we should react once we hit a certain news story in time that further connects us. However, the more that we've done these, the more that I feel like we shouldn't do that. This is a discussion that few people may be picking up on how I'm dancing around it. Because I definitively have enjoyed going through these and remembering things and seeing old news as it was new news.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if this is what you're thinking of, because this is the thing I said at the very outset. Like, my goal with this stream series is to end it when the first episode of WTF and TFW is on the front page. Because at that point, especially the first, 3 or 4 years, we were staring at and almost forcing discussion out of every single news item on the front page. So there is still value to be had, at least in my case, I think, for dipping around through 08 and onwards, but it would be a very different flavor in that case.
I also feel like we have evolved this quite a bit compared to how we started even doing our news dive here. So
oh yeah. I mean, if I were thinking my soft long-term plan right now is we hit that news story and then stop on TFW. Then we go between Sabertron and 16-bit and anyone else, any other, front page news things that can be found. We simply head back as far as possible. Ideally, we get furnished with Usenet links so we can simply rocket back to 1984 and then start going forward from there. But that's just off the top of my head. I don't want to be concrete in anything. I like to have a flexible mind about this stuff. But I also feel like hitting WTF and TFW episode 1 is still far away enough. It's not really a concern right now. And whenever we get there, we'll see how things feel. See, he's got a big part of why I'm dedicated to watching these is getting those odd knowledge holes of what fandom was like before I could be a part of it filled. So it's legit super interesting. Yeah, that's a big goal of mine. Just for the sake of the fact that a lot of people joined the fandom in 07 and then in 2010. So everything before 07 tends to be quite a knowledge hole for people, and everything before 2010, 07 through 2009. I've noticed it tends to be forgotten, at the very least. Some of the OG YouTube flare-ups of back then. I certainly don't want to go drama hunting or anything, but it's just the monetization of YouTube colliding with the existing scene of stolen prototypes and test shots, and the funny effects that happened out of that. Yeah, digging through All Toys Transformers. The only reason I don't want to go too deep in All Toys Transformers, just raw dog digging through it, is A, I don't really know how, but B, I have concern. My one concern about Usenet is just the simple fact that I feel like people dox themselves 10 times harder on Usenet than anything we've seen so far. And obviously that stuff's going to be very old doxing info, but it treads the ground of I want to have a bit of a curated look through this as opposed to just barreling around.
Yeah, that's one that seems like it may be better for the talking to chat as you are not streaming in your apartment by yourself with face cam going, and then potentially editing down and crunching it. That could potentially be a thing.
Yeah.
Switch Ruby. I think the board still has some of those things. I just listened to Gog Dog get caffeinated as one of the earliest supplementals, and it started playing. So
all the episode files are still there. They're all uploaded in that in the folder. So the
it's
files
just RSS feeds of older stuff may be broken. We are on Spotify now. Bees
Yes.
did get that set up.
Bees got us on
And-
Spotify.
And it goes back quite a few episodes, so you can get. I'm thumb scrolling up as fast as I can. You can get back to episode 407, May 13, 2016. Back when we were still doing it every week or mostly every week, because there was news to be had that we had to mine.
Yeah, and also if you go back to listen to old episodes, like number one, don't. But if you do, I apologize for everything I say. I don't remember anymore anything I said back then, but I'm sure that I was much more emotionally immature, especially in 2008. So I don't stand by that little freak. We talked about this last stream too. Is that like at some point now that we got pictures back, at some point thread links are going to work again too. I think sometime in 2006. And Aaron and I are both very likely to come across our own 19-ish year postings, year-old postings, and I'm sure we said very stupid things back then.
Yeah.
So that's going to be kind of interesting to deal with.
So every episode is still on the boards. It's just Simeon. It's more the RSS feeds have been broken at one point in time, and my understanding of the way that stuff works, it's just like it's a place where you do a thing and it pokes a bit out and it just goes blip. So the ability to go back and put the past stuff on there, we'd have to release it as new episodes, which means we'd have to make new threads for it or something. It'd be a really complex thing.
My understanding about the way Spotify and basically the way that all this stuff works is it's not like every episode's being hand uploaded to Spotify. It's like you jack your RSS feed into it, and then Spotify goes and just like sucks in everything. And so ideally it sucks in everything, but because our RSS feed is like extremely old, there's a good chance that parts of it just don't suck in right. So we're not going to ever do like, we're making new threads or stuff like just for the sake of old episodes posting up, because at the end of the day you can just back scroll WTF.tfw2005.com and there's a button for every thread, and every single thread has a direct download link in it ever since episode 1. To back then it would have been M4A files, so it's all still there and downloadable. And if someone does want to go back that far, I assume they have the intent and wherewithal to just dig into the boards or the site and find that stuff, because it's all sitting there.
I don't think we were horrible back then. I think we were just
very like I know I've said very ignorant things with a lot of confidence back then, from just living what I would consider to be a somewhat sheltered life on the West Coast. Despite I had a lot of life experience traveling around and stuff, but like there was a lot of learning I did throughout the 2010s, let alone the 2000s. And I'm sure that like I've probably got some horrible sound bites in there somewhere. So I mainly they're there, but I am as a practice never going to go like, I was actually right about what I said about the Chinese or something like that. A lot of podcasts I listened to in that era vanished. Nobody was archiving indie podcasts. Very small number of listeners. Oh yeah, I'm very bad about backing up my hard drives.
We had enough listeners that early on there was listener beef between our podcast and other podcasts.
Yeah.
To the point of, if you go to iTunes and look at some of our earliest reviews,
our podcast reviews are a disaster.
Which, like, you could clearly tell that people were coming in and review bombing as well as you could, then one way or the other. I put a review in there because somebody specifically came in and did a super crappy review against us, and I felt like I had to do it to balance out the numbers. And even then, some of those reviews, I had a hard time internalizing the whole, like, even negative reviews can have a positive aspect, because I was doing a thing that I felt good about, and somebody came along and said, "This guy's voice sounds like he's pooping out of his butt at the same time, or whatever it was, and I felt bad that like maybe is that what I do sound like? Because the way that you hear your voice is not the way your voice sounds.
Mhm.
And if you're doing something where you're sending your voice out across the internet, and maybe you're not the most secure human being in the world because you are a human being, that hits a weird button that you maybe don't know you have.
Yeah. No, and like in my case, when we started doing the podcast, I had already been doing internet radio on a small scale, but I've been doing an internet radio thing since like 2005. So I had already started developing a comfort with the sound of my own voice, and then in 2010, I think, is when I first got a condenser mic with a live monitor, and I spent an entire afternoon just doing this, hearing. I have a monitor on this too, but like hearing my own voice live as I spoke, and like getting used to the difference, because it is completely different than how it sounds in your own ears. And so when you hear yourself on a live monitor, it is, you know, in many cases, obviously not all, but in my case especially, extremely disorienting to hear this live as opposed to talk, push play, hear it back. It's even more weird when it's live in your ears. Yeah, you know, I also I can't think of anything specific that happened back then, other than the UK versus North America. What do you mean? In the UK, spastic is a derogatory ableist slur.
Yeah.
That was the thing where I took a real screwed up, like a confusion-driven screwed up stance on it. But I don't think any of that really made it into the podcast that much, other than like being a bunch of like edgelords about it for like 2 episodes.
Yeah.
When
that power core combiner came out and had the sticker over top of it or whatever.
Yeah, and everyone outside of the UK, in our circles at least, were like, genuinely, what is the problem? And then everyone in the UK was like, what do you mean you don't understand what the problem is? And it was just like absolute, like, very small scale but harsh culture clash. For those of us who were not not like myself, not worldly enough to comprehend that there is such a thing as regional slurs and whatnot.
Like slag, slug, whatever, like some of those. It did make UK. It did make news sites
because it made UK news sites specifically because they named the minion power core limbs the Stunticons. And people who didn't know who the Stunticons were, but were from the UK and understood what was going on with the other name, stared at the name the Stunticons and went like, did you really name them the... And, you know, that was another one where I'd sit there, you know, naive, innocent North American face, like, what's the problem? But yeah, no, that's an interesting era. I think that was it's one of the last times I remember being like really kind of shitty about it online for a couple of weeks until I better understood what was going on. That's the kind of stuff that with old podcast episodes especially, I'm always kind of like, oh man. Because I'm never gonna, like, there's too much audio for me to ever go back and go, like, I better go catalog whatever I said. It's like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'll leave it up to people to tell me.
Go back, self-edit all of the horrible slurs that you've used.
Yeah, that's a step too far. It's like when, like, there were times where I was like, when I learned new, because we recently were, you know, the newest episode, we were sorting out some volume issues. And it made me remember a time when, like, I first started to learn more about compressors and stuff. And I would have these moments of temptation of, like, oh, I could go back and I could fix the audio on, like, every episode up till now to sound better. And then it's like...
I will say the versions that went out to iTunes back in the day, because I had a iPod Nano with the color screen, and it would have like,
pictures and stuff.
Those early on ones where you embedded pictures into stuff. Like that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I got very aggro about that on the podcast several times. Because I was like, I was like, if you want to know what we're talking about, why don't you get the M4A version and roll it into QuickTime if you don't have a device for it, and then you can see what we're talking about. I was very persnickety about back then. Was a nascent version of the more honed aggression I have now about people respecting editor time. But I had a much more like messy and aggressive version of that back then. Yeah, that's a fun little reminisce on the year 2008 at the end of the year 2005. It's also, consider this, because this is something that messes me up a lot. So we're 3 years out from the podcast starting and my YouTube channel starting, and we are 2 years out from the first Transformers live-action movie. And yet, it doesn't feel like a 3-year window in my memory at all. It feels like a much wider historical window in my memory. The live-action movie has, I said this in the previous stream, it's like a meteor strike as far as like all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, even now, it's really weird thinking that like we're now about 1.5 years away from that movie dropping, and everyone is still so innocent and everything is still so low key. We're like, one of the biggest news stories is right up there on the top left of your screen. Are we sure they can fit an instruction manual in the small box on the bottom of that bubble? How's that even gonna work? And like that's the discourse for like 2 days. Those pictures those pictures stopped a long time ago. Partly because nobody looked at them for the most. Not enough people looked at them to be worth the effort. Bees did bring back, so that also killed chapter markings for a while. Bees has brought back chapter markings because Bees, being the editor, introduced this new thing, which is why an editor should be an entity separate from the speakers on the podcast, is that Bees edits the podcast by listening through it. After about 2 years, I could no longer do that without going insane, because it's like listening to a conversation I just had, basically. Yeah. And it made it increasingly harder for me to deal with actually editing it every week, and I wanted to speed it up.
It's a thing that like I will go back. I will try to listen to the podcast from time to time. If I'm like mowing or doing some like, hey, I'll listen to this at 1.5 times speed to see like that stuff. But then it will inevitably be like, as somebody is bringing up a thing, I will respond as I know how I responded because I was there. Like, I know that Bees has done some stuff around the Final Fantasy and Diaclone talk that we've done. And so I may just like jump down to that in this most recent one to see what he's done around that. But it's definitely a thing that for pre-podcast, and especially like it just being the three of us in the end, like, you know, I'd listen to the odd ones because I wasn't there for that. But I can definitely see, like, I know that I've seen people react to actors, you know, when an actor says like, oh, I've not gone back and watched my movies. Why would I? Yeah. Like, well, that movie is an entirely different experience for them than it is for the other 99.99% of humanity, you know.
And also,
you know, oh, that's the take you used? I could swear that I had a better take on this and have a completely different thing than I'm gonna turn off my brain and eat some popcorn.
To fully exacerbate my situation specifically, I was also the only one on every week. So I was on every week and doing the editing. So I knew every conversation that was happening. And so yeah, it slaughtered my brain. So that's the really nice thing about having someone else edit it, is that someone who's hearing it is interested in doing things like noting chapter markings, which is excellent. And also, like, this is a very small boon, but it's like they don't have to deal with the fact that they were themselves in the conversation and now they're listening to it, but, you know, also trying to, like, you know, take down chapter markings, etc. So it's fantastic. I felt bad because, like, it wasn't until the most recent episode, when it's just a piece of feedback from before then happened at the same time as this episode, and I realized, like, there were even more editing concepts that I just hadn't communicated to Bees that, like, it sounds like probably would have helped out a lot to know earlier on. And it's just things I learned that I didn't learn until I went through film school. And it's very easy things to not catch on to. Like, I spent years editing the podcast entirely by ear, and just struggling through it. And there are ways to not have to do that. That generally revolve around an understanding of like the audio meters, and then ideally finding a broad understanding of a combination of EQ and kind of rolling the dice and finding a compressor setting that works for everybody. But those, you don't need all of those. It's just that those are like the tricks that stacked up in my head over the years that since subsequently have carried over to how I edit my YouTube audio, which is very much on autopilot now. But I still edit it a lot more than any of you probably would think I do. Like something I picked up in the last 2 years, thanks to learning a new keystroke, is now when there are bad spikes, I often roll and just grab down the peaks on just the bad spikes here and there. And you will never be able to identify when I've done that, is what I can tell you. Someday I'll share a screenshot or something of the
Sounds like a
timeline.
challenge.
Yeah, if you think that you can hear where I was speaking, and I'm fine with it going over, I'm fine with low peaking. Like, if peaking happens at 0 dB, out of negative, infinity up through 12, and peaking is at 0, is where peaking starts. I'm fine with, somewhere between 0 to 6. Like, those peakings are fine. In most speakers, they don't sound like anything. But if they go, like, up to 6 and above, then I like to drag those down. So sometimes I might be going, like, let me just, as an example, right? Because I have it open. If I go over to this script, for instance, and I'm like, right off the bat, we get into one of the biggest tasks facing this figure, designing an alt mode that Kurokawakuri Rodimus could actually transform into. And then, I'm doing this to make it more obvious, right, that spikes might happen. But there's moments where you're, like, designing, or, like, an alt mode that or Rodimus, or could actually transform into. And sometimes the compressor, especially on something like into, there's not enough before it to catch and pull down that piece of volume. So if I hear that in the edit, I now know a trick to just take my mouse and go like, oh, there's because also all these years now I can see words in waveforms more easily without having to like remember where they are. So I just see the on the into and I go, oh, all right, there it's down. And I play it back once to know that I didn't pull it down so far that it stands out as me going like, what was that sentence from? Could actually transform into. Like I never have it do that, right? So there's a lot of that editing that I do now. Bone Crusher and Bumblebee have plenty of those. So if you can find them in those, then you still probably are hearing phantoms, because there is no way for you to hear those edits. They are the classic edits, editor's nightmare edit, as far as like editors who want recognition, is those are edits where if I do them right, you can't tell I did them. If I do them wrong, you can tell that they are there. And if I don't do them, then you'll probably complain about some peaking audio. And yes, Adamus Machina Rodimus is specifically meant to be based on the robot mode of Kurokawakuri Rodimus. That is very much by design. Like, that is the assignment of that figure. Strange 4, I come up with so many things I should have said when editing. Why do my best jokes come 2 days late? A couple of times
that's just the shower problem.
Yeah, that's shower creativity. A couple of times
Yeah.
I've re-recorded my own sentences that were garbled or factually wrong. I have wiped when I was editing the one upside of me editing the podcast is if I knew I got something hella wrong or the vibe was just rancid, I have just erased myself if that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So nowadays there's bees. Nowadays I think the worst is like there was a time when there were tangents relating to the quartering, and so I just let bees know. I was like, if us talking about reactionaries gets too rancid, like err on the side of kill it. Like don't let too much rancid through. And I just sort of, otherwise I was like, I'll just trust you with that. Like if it airs too far on the side of like we're simply staring there pointing going like, look at this guy over here, then like that's a waste of everyone's time in a recording. Bees, I was just talking all about editing stuff, so at this point in the VOD, rewind about 10 minutes and and then you'll find the part where I was talking about the art of podcast editing and how I'm very happy that you're doing it now.
Yeah, I'm also thinking back to like the early podcasts where it was a hard out time because of GarageBand.
Yeah, OG,
Because its
OG
limitations.
GarageBand. Yeah, 08 version of GarageBand had a hard 66 minute time limit on its editing timeline, and it would simply not let you record past then. Or if you pulled in longer files, it would they trail past the end, but you couldn't do anything with them. And so I would not only have to edit the podcast, and this is year one, and anyone who's edited a podcast knows what I'm talking about. Year one, when you also edit out every weird pause, and ah that you hear anywhere, because you want everyone to sound perfect, even though, once again, nobody will notice that you did that. Now imagine that I also now have to content edit the podcast to make it fit a 66-minute runtime, and I was stressing out editing the first year of WTF and TFW. Like, it was not fun at all. It was super not fun. It was satisfying, but it was very stressful. Straightforward.
I think that's the thing that I didn't notice for a while, and then it was like 4 podcasts in a row had like down to the millisecond or something was the same, and I had to bring it up, and then you're like, oh Jesus Christ, I was waiting for somebody to ask about it. Look, there's this thing and it's like, should we like get you better professional software? No, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. Everything's fine.
I was like, it's fine, we'll just live with it. And then thankfully GarageBand updated one day, and it was like, hey, it's pretty stupid that I have this time cap, right? And it's like, yeah, it is pretty. Thanks for taking it off. Yeah, like cutting out ums and ahs is just like, I remember my theory. This is confirmation bias, but my theory was confirmed when Pre-Order 66 started, and then like at one point I asked Crasis, I was like, hey, are you editing out every single and ah and weird pause? And he's like, yes. And I was like, I'm gonna tell you from the future, you should probably stop doing all of them, because you will go insane one day. And Bees, the trim silences are longer than 3 seconds. Yeah, that's yet another thing I can't remember if I ever actually mentioned to you. But yeah, there is a science to trimming silences where it's like, this is long enough to just make the listener think that their device turned off. So like, you should trim those down. But yeah. Re-editing, though, the only thing I removed was there was a bit in one episode where the same topic accidentally came up twice, and the same convo happened twice nearly identically. That'll happen. But yeah, Strange 4, yeah, some and ah is good to make it feel natural. It's very true. Yeah, you gotta... it's a thing that just comes with time, I think, with editing, especially conversations, is figuring out how to edit them while also maintaining their natural feel. It's a whole thing.
That's an art I appreciate very much and could probably maybe eventually learn, but it'd take me a bit.
You got to just do it. That's the other bummer, is like there's no real way to tell you, like, the natural human pause is 2.43 seconds, because it's like I can tell you that 1/3 of a second in a video timeline is a natural audio pause for my speaking tempo, but that's in a video timeline where it's by frame, not by second necessarily. So it's human pause for the human furs. But yeah, it's something that it comes with time. It's something because it comes with time. It's based on whatever you are doing to develop that experience. And then the other side of that coin is learning how to apply that to new people who have their own tempos and their own speaking habits. Also, the other thing is, and this one goes out to everyone who doesn't edit, but like, editors very quickly get used to hearing audio in bits and bobs, backwards and forwards, in little like YouTube poop style stuff. Resist the urge to pull them aside if they are editing in the same room as you to joke. Isn't that funny how you heard that bit of a word? Because that's happened to me a lot in the early years, and it's very annoying because I don't know how to tell somebody that, like, yes, it is very funny, thank you. I got over this. I don't know. I'm on a bit of an editing tangent. Aaron, do you want to take off so you can make use of some of your pseudo day tomorrow?
I mean, I'm good still. If we're still
Okay.
chit chatting, talking,
Yeah,
thinking.
I'm feeling chit chatty.
Yeah.
But especially we got bees in here to give us the hot dish on on the fresh editing tech of 2025. I don't know what this bit is. Oh, I forgot. See, this is the other thing, right? When we record a podcast, unless something happens that is usually not good, I genuinely don't remember many of our bits afterwards. That's why there is some safety in the notion of us peeking into 2008, 2009 era headlines if we feel like it. But also I don't remember most of our bits. That's one of the bummers also about when a podcast goes up and someone tells me about something. I'm always like, I understand you just heard it, but I need the context.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
really
that's something
need the
that
context.
I know that I've said before. I think it was maybe somebody had hit me up on Twitter or Blue Sky or something. Well, yeah, I laughed so much about it when you talked about the thing and the stuff, and I'm like, the hell are you talking about? It's okay. The most recent podcast, okay. We actually recorded that probably 4 weeks ago, and I've slept multiple times since then. So if you give me a time code, I might be able to go find it and listen to it for myself again, or...
We're being asked about our feelings on Cyberworld, and well, this was a very interesting experiment, I guess, in IMAX technology. Always weird seeing 3D Homer. Never sure how I feel about that guy. Oh, you said Transformers Cyberworld. Hang on, that's something different. Aaron, how you feeling about? Have you glanced much at Transformers Cyberworld?
I have not seen any of this.
Oh, yeah, that's the new kids line that seems to have a cartoon. We hope, we think. There was a trailer that had animation in it, and that was huge for me. I don't know if anyone saw me on Blue Sky yelling about that. I was like, that was bespoke animation with music and things. That's more than I was expecting, because my boy howdy. Oh wow, we got in-hand images now already. I'll just pull these in.
And bees, no, that was not a dig on you. That was just even once we stopped weekly, we must record every Thursday night, and we kind of became a little bit more loose with timings. Sometimes it'd just be a little bit looser.
Yeah.
Or we'd get it recorded, and then just Chris wouldn't get it edited in a rapid
No,
fashion,
when I was burned out, we'd get into a 3-month backlog at times.
Yeah.
That Galvatron. Yeah, that Galvatron's one of the ones I actually kind of want. So, Aaron, the crux of the proposal of Cyberworld is the Autobots and Decepticons have been pulled into a battle world of sorts that is apparently gamer-like. So there's all these different worlds, and so you get to see characters, but they're tweaked slightly. So Galvatron is now a dragon, and also seems to have a mustache. Then the basic figures are small and simple, and the larger the figures get, the more that they become giant play sets for the smaller figures to sit on and ride and etc. So my only problem with Cyberworld, and this is exacerbated by the existence of the new mask line, actually, is I don't mind that they are low posability figures. My main problem is almost all of them, not all of them, but almost all of them are sculpted with their arms completely straight. Straight.
I'm clicking through the pictures, and Skybite has wheels.
That's actually a reference to an episode of Rid where he pretended to be a car.
Oh yeah, is that actually a reference or a thing they're
no?
Getting
It is
away
true.
with?
I think Mark Meyer said that was something he put into
Okay.
Cyberworld. But you'll notice things like there is what is it?
All of these animal guys are just on their knuckles and knees.
Yeah, that's Bull Megatron. Grimlock is a mech suit, which is the larger figure play pattern. I think is actually super cool. If all of these figures were sculpted with their elbow make sure this is in shot. With their elbow, right, bent like this. If it was like that, and nothing else changed, and it was still just a one-piece arm, but it was in a slight
bit of
bend,
angle in it.
I would probably collect this line, this line on sale. I'm not against picking up some of it anyway, but like, I realized when I was looking at all these pictures, I don't need them to have elbow joints. I just need that little visual curve so I can make more use of the shoulders, and get more emotion out of them.
Yeah.
Some of them do though. There's one of the bug ones has the arc that I'm looking for. Because also there's the big one. There's a giant like $50 Scorponok who is literally just a giant playset, covered in turrets that you can sit the figures down on. Apparently they specifically designed the figures so that when they're in robot mode, they can do this on any of the bigger toys comfortably.
Okay.
Like this is a specific thing that they can sit.
Yeah, I can grok locking in like, hey, we need to have these dimensions in order to be playset compatible. Like I can get that, but yeah, I feel like there's if you're taking it from early enough, easy enough way, like you said, to have a little bit of bend in the elbow or a little bit of bend in the knee or both in order to make it more play action.
Yeah. This is another interesting one. The Alita in this line, number one, she's a boat. But number two, she's basically... Is it Javelin? No. The IDW boat from Lost Light. She is that character model, but with an Alita 1 head. Like, down to, like, the knee details, the skirt. She is covered in... Riptide, thank you. She is basically IDW Riptide with a new head as Alita, and it's like it's really specific how much Riptide there is in her, which is just odd. Or this Dinobot, who is it, Snarl? Yeah, so it's Snarl as a Dinobot, demonstrably crisscrossed with a Junkie on, like right down to the bright yellow shoulder pad. So there's really cool ideas in this as far as like these mashup characters where they're just they're playing around, they're having a good time. Like Chop Shop here, is green. All the little guys, by the way, come with some kind of weapon. The size class up is more little guys, but they come with a weapon that does something. So yeah, like Cyberworld, I think it looks fun. I desperately wish that the arms had not been designed with this or sculpted with this like stock straight look, because they all have ball socket shoulders that can flap outwards, and so I'm like, if you look at the new Mask figures, the thing they added was a universal shoulder, and when I saw one of them use it, because Mask toys also had like that very slight bend in their elbow sculpt, that with a full range shoulder, it just opens up the posing emotion possibilities widely.
You may have missed that on your going to get a drink break, but I bought the whole set from Big Bad.
Oh.
Or pre-ordered the whole set from Big Bad.
I mean, yeah, if there was a Canadian retailer that had them, I'd be very tempted by the what's it called now? The H2H? It's not Switchblade, because they can't call it that.
Yeah, it's let me go and...
The HTH, the high-tech helicopter.
The high-tech helicopter, and they didn't have Rhino either.
Yeah. No, if I can catch those like domestically, I'm very tempted by the HTH.
The Mobile Defense Unit.
The Medu.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wheeljack, I think, is just he's got a jazz chest, but he's otherwise just a Wheeljack. Like the sculpting and design work on these, I think, are like very solid, and it's I think that what I identified as my problem, other people when I brought it up to them said, "Oh, that does make sense." I think that is treading into the realm of like a taste thing that does not necessarily exist in pure coincidence with the toy industry necessarily. So I don't hold it against these toys that they all have stock straight arms. I'm just like, dang, that's a bummer. And I think it'd be very funny if a company like DNA just did a box set of slightly bent alternate arm sculpts to ball socket swap onto these, like Nendoroid style. Because then also someone would be doing third-party add-ons for Cyberworld. I think that'd be hilarious, and so please do. But Yeah, I'm just looking through the Cyberworld news things. Oh yeah, here's the Scorponok. This came out. This was found in the UK, and this thing does look really cool. Like I know some folks who are actually hyped to pick this up, and I'm like, nah, that's real. It's it's a big ass playset, and he's got a buzzsaw for one hand. And he has elbow joints uniquely.
I think I did see this one. Yeah.
Yeah. Because him and Grimlock are like less standalone figures and more like these are to go with all the ones your parents bought you throughout the year, so you get this one for your birthday or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is he based on Scorponok from the Micromaster cartoons? Oh, I mean, that might just be a tangential coincidence because also Scorponok is big. Oh yeah, this is the other weird thing. Scorponok can apparently swap arms with the Grimlock. Which I'm not sure if that was my intent or not, but it's kind of neat. But yeah, no, I think Cyberworld's neat. I don't know that I'm going to buy much of it, given my weird little taste thing, but like, you know, it falls into a realm of like, I feel like I would come off kind of weird if I walked around like wanting to like really dunk on Cyberworld toys, especially. Bees is apparently based on the prototype G1 colors. Oh, I saw a side-by-side of that somewhere once. That's very likely. But yeah, like, you know, if someone was like, hey, you should rip into this Cyberworld stuff. It looks like it's made for children. It's like, because yes, it is. You got them. You caught them on their own petard. But the main thing
I think we may be coming up on the area where we started having the definitive split kids line.
When was? I mean, that would be what, 07?
Yeah.
When they started doing the fabs.
Mm-hmm.
Because the main thing for Cyberworld I'm interested in now is what this YouTube animated series is like if it is actually animated. Because Aaron, I can't remember how much of this got into the podcast, but like I was kind of not freaking out, but I was like very concerned when Toy Fair came and went, and all the ad copy for Cyberworld said nothing except like this sentence about them having a YouTube animated series that will make kids want to play with their toys. And they didn't have a screenshot. They had nothing. So there was a period where, given the ad copy, I was like, is this animated series going to be like just some of the less fun stop motion and like no dialogue, like just sort of halfway it is actually just toy commercials? So that's why the trailer for it having animation already made me go like, dang, so there might be a plot. That's exciting. There might be dialogue. Excellent. So that's now where I am with Cyberworld. Is like I would like to know what their animation is, and I'm not expecting it to move me as animation. I have a certain set of standards for Transformers animation, which I believe is lower than most other people's, except when we talk about the Netflix trilogy or anything that that showrunner worked on. Apparently, my standards tend to skyrocket all of a sudden with that, but. With something like this, I'm just like, I have a certain... I don't even know how to describe them, really. I just want the vibe to be right, and then I'll probably have fun. Also, if I end up not liking episodes of it, the episodes are 5 minutes long, I'll get over it. So, you know, that's where I'm at with Cyberworld myself. Because Wild King, I will say, satisfies my needs, at least the first 2 episodes. I haven't watched past that. It is definitely a series made with money that was lower than a large amount. But what it does in its very brief episodes, I was like, yeah, this ain't my thing, but this is still better than what I expected, given that it's like a web cartoon. But it is like very underbaked textures. Nobody's mouth moves. Even Megatron, who clearly has a mouth, he just stares at people and words come out of him. Doesn't Earthspark have another season we're still waiting? Yeah, there's some kind of Earthspark animation that is still yet to be released. I'm curious to know if it is still under the inheritors of all the riggings and elements, or if they've passed it along again. I'm not sure. I still haven't watched past... I know, but I still haven't watched past Season 1. I still intend to someday academically, for my own interest, watch seasons 2 and 3. I know, but I'm interested to see it myself in full. I think it's actually better that I know what happened enough. For those who don't know, what happened is that Earthspark Season 1 was a very solid piece, and then Earthspark Seasons 2 and 3, all of the assets and riggings were given to a completely different studio with completely different writers, I believe. And it shows in every way, shape, and form, which is unfortunate. But now that I know that, I have more interest in watching it academically, because I think that's kind of neat. In hindsight, you know, if it had to happen, what an interesting way for that to happen. Bees, hey, so there's your answer on why there's no Season 2 podcast up. Yeah. That's the thing, is like, discussing Season 2, given the way I've seen many friends and peers and other people talk about Seasons 2 and 3, I don't know that there's much fun to be had talking about Season 2 and 3 as far as, like, actually being a fan of Season 1. I think there's fun to be had to kind of discuss it academically and just, like, putting on the table, like, we're not here to litigate whether this is good compared to Season 1. That's kind of like a foregone conclusion, but, you know, I saw some bits of Season 3's finale that still looked neat. Like, there were high budget, heavily storyboarded moments where I was like, well, that's kind of cool, seeing them out of context. But, yeah, I was rambling a whole lot there, Aaron. I don't know how much you kept up with the Earthspark stuff either. Since we didn't really bring it up much on the podcast.
No, I watched for a bit and kind of did, but I feel like I fell off on that. I've fallen off on watching a lot of media.
Same.
It's
yeah, I hear him about
it's a thing that feels like it's a fire hose at times, and it's just, you know, it's one of those things where there's a part of me that kind of misses the days of, like, if you wanted to watch stuff online, you just got Netflix and you just watched it on Netflix when it came out, and that was it. And there's a little bit of like, okay, now wait, which is that Paramount Plus, or is that on Max or HBO Max or HBO Max? Which are they this month? Or is that on some other offshoot thing? And I don't have the energy to try to track it down, so maybe I sail the high seas. But then, like, you get two that are great, and then you download the third one. And why is this one the Spanish audio? What the heck? Is going on? That I'm old and cranky and going to go yell at the sky some that it's not lining up the way that I think that it should.
I have suffered a bit in that, like, I just don't want to pay for Disney Plus, and so there are things I just don't see. And I know that I could go find them, but, like, I've always said I'm a classic example of the kind of person where, like, the moment streaming was more convenient than piracy, piracy now has to also be easy for me. So if I can't find it on Cat's site with a seeded torrent, then my interest starts dipping again, basically. Also, I will say, like, because I'm seeing some comments on, like, Season 2 and 3, and that, like, I agree, actually. The worst part of them is that they are Seasons 2 and 3. And so it's, like, it's really hard to not, like, look back at Season 1 a bunch of times, right? And similarly, I've heard people say Season 1 is wrecked for them, knowing that there's, you know, these sort of crummier Season 2 and 3s afterwards. And, like, that's something where I'm not really entirely the same, because, like, Season 1 of Earthspark is always going to be a standalone, excellent season of Transformers for me, right down to the filler episodes. So I think whenever I do watch them, I'm probably going to be fine with Season 2 and 3, especially since I know that, like, you know, some of the specifics of plot-wise what was kind of janky. And I don't expect, like, you know, I'm not going to go in expecting, like, this better be this better be HBO tier. This better be something they'd be putting on the Max. But, like, you know, the bits and pieces I saw, I was like, oh wow, some of the animation is in fact worse. And, you know, there is a broad plot point where after the end of Earthspark Season 1, it's kind of like, I am curious how they sort of force a conflict to happen. Because it seems like probably one of the hardest things you could possibly do after Earthspark Season 1's ending, and is one of the things I was the most excited to see what they do with, and apparently, like, that is the root of the disappointment in many cases. So I'm like, all right, well, I know at least that that's going to be messed up. Does HBO stand for home box office? Yes. It used to be a pay-per-view TV channel, if I recall correctly.
Yep. It's still well, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was premium.
Yeah.
I don't think it was pay-per-view like you said, hey, I want to watch this one movie, but it was like you had to you had cable, and then it was HBO was like the high tier, and then like maybe the adult channels if you were at a place that had that. And then like Showtime and Cinemax came along later as more of the same.
AKA Skinemax. I've never seen Cinemax. I just know the Skinemax bit. I heard it when I was a kid.
As memory serves, Cinemax would have some of the more like the 80s movies where there's just like, like, oh, hey, here's a bunch of topless women running through for no real reason for the plot.
We're in prison.
Yeah.
Also, Simeon, I appreciate it. I always, I don't know why, because I have shared password. I always feel weird about jumping on someone's like streaming service password cross-continental. I don't know why. But I do appreciate it. There's not much on Disney Plus I just really feel like watching right now. Like, I don't love Star Wars enough, so I haven't had the inkling to go in and look at all the good bits.
I was gonna say we just finished Ironheart, and that was aggressively all right.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That is actually what I figured in light of seeing 2 panning reviews that had certain tones where I was like, I think you wrote this before you watched it. And I haven't even watched it.
Yeah, I saw some of those reviews where people were specifically saying, okay, what you're saying, she specifically said, I'm not saying.
Yeah.
There's a thing where she's like, what was it? It was like, no shade to Stark, but like he's got money that I'll never have, or something like that, as to why Stark has a bunch of tech and she doesn't, or something along those lines. Then there was a couple of interviews or a couple of reviews that were like, she totally talks trash about it. It's like, no, she actually kind of did the exact opposite and talked about like how things don't work that way, but maybe they should type of thing.
Also, if the issue is she talked trash on Tony Stark, it's like he's a fictional character. It doesn't matter if she talked trash on Tony Stark. Tony Stark doesn't care that you're defending him. Also, canonically, if I recall correctly, he's not in a position to care if you think he is alive enough to be upset about this. Not to be like mean to people who think Santa Claus is real or something. It's just like, dog. That's the thing that always gets me about like episodic criticism these days, or when people are so hooked into the character, they're like, I can't believe that character said this about that character, and it's like, they're both written by the same person for the most part. Like, I think they're allowed. They're allowed to say that. Sorry, I was just looking through here. I was getting a look at where the wheels are coming from, because the thing about this Basara Prime that I really like is that it feels like the wheels were always there and we just never saw them. Like when they're the specifically the ones that are on the the vehicle. But now I'm wondering if they are pegged in, and maybe that's the trick. Yeah, I don't know.
Just total parts forming.
I mean, possibly. I wouldn't. Oh no, wait. No, those are on the trailer. Never mind. This is not critical at all. This is not mission critical at all. I'm just having a moment of interest. I don't think they're pegged in. That's a rivet. Never mind. That's a pin. But yeah, like Ironheart, that's one I might check out sometime, because it also sounds like, and this is an MCU thing for me, it sounds like an MCU thing that whether or not by design, I could just watch on its own and receive enough context clues to be able to just look at it as a standalone series, even though it's, part of a greater thing to me. And that's also a little thing that attracts me to that show. But there's not usually with Disney Plus, it's I wait until there are like 3 shows I want to watch, then I get it for a month and then watch them.
Yeah.
And right now I'm not quite there yet.
Yeah, and the rough thing is every time I hear, like, you know, the business nonsense talking about whatever show or whatever service, and what was some of the classic ones, the Umbrella Academy or whatever on Netflix, where it wasn't drawing enough new people after season 3 because it was like everybody that was going to watch it had already subscribed, then they canceled it because it wasn't driving new subscriptions or whatever, and that starts to get into like the business gudge that's always just totally disgusting of like, no, people have kept your service because you continue to provide it, not canceling it and re-upping it.
That's the goofballest line go up kind of stuff.
Altered Carbon, the same thing. That is maybe more the one that was very much a sign of that, of like, Altered Carbon season 1 was so good, season 2 was pretty good. Figure out what they changed and how to make it better. No season 3 because not enough people subscribed is just
it's bonkers line
roast.
Goes up nonsense, because it's like,
yeah, we
want only new subscribers while retaining everyone. It's like, there are a finite number of human beings. That was a revelation that I had many years back when I used to buy in heavily to, like, being a franchise fan corporate cheerleader kind of thing about that stuff. And then, like, one day I realized, like, wait, they're saying the problem is that not enough people, they have record sales, now they have stabilized sales, therefore it's a failure. And I remember going, like, why? Why is that a failure?
No,
there's a finite number of humans.
That means you've hit the extent of your market, and that's it. Yeah.
There's a finite number of humans. So eventually, it is impossible to maintain the, and that's when, then I don't know. That's like that was an old epiphany of mine way back. I was like, it's impossible. And why are we dissatisfied with self-sustainability? That was the other one that really got me, is when it's like, self-sustainability is a sign of failure. And it's like, no, it's not. The phrase is self-sustainability.
Yeah.
That is literally the miracle machine everyone wanted to invent that powers itself in perpetuity. It takes in as much as it puts out and just exists. Anyway, yeah, that's a tangent. I also think I might have identified where the wheels are. I think you see that gray hinged panel on the side of the leg?
Hold on, I have to hit live if you've got a photo up, because somehow I got behind everything by an hour.
Anyway,
okay, that panel there.
I think
maybe
the wheels are in there, I think. So that's the mystery I've been trying to solve for myself for the last little while.
Okay.
That's why I've been occasionally staring at these I appreciate whoever took these photos had my thought process of just taking constant photos of where the wheels are. But yeah, the idea that, like, something has to like, especially if it's an ongoing production and it is merely self-sustainable, and that the consequences of that are not like a retweak or like, let's do a campaign, let's do an ad push. It is kill it, create something else. It's very tiring.
That, and just the fact that, like, I understand that if something's successful, the people that are working for it have the want to make more money on it, and I can't say as I blame somebody that's like, hey, big corp, you're making more money off of me, so I feel like I should potentially make some more money off of me. I don't begrudge someone something like that, but at the same time, it's, again, is it sustainable? Is Altered Carbon continuing to make the money? Is The Expanse continuing to make the money? Although Expanse kind of had a different issue. and all that stuff, and like all of those sort of things that happen. That's like you were making a good show that a lot of people liked, and there was future for it. Why not?
It also, of late, the thing. I mean, this treads into things I find truly vulgar, like the Zaslavication of media for the sake of write-offs, etc. But like, I feel like in response to a decade of prestige television, the whiplash has been that now and this is not on the part of the viewer. This is on the part of the money people and the executives and all the people that we don't like. It feels like the attitude went from, can we make something, that will exist we're going to make a franchise, we're going to make blah, blah, we're going to do this. And nowadays, whenever those conversations seem to come up, or conversations about productions, it feels like there's this adversarial approach on the part of the money people and the decision makers of like, they already have a knife out and they've already pressed it to a throat when they start talking to people to make a show. And it feels like people are under a constant sense of threat and of risk. And I feel, especially on the crew level, and as you go down the card, away from the stars and away from the showrunners, you have more and more people who have less of an impetus and less of a reason to feel inspired to stay there. Because I feel that heightened aggression is also telling more people, and obvious tie-in headlines as you go, more people that they don't actually matter in their own industry, which is also a massive problem. That is true on sustainability. To have an industry where you also actively point at the workers and say, none of you matter, by the way, because it's like, that doesn't work. That's psychologically disastrous for anyone sticking it out. I'm also hovering on these just because I meant to comment. I think it is efficient that they're all in the same pose in the tray, but also given that they're all the same toy, I think there should have been at least two different trays. So at one point they're jumping, and the other point they're throwing. If we're gonna have
maybe
the full thing, like I appreciate they're doing different things in the back here. Also, why does one of them have a funny number alphanumeric name, but the other three don't?
We went over that.
Did we?
Yeah, because if memory serves, the Kansas City KC-59.
Timu, I call them the people we don't like because that is a consequence of their actions. They don't get to act like that's why they get to be cutthroat. That's that kind of endless eye for an eye. Number one, that doesn't solve anything. But number two, they are in a position of privilege to do more about it than I am. So they got to deal with it. Anyway, sorry, what was the explanation for this?
So KC-59 was, if you remember, there was somebody that was getting very, very irate that somebody what once wore that number ended up murdering his girlfriend.
Yes.
Whereas instead it was just the Kansas City Chiefs were established in 1959.
Right.
But it was Jovan Belcher that had that number and played in very few games and died of a murder-suicide, killing his girlfriend and then himself. And there have since been like 3 people that played with that number. I guess he played for like 4 years. But yeah, that there were some people that were very irate and they were never going to buy anything with that number on it, and now maybe never Transformers again or whatever the very extreme response was.
I also think it's messed up that whoever the is that Green Bay because it's a G and it's green?
Yes, that's Green Bay.
I think it's messed up the Green Bay Packers get to have a prime, but the others don't.
Well, again, this is where we figure these names probably went to whoever in the front office to come up with a name for it.
Mm-hmm. I know, but there should have been some standards.
Just bounced,
there. You can't call them prime because everyone's who's Steel Smash? Why are the Steelers? Why are they categorically worse than the Packers?
Maybe the Steelers should have put a prime name in before the Packers did.
Also, I maintain, I understand why we're doing it, but if you're never going to make a Decepticon, why are we putting an Autobot symbol in all of these? Like, come on. Because I remember that conversation we had where it's like, okay, who's going to be the one that says ours will be the Decepticon? To which I know some people said, the team that had the guy who called himself Megatron, to which I say, yes, you're correct. They should take the Decepticon logo, because that makes sense. Also, hey, Aaron Archer, if you're still here. Hello, welcome. Yes, we finished the year 2005. We had a question for you, and now I can't remember what it was. But it sounds like Aaron Archer was doing a 2-hour live draw. I'm guessing, going by what Timu said, did a Scorponok? Anyway, it sounds like they're going to do every single team in these things. So if you're missing one now, you'll get it. It sounds also, now I'm getting the vibe. It sounds like the Packers are exactly the kind of team that would in fact have their robot hat turn into someone named Prime. So I guess this is getting into like NFL beefs I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know about that. The Packers' whole thing in claim to fame is that the city of Green Bay and all of its residents own the Packers, whereas every other team is like owned by a person or a company.
Okay.
They're all corporate entities versus the Green Bay Packers. If you're a citizen of Green Bay, you can get a commemorative share of their stock.
Well, that's neat. I'm also realizing, like, people already sometimes have to deal with me not knowing how cars work when it comes to Transformers because there's cars in it. And by doing this, they have now invited the disaster of me asking questions about NFL.
How do sports?
I mean, not so much how do sports, but more like these questions about specific teams and me finding out about like team beefs, or histories and not comprehending it. I'm still this whole Packers thing. So KC-59 has had multiple players, but one of them committed a murder-suicide.
So the player that wore the number 59, did, and that was the person that had the very visceral reaction of, "I'm gonna never buy anything with the number 59 on it ever again." Who knows what he's going to do in 24 years when, or no, not 24 years. That'd be 49, whatever. When it becomes 2059, if he is still alive, he just can't buy anything that year because it'd have the number 59 on it. Like, it was that sort of thing. And yeah, Timu, it was because it was the year that it was founded, is most likely why they chose KC-59. And just a random dude losing his brain because...
Okay, because I was gonna say,
reasons.
like, there's so many, like, if you have people who are also like, we're gonna pick Steel Smash, it's like, if this is controversial, surely there are countless silly Transformer words you could slap together.
Yeah.
In place of this.
But it's a thing that was most likely a non-issue, except for people that very definitively know that story.
But also, that's still...
Okay, Steel Smash. My uncle worked in a steel mill and he got crushed underneath a pile of steel. How dare they call something Steel Smash when he got smashed by steel? Like, you could come up with...
I mean...
anything.
Not to be pedantic. If you got smashed by steel, that's a full-on collision, not a... the steel crush would have been... This is me talking to the guy whose father died in a steel accident. You're using the story of it.
The story of it is classic pneumatism crossed with anything. Like,
yeah,
if you take all the numbers in all the letters in Steel Smash, convert them into binary, then add up all of those numbers and you convert that into hexadecimal, it says a dirty word.
I'm also...
so it's a slur or something. Like, you can take anything and by going 3 steps past it, come up with some way that it's horrible for some individual person.
Yeah, I'm also just hung up on the part where, like, 3 of them have names and then one of them is a B-127 situation, and I'm just like, I don't know. I want to listen. You could be so creative. What a placeholder ass name. Come on, y'all.
Well, again though, it comes down to if it was the teams naming the figures.
I'm sure it was the teams naming it. It's just...
who at each team got handed this? The Packers fan that got handed this is big Transformers fan.
I would
think
be shaken down.
Is it like I want to say the Packers, like the nickname for their field is the Tundra because they are a winter climate place, and they don't have like a dome for their stadium. It's out in the open. So Tundra Prime. Hey, I'm a Transformers fan. I got to name a thing for my team, and I got to bring it together. KC-59 got handed to the fucking intern to deal with this thing. I don't know.
Well,
the
that's
NFL's saying that we have to do this.
That's where I want to go to
collaboration
KC,
with Hasbro and Transformers, and you go.
I assume means Kentucky City. I don't know. I want to go to
Kansas City. They're the Kansas City Chiefs.
I want to go to
and
Kansas
they're in
City.
Kansas City, Missouri, not Kansas City, Kansas.
I want to
because that's a different thing.
So that's also
I'll go get
inefficient.
Alfie, and she'll give you like the 3-hour rundown of it all, and I won't do that to you.
That's also wildly inefficient if they're not even in Kansas. But like
it's the Kansas River, and there were a city on the Kansas River, and they just so happened to be in Missouri when the state lines were drawn. And then the Kansas state was named after the Kansas River, and then the city that was across the river from Kansas City in Missouri just also called itself Kansas City, because otherwise it would have been named Possum Trot,
also,
if memory serves.
If it's Kansas, why is it not Kansas?
It's the English language.
But you have an Arkansas. How do you have Arkansas and Kansas?
Yeah. It's the English language, my dude. Like, yeah.
And also,
GHOTI can also be pronounced fish.
They could have called themselves Kansas City to stand apart from Kansas the state. I'm just saying. Marketing, right? But like, I don't know, if I were Hasbro's liaison guy, I would be going over to Kansas City and I'd be like, hey, listen, who named this? You? Come over here, sit down. Listen, I'm going to give you this big list of words we own, okay? Pick one. We'll put -59 on it. Because I gotta believe that, like, what I hope is that they just said, I don't know, KC-59, and then someone at Hasbro just assumed, like, oh, they must be such fans. They know that B-127 and D-16 were just in our famous movie. And then it's a complete happenstance. This part of the VOD needs to be timestamped. Listen.
Yeah.
I didn't invent America. I'm simply experiencing it. Arkansas has always been a thing of mine, too, of, like, I don't know. It just stands out so much. But none of it really matters because Wisconsin, am I right? Yeah. That's the thing I learned really early on, is that's how you do the razzle dazzle to, like, get out of a weird situation in the States, is if you're really in a corner, you just kind of like, you drop Wisconsin and people are always like, yeah, and then you just run out of there. I suggest bulge for the Seahawks because Seattle has almost as big of a dick measuring contest as Texas. Yeah, I mean, I'm down. Hey, listen, if any of them pick bulge, then we know that they are true fans. I don't know why. I can't get over the silly pose they're all in. What?
They have. I guess I didn't realize this. They have actual heads underneath the helmets that you can remove, and it looks like they have at least a couple of sculpts.
I feel like I saw that. Is there a close up of them with the helmets off anywhere?
On the TFW thread.
Oh, in the thread.
Posted in YouTube chat. Let me pull up alternate chat as well. Paste, boom.
Because that's neat.
And then they still kind of have helmets underneath their helmets.
So they got two different heads, basically, that they can, like, redeco a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
We still doing the Inception bit in 2025.
I mean, it's a known meme.
I know, but dang, it's kind of old. I don't know. Who am I to talk? But no, I forgot about this. I feel like I'd seen this when they were announced and then immediately forgot because the funny looking mouth here is familiar to me.
I know that we talked about these.
Yeah. No, like I'd like to pick up one of these sometime. It's just weird because I don't have any attachment to any of the teams. So like my subsequent reaction other than color schemes is like, which one would make my friends the most angry to hear that I purchased?
I could swear at some point in time we'd seen somewhere out there's like the splash image of the thing for all of the teams. And it's just these 4 that are the first wave.
I like how people are, because we got the one Calvin Johnson figure, so people like me, that's all we know about football, is like, isn't there a guy called Megatron?
Yeah.
Why aren't they doing him? I got nothing against the sport itself, like, sports are sports. I have more problems with sports organizations than I do with actual sports and athletes. Madden GIF generator. It's neat that they got lots of pinned joints.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they're going to be decent little things. More so, I see these being, at the stadium.
Yeah.
As a $40. Here's the, you're at the Cowboy Stadium. Here's this $40 souvenir toy thing that maybe you buy for little Jimmy or something.
Oh, if they don't have a deal to have these for sale at the stadiums, then I'm going to specifically go to Kansas City and shake down that intern twice. Number 1 for the name, number 2 for, like, you didn't even pen a deal to sell these at your games. If you're doing Age of the Prime set, you need the Green Bay Packers one. True. I am curious if anyone else has the severe gumption to call theirs Prime as well. What if... Okay, I mean, they have a guy called KC59, so but what if there was a tighter Hasbro integration on the planning of this, and they were like, exactly 13 of you are allowed to call yours Prime, and we've determined that based on rankings. So it's like your actual sports output results.
My dude, you have already put way more thought into this, I believe,
than 100%.
Everything else that's been done.
But I am curious if anyone else has the gall to call theirs Prime as well, because I want to have all the Prime ones then and go like, these are all the ones who clearly beef because they all think they're supposed to be the Optimus Prime of this endeavor. Anyway, Aaron, I'm going to be seeing you in about a week.
Yeah. We are still on track to be driving up on Thursday, so I don't know when you are looking to be getting to the hotel, but
my check-in is
we'll
Friday.
Be there Thursday. Okay, your check-in's Friday. Yeah, we're still the classic. If I take the route that I like to take, it's just under 9 hours of driving time. So.
If some team picks PAX as a name, then they have a fan working there. Or say one of them just goes PAX. What if the Seattle one's like, yeah, this is PAX Prime? Then I would be buying the Seattle one.
Destination Mississauga.
So that would be cheeky. That would be cheeky. But yeah, I don't know.
If I drive right now, it's only 8 hours. So apparently the 9 hours is generally the traffic shenanigans.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to head over on Thursday at all. I kind of doubt it. Although, if I don't, I might head over super early Friday, just so that I'm not, like, dragging out the sensation of like, oh, my friends are over there and I'm over here. But I was eyeballing this thing when they announced it, and then I realized I have this toy mostly already, because Hangman is Gunman, or whatever the good one of the two is. So they're into retools on these Fans Hobby Euro G1 guys out of Dreadwing and Darkwing.
Yeah, that's the only one that they showed. I think somebody asked about that as well during your emergency drink break run, asking what my thoughts were on it, and it's
Yeah, Marksman.
Is
Wingman is the bad one. He's I call him the crummy one. He's the one that nobody seemed to want to actually make, is the back half of the combiner. But this one is based on the good half. So if you don't have any version of it and you're in Toronto, hey, why not get this one? But the other version of this is green, which is it's a cool 90s green. So I kind of like it more than this anyway. Yeah, Strange 4. They Fans Hobby is doing the Chosen Prime thing for another Predator. And I believe there's going to be another Ruination piece from Mastermind, is what we know so far. I mean, it's sort of assumed. But yeah, this one, if I didn't have any of them, I'd be like, oh, that's cool. But like, you know, this is one where like, if $210 was nothing to me, then I would pick it up because I know I like the mold. But $210 is not nothing to me right now. Do we know it's going to be another silly parody redeco of a reformatted piece? Not that I'm aware of yet, but we have a week to find out.
Yep.
So now my main thing is I'm trying to figure out how to plan my cards. Because I'm trying to make myself only bring 3 commander decks. And 1 or 2 TCG decks and leave it at that. But it's always so hard to make myself do that, especially when I don't have to fly.
Like I'd said before, I'm driving, so I'm thinking about I just want to look at my like collection of pre-con minor modification decks and get a chunk of those in that like 12 case, and then go kind of from there. And so if somehow we manage to slam enough games that 3 decks is feeling a little bit overworked, more than capable of saying, hey, here's some pre-cons, what's your flavor? You want to go wide tokens thing, you want a counters thing, you want something else?
We have an update from TJ. I was told I showed up again, and yes, I do still have that wall plaque. I forgot I won it. Did you ever get the Decepticon one to go with it? That's my other question. And did you win the Decepticon one as well?
That'd be the real trick.
Yeah. Also, TJ, do you remember that you were one of the main writers for the review site that TFW used to have? Because you keep popping up as an author of reviews in that, too. This is from 20 years ago. The Decepticon one was always sold out when I went to get it. Damn it! Yeah, so it's also, if I only bring 3, it's also, what do I bring, right? Because I'm realizing I like RC and Megatron and Optimus a lot, but RC and Optimus have a lot of similarities in how much they play with +1 counters. And I'm like, should I be spicier? Should I bring something spicy? I'm not sure yet. Didn't TJ also win a Unicron statue from TFW as well? I can't remember now. Oh yeah, we were gonna say someone got to get you the clip of us talking about you in the plaque for a daily video. But yeah, TJ, if you use archive.org, because Aaron, we found one of the first reviews Aaron ever wrote, and we made Aaron read it out loud, which I guess was a little bit mean. But if you ever want to go and dig through your old 20-year-old written reviews from the Energon and Cybertron era, they are all probably buried in archive.org somewhere.
Yeah, some of them worked, some of them didn't.
No
so
photos
that's...
too. The photos are all kaput.
Yeah.
But yeah, I gotta figure out that card stuff. I'm gonna bring the TF deck builder with me too. Once again, I'm probably just gonna bring a main deck and the characters.
Okay.
so it's around if we feel like it. I have resisted 4 times, snapped purchasing Star Trek Captain's Chair because people are buying it and 401 is running out of them.
Oh, I did find the packs that you had sent to me and put them on top of the decks that I am bringing. So
hell yeah, those are, for those who don't know. Aaron kindly let me use his shipping address for some Heroes of the Grid, the Power Rangers board game that is over now. They had a Forever Blue promo that has now become one of the most difficult to find things on the planet till they did another print run of them. But they also still were using whatever FedEx shipping they do, where a $5, $10 card pack costs $45 to ship to Canada or whatever. Sorry, $27 to $35 now. Either way, it doesn't help. So Aaron graciously received the couple that I wanted to order. So now, when Eternal Rangers Kickstarter delivers, I will be gameplay complete on Heroes of the Grid. And that's so impressive to me and maybe 3 other people. But they're important. That's one that I wish I could easily bring to TFcon. But no, I'm also running into that thing of like, just bring Transformers games to TFcon because that actually is enough games.
yeah, I was thinking about I may bring along Robo Rally because I had fun quasi demoing that last time. But I don't know if they've actually. I know that they were talking about publishing further stuff, but I cannot recall if
Have a good night,
they
Ruby.
did.
Yeah, I think Renegade has not lost any licenses, but there has definitely been a little bit of shakery, at least with Power Rangers, it seems. There's no confirmation of this. I just have a theory that Heroes of the Grid already has outlived most board games anyway, as far as how long it had expansions. But its final end did seem to coincide with action figure rights being passed over to Mattel for Power Rangers. And Renegade has confirmed they have not lost the Power Rangers license, but I wonder if the nature of Heroes of the Grid and its sort of big-scale miniatures bumped into something where someone said maybe this is time to just like can it and then start something new. Yeah, as far as like their Transformers
it
stuff,
looks like Robo Rally, at least on their website, is just the Transformers Robo Rally is the box set. I remember talking with them last year at Gen Con, and they're like, yeah, I mean, we very clearly made it so that there's paths for expansion, which, yeah, but it doesn't as if they have continued that.
Yeah, I mean, they might. I think, like, I don't think that they're going to lose the Transformers license. I just think that everything they've done with Transformers is old now.
Renegade, like, they also have the G.I. Joe license. They also have the Heroescape. They also have, like, My Little Pony. They are connected at the hip to Hasbro. So,
yeah.
like...
They've all but said they have a G.I. Joe Heroescape thing happening next as their big thing.
Yeah, and the fact that I do the giant Lego Robo Rally at Gen Con each year means that I do have a way to talk to the people at Renegade Game Studios as I'm setting up their giant fly banners right next to our Robo Rally game. So that's the thing that, like I said, I knew that it was in discussion. I don't wonder if it maybe didn't sell, the initial thing didn't sell well, or what it was to change directions, or if it was just like, hey, we can do this, but we're trying to pivot to something else.
Because otherwise,
I don't know.
They launched their Hasbro licenses with 3 deck builder games that are all kind of long in the tooth now. I will be surprised if any of them have more expansions coming, and that doesn't mean they did bad. They all have like between 3 to 7 expansions apiece now. That's a lot for a licensed board game. But
they actually do mention Super Robo Rally on their Robo Rally on what they're doing at Gen Con, so that's cool. That's continued.
And
I was trying to figure out if there was a badge coming with that for Aaron or not, but it never got answered, so I bought a badge anyway.
Oh, Timu, thanks. Sorry, Playmates, not Mattel. I don't know what it says about me that Playmates and Mattel just mushed together in my brain now.
Yeah,
Maybe it says
they're
more-
basically the same thing.
It says more about them than me. That's mean. But yeah, other than the deck building games, which I think are all probably pretty much complete now, there's like they got the TTRPG stuff, and they're still pushing that because I think they that stuff all launched very shaky, and they definitely like the fact that they figured out those introductory boxes after like a couple of books had already happened. I think was an attempt to reorient.
So at least for Gen Con, which looking at what they're doing for Gen Con this year, probably educates on what they're doing. A whole lot of stuff for HeroScape.
Yeah.
World Championship event battles, beginner events, blah blah. Axis and Allies. They've got a couple of tournaments that they're doing. Robo Rally is the Robo Rally World Championship tournament. And then Super Robo Rally Diplomacy tournament final, Acquire, high finance board game thing, I think, Risk Godstorm.
Okay.
And then
That's a lot of words.
Risk Godstorm. Are you prepared for the ultimate clash of the Titans? So
is it still Risk if you're gods? I don't know.
Players are priests looking to lead their race, Greek, Celtic, Babylonian, Norse, and Egyptian, to dominate the ancient world and the underworld as well. To do so, they need to marshal their forces, dominate continents, and acquire relics of power and call their gods to Earth. So it's probably a Risk variant with a second board area and powers.
I guess. I mean, yeah.
And then for Learn to Plays, it's Robo Rally Transformers, Acquire, Diplomacy, Diplomacy Era of Empire, and Risk 2210.
Does it specify Transformers as the TTRPG? 'Cause I would assume as much.
Role-playing game events is just ticketed role-playing events.
Oh.
Is all that they are showing. Advanced. Welcome to Equestria is the thing that I see as a pre-built thing as their picture for role-playing game events. So I have no idea beyond that.
I'm curious if they're going to launch anything other than G.I. Joe HeroScape stuff, as far as like those other licensed things that are kind of, tchotchke toy box type deals. But yeah, it's still exciting to see what goes on with all that stuff. I mean, like Renegade is also, I guess, uniquely in the position to still be able to announce board games. So there's a lot of other companies that are just like they're in stasis now, or they've pivoted to digital. But yeah, I'm gonna bring the deck builder, not the whole deck builder. I'm gonna bring a main deck and all the stuff so as we can play the deck builder once or twice. I'm probably not going to bring Unicron. I still think that doesn't quite suit the way we do it at TFcon. That's for if you had a group that you play that game with regularly and you're on like week 5, then it's like, let's bust out Unicron, I think. Yeah. The TCG stuff, the .org folks, Bill Moo's going to be there. I got to buy I'm going to try to buy some of the extended art Electrum version extended. I have an improvised shield and a handheld blaster, and I want to get 2 more of each so I can have a play set of them in full art in some decks. I think that'd be fun. So that's another tabletop-y thing that's on my mind. At some point, I should probably get granola bars and my Coke Zero bottles so that I have my supplies while I'm in the hotel, so I can keep myself fueled with chemicals. But yeah, TFcon should be pretty fun. Good old Toronto times. And Aaron, obviously you're coming in Thursday, so you're not going to be able to do your the downtown detour that we've done before.
Yeah, the whole paying very low 5 figures for a new furnace in recent memory was just enough to like, hey, let's tighten the belt a little bit on a few things.
Yeah.
And go from there. Especially since it was like, hey, right after we did a very expensive week and change trip out to California and Disney and everything was, you know, always the best time for those sort of things to break right after you've locked in a very expensive other thing.
I don't have to deal with a McDonald's kiosk in here. This is where I live. If I want to deal with one of those kiosks, I just go down the street, but I don't got it. I got better stuff around here. At TFcon, we got better stuff than McDonald's. Let me just lay it out there. No shade, but kind of shade. If someone's like,
we got Meltwitch.
We got Meltwitch. We got Chop. We got that strip mall with the Firkin. We got
the Drake and Firkin.
Yeah, the Drake and Firkin. We don't need no stinking McDonald's. All I'll say is if you're Ubering in, or I was gonna say ride sharing in, if you're using a food delivery service, I've seen folks like food delivery service McDonald's into the hotel, and I'm always just like, is it worth it? Because you could be getting Meltwitch.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? What happened to us? What happened to us as a country? What's going on here? Last year I ended up at a liminal space Burger King. Where was that? Do you mean like near the hotel? Because also, for those who don't know, TFcon Toronto happens in Mississauga. So you're not actually in Toronto at TFcon Toronto. And you can't really just go downtown without it being kind of like a chunk of your day.
A solid chunk of your day.
Yeah, I'm underselling it. Logos officially abandoned your 20s. Welcome to multi-decade lifestyle, baby. Happy birthday. It was near the hotel, next to a Chinese restaurant whose name I don't remember. Oh, okay. Was that like the other strip mall, or is the Burger King in the? I can't remember. Because there's a strip mall, but it has a Firkin in it, which we have found is kind of better than everything else in the strip mall. Because that's the cursed Boston Pizza.
Yeah,
strip mall.
that's the one that's next to the Boston Pizza.
Yeah,
that one that has the Tim Hortons Wendy's as the fast food there.
Yeah, you're right.
I just pulled up a map because my brain works a whole lot better that way. There's Chop at the hotel.
Yeah,
that's a nice Sunday meal if you can, if that's your thing.
Chop's expensive.
It is not inexpensive for sure. Let me go to a zoom about like this.
Oh, there is also always the Quest Bar, but that's a dice roll every year, so I can never recommend it nor besmirch it. I simply don't know. It's completely different every single year.
Okay, so. Yeah, there is the Burger King that's down in Mississauga.
Okay.
That's like you go to the intersection after Argentia and then turn left, and there's a Burger King there that, there's like a Japanese Thai place, St. Louis Bar and Grill. I think I tried that one time when I was solo, and it was entirely like, it was like what your idea of Kansas City is or whatever, but translated north. It wasn't anything I would have necessarily associated with St. Louis. Saint Louis.
Saint Louis. Yeah, Saint Louis, Arkansas, Kansas.
Yeah, because that's down
Texas.
Mississauga that kind of goes... I think we went into... I'm trying to remember if that's one of the ways that we went into not highway food stop hell to try to get food.
I only just saw who's Mrs. Saga anyway. She's she's very important to the functionality of TFcon. Extremely important. Logos, oh god, that Boston Pizza is awful. You'll get shade from Quest if that one guy is still there. 45 minutes for what? Yeah. That's right. The Quest Bar, sometimes the morning is great, and then the evening you get the guy who doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to chance it a little bit. But the morning is also the buffet. I'm always happy to do the breakfast buffet once, because I just like, you know, it's the
Because you grab a pound and a half of bacon.
and then you grab
Yeah.
a pound and a half of bacon and 4 slices of bread, and you stuff a pound and a quarter of the bacon into the 4 slices of bread, and wrap them in a paper towel and stuff them in your pockets, and you eat the rest of the bacon with, like, you know, a salad or something.
Yeah, my worst memory at that Quest bar was, I think it was like a Sunday night, and I had dinner there, and I had like 100 was like the physical currency that I had left. And I put it in the thing, and I handed it to him, and I said I need change back because it was like 25 or something. And it came back with like a number that didn't even make sense for if I like it came back with like a 5 or something. I was like, I gave you 100. And the waiter was no you didn't. I was like, yes, I did. Because I had a single 100 left after this convention, and was happy that I was going to be leaving with some money. And it took me like getting Colin to be like, hey, look, this dude done did that. And then it was like, oh, I thought you were leaving me a tip. And it was like, in what world is somebody leaving you a 3 times the value tip? Well, some people have given good tips this weekend. Fine, take your money back. And then I was just like, I think it was like later, like a week or two later, Colin reached out to me and was like, do you want me to make a deal of this? And I was like, no.
That guy's probably going to leave.
Maybe.
Like, that guy's probably going to leave before next TFcon, so it doesn't matter. It's
Yeah.
That's the thing about the Quest bar. There's both the silver lining and the pain. It's like, whatever happens to you there, good or bad, their staff retention is terrible. So it'll just be a different restaurant, pretty much, next time you go there.
Yeah, because I remember one year we had an evening staff that just absolutely fucking loved us.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like everybody was in a good mood. We were all tipping well. They were all super responsive. They all loved the 4 Transformer named drinks. And somebody'd be like, oh, you look like a Waspinator person. Yeah. And then you'd be like, what are you talking about? And they'd be like, oh, our custom drinks. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Okay, sure, that looks good. And it was like, oh, if you don't like it, let me know. We'll make you another one. And then, like, the next year, we're like, hey, man, remember the great time we had at the Quest bar? Yeah, that was great. That was awesome. And you're like, what do you mean an Optimus Primal? It's like, well, it's on the menu thing here, the Optimus Primal. Well, I don't know what that is. It's like, it's menu. It's here on this paper that's on every table here. So
I only have the manual.
I assume you tell the bartender that it's an Optimus Primal, and then he does whatever the bartender does to make one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just order a normal drink? It's like, I mean, I can, but, you know, I thought maybe we'd have fun with life at some point, but
I thought we were pals. I thought we were pals.
Yeah.
You know? I guess I'll only tip you $75.
yeah.
But yeah, like, I don't want to tell people like, oh, the Quest bar's a nightmare. It's just it's so unpredictable. It's just like,
yeah,
it's
it's a hotel bar.
Yeah.
At a convention, it's either going to be great or it's going to be terrible. Hotel bars, a little bit of traveling that I had to do for work there for a while. Hotel bars were very, very hit or miss of just like basic service, because it's either, you know, somebody that is happy and wants to be in the service industry or what have you, and realize that you can have a conversation with people and have a good time with people, or a very solid, screw you, I'm never going to have to deal with you tomorrow because your plane leaves in the morning. So eat a bag of dicks and take this water 45 minutes after you ordered it, because what are you going to do? Go somewhere else?
Yeah, like generally, like, you know, breakfast buffet, you don't have to deal with people, so it's usually fine.
Yeah.
Lunches, I've found, usually are fine too, because it's also the middle of the day and it's not when everyone's there. Because most people are, generally, people are like, I want to have lunch for cheap to have dinner later. The dinner seems to be where it's just like, if something bad happened that day, it all culminates at dinner time with that staff. So
That is why also,
I've
if
had
we're
good
turning
dinners
this
there,
into a
too, so.
quasi convention prep, it's a good time to, like, if you have the ability to go down the road one way or the other way to a Walmart, pick up some food snack stuff, or if you're like me and driving up, bring a box of protein bars or whatever along with, so that you can just snag a lunch like that.
Oh, and not everyone has this, but like if you're there Thursday especially, and you know anyone else is coming, right? Network a bit and go like, hey, is anyone going out to a Walmart? And if like 5 of us would like to, or convenience or something, if like 4 or 5 of us want to and none of us are, then let's figure out if maybe we can and make it, a split ride or something. And it's just, it's nice and it's convenient knowing you got snacks in your room.
Go to what's the other stuff that's down there? Real Canadian Superstore, is that the bad one?
I mean, what's a good one? I mean, it's fine.
I was going to say, isn't there one of your major,
one of our chains?
like,
Superstore.
Big
I believe,
chains is.
I believe that's part of the Galen Weston family.
Okay. Is that good or is that bad?
Galen Weston sucks.
Okay.
But in a pinch, if you have to use his stuff, you have to use his stuff, right? Like it's there. It's if you're only buying snacks, you're probably not being subject to the worst prices when things get bad. So it's fine, Like I make more of a deal about foreigners coming to Canada and getting excited to go to Tim Hortons in the 2020s than someone having to go to the Superstore to get like Coke or something. Also, don't worry, I don't hate you if you want to go to Tim Hortons as a tourist. I'm just telling you, it's not worth it. That's one of my.
Yeah, I think we classically on Friday as we leave, we try to get a box of Timbits just to, like, Alfie takes that into work as a, like, hey, we went to Canada. Here's a very Canadian thing.
Yeah.
Go away, shut up.
Tim Hortons has been bad for a while. It's edible, right? But like the good Tim's coffee, the good Tim Hortons coffee belongs to McDonald's now. They used to have bacon. Now they have microwave back bacon product circles.
Yeah.
All the good donuts are gone. Every time they tried to bring them back, they're terrible. The coffee that they have now is bitter enough to suck for being bitter as coffee. And then if you get anything sweetened, it suddenly tastes like it's soda. It tastes like a messed up milkshake. The donuts are like fine. It's just like, unfortunately, Krispy Kreme donuts are better. Timbits are fine. That's the thing, is like everything at Tim Hortons now is at best, I guess it's fine. The nicest thing I have to say about Tim Hortons is the one at the corner. The franchisers, when it's like, dangerously winter out, they let homeless people inside to like not die. I've seen them do that before, and I'm like,
that's mighty human of them.
Yeah, I'm like, that's appreciable. Like the staff there care more about those homeless folks than the stupid company they work for. I don't like Krispy Kreme donuts. I mean, I also don't love Krispy Kreme donuts. I've been turned around because I found a local donut maker who does vegan donuts that are better than both of them. But yeah, like Tim Hortons, like it's fine. It's just like the idea that Tim Hortons is like the quintessential Canadian experience. I kind of want to puke on the floor when I hear that. It's like, yes, I guess so is Wendy's in Canada. I guess so is like Canadian Popeyes.
That specific location is that Tim Horton Wendy's. And I can swear that there was, as I'm bouncing around the area there, I know I saw a Popeyes.
I also just like,
maybe over.
I personally don't like anything at Tim Hortons that much anymore, and I don't like the petty thing is they tried to bring back the walnut crunch and it was exponentially worse, and it tasted like all the bad qualities of their current product loaded onto a homunculus copy of the best donut they ever made, and I got very annoyed, and I was like, well, that was a waste of $3 or however much it cost. So it's also fun. That's like saying Sonics is the quintessential American experience. I mean, Tim Hortons marketed themselves extremely well. Also lately they're like one of their current gimmick food at Tim Hortons is Ryan's eggs, which are the Ryan Reynolds scrambled eggs, which are trashy fast food scrambled eggs. And they have stickers up for them all over the windows. Everyone like, try Ryan's eggs. And I'm just like, no, I don't want to.
You can't make me.
Yeah, you can't make me do that. I'm gonna go over there. Like also I found like if I want cheap food, Sungji Fried Bao has a place near me now, and you can get 4 soup-filled pork fried bao for like $6. Well, $7. And then comes up to like 9 something after tax and tip. But that is very filling. It is gushy. It's warm. It's delicious. They give you infinite chili crisp oil at the side of the table to load up on them if you want. Free tea. And it's cheaper than eating at McDonald's or Tim Hortons as far as like volume. So I'm like, I think Sungji won, actually. And Tim's has the best fast food breakfast sandwich. I'd call that a hot take, yeah. I just don't like any other sandwiches anymore. Because the problem is, I was there for the golden era when the Tim Hortons BLT was the best sandwich on the market. So what they have now is such a pale shadow. I just can't. I don't know. I guess I don't know. Like in the realm of fast food breakfast sandwiches, I don't actually know who would want to like take you to task for that. Because like, what are you gonna do? Hold the McGriddle up as like actually good? Because the McGriddle's fun. It's fun. It's like a toy food. I don't mind the McGriddle. I've had a McGriddle for breakfast at toy shows before. It's funny, but it's like toy food. It's like food that a kid invented. Like, I want a sandwich, but the pancakes are the bread. It's like, okay, sure,
Yeah.
kiddo.
That's gross. I got what amounts to political campaign stuff from socialsecurity.gov.
So, hey, Aaron, aren't you glad
The Social Security Administration is celebrating the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, a landmark piece of legislation that delivers long-awaited tax relief to millions of older Americans.
Oh, isn't it going to be great when you get to like visit Canada for a bit? Also, I'm seeing the discourse. I actually do agree because Bill Moo exposed me to Taco Bell breakfast. Taco Bell breakfast is very good for fast food breakfast. The one I had, at least, I was pleasantly surprised. Yeah, I had the breakfast crunch wrap, and I was like, God damn, like that actually resembles food. Like that's. I mean, that's kind of being mean to fast food breakfast, but also you should be. But yeah, the breakfast crunch wrap was like that was bringing back like when you could get like a cheap ass bad for you breakfast, but you felt good about it, kind of thing. Like I definitely, yeah. I don't really touch Taco Bell otherwise because it's farther for me to get to a Taco Bell than it is for me to go to a real Mexican place that charges about less than fast food prices for like locally made tacos. So I don't see why I would ever go to Taco Bell anymore. But when other people have offered to get me fast food and it's one of those, that's a different story. But yeah, my condolences, Aaron. That's a horrible message to have to get.
All right. Well, on that note, I am going to hit the hay.
Alrighty. Yeah,
yeah, some free double or double and a half time tomorrow sounds like a good idea.
Oh,
at
hell
some
yeah.
point. So.
Hell yeah. And then that money will increase by another like 30% when you come into Canada. So like.
Yeah. Unless I have to pay bail to get back out. You can't make me go back.
I mean, I'll throw out there. I threw this out in the Discord, but like, definitely to all the American friends out there, center yourself, focus inwards, concentrate on yourself, expand the circle slowly, and live in the present. Focus on the present right now. If you are able, go and don't tell anyone that you're doing it whilst you assist in civil actions with your community. And if you are not, then call and email your representatives using scripts that are available all over the place. It is my understanding that still helps, even if it feels incredibly hopeless at times. It is my understanding that still helps.
If your representatives answer the phone.
Apparently, even if they don't, if you flood their... Basically, if you flood their shit enough, it causes enough trouble to nuisance them that they start getting tetchy, and it has some effect, is my understanding. And if you really are thinking about, expatriating, what I will say is, everyone says Canada. I like Canada, but bear in mind there are also other places you could be looking to that are also possibly a little bit less crowded than Canada right now. Because everyone says Canada as the first choice, it sounds like it's a pretty crowded system to wade into. So, bear in mind there are also other places you could look to.
I will say there was a point in time in which we, on a whim, kind of looked to see what it would be like to move up to Canada. And short of having a very in-demand graduate level degree, it would be more than trivial to do.
Yeah. Oh, it's not easy. That's why also I'm never gonna go simply move, because sure. My understanding is that it's good to know it's not just Canada that you could be looking at. I mean this mostly as just to give you options, to give you more to look at. Mm-hmm. If that kind of research also helps bring you a bit of calm, or just it gives you something to think about, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Aaron,
something else you could think about is helping sick kids.
Right up there, and Aaron will, as I stall for him to get the URL, eventually paste it right down there. Actually, I can even swing on in. I can point at it properly. Where are we at? Right there.
Yeah.
Right there. And up there, too. Aaron, I will definitely keep up with where you're at on Thursday.
Yep.
Either way, I'll see you at TFcon. That's very soon. But yeah, I'll talk to you later. You get some rest and get some of that dubba time.
Will do. Take care. Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
Yeah.
It's great for the brain meat juices as well.
100%.
Yep.
I'll catch you later, Aaron. And I'll pop out of that, and now Aaron is not on the line anymore. Yeah, I can go on about. I don't want to yank you all into the ugly part of the present, right here and now. But I wanted to put a little bit of words out there. And obviously, running streams like this. Oh, in my opinion, what a nice way to have a thing you can look at. If you are tired of the timeline for a bit. Oh yeah. Also, the other bit of advice, hit that eject button on your doom scroll. They want you to doom scroll right now. So be as informed as you can be healthily, but do not feel any shame, and in fact, force yourself to hit that eject button. It is important for the centering of the self into the expanding diameter practice that I think is very important to consider in circumstances like these. In the meantime, Aaron still has the gun. Sorry, you can see right there. Aaron still has the gun. In the meantime, stay informed. Obviously, it's good to know what's happening to some degree. I think it's very important to find the balance of informed and self-care. Otherwise, one day a brick will hit you in the back of the head, and then you'll be like, they legalized bricks. But I'm probably going to try to cram in another stream or two before TFcon happens, because that still is a week away. That's plenty of time. Also, little updates. I need to film a couple more clips for it, but I was intending to wait and do a shorter review first, but the Adamus Machina Rodimus video is it's almost done. I still have to comb through. It's just over 20 minutes long. I still have to comb through and do the subtitles, which is always kind of a drag on a longer video. And I haven't even done half of them on it yet. But that's probably going to actually be the next video that goes up. I wrote already a shorter review for Studio Series 86 Scrapper. I still need to film articulation for that, and I intended for that to be the next one that I could just like pop out. I'm still gonna pop it out. We don't hold it in. We always squeeze. You know, in the push it out kind of way. But that's probably going to be after Rodimus. And this is all buying me time to also do the busy work on finishing up that Diaclone Diabattles V2 video that I've been cooking on for a while. So I've been able to successfully keep lots of plates spinning, which is really helpful. But I also got some real life stuff I got to deal with up until Tuesday, because I got some. This dang A1C blood sugar is still fighting all of my efforts, so I need to figure out a few things with regards to aspects of our health system, which is. It was gonna be my thing I went to briefly vent about in a Discord channel today, and then I was like, oh man, surely nothing else is happening. This is my problem. Yeah, I gotta figure some of that stuff out too. And I'm learning a fun new word. I need to double check it, but in the meantime, I should go find the music. Turn this volume down a little bit. Hey, while I'm doing that, how are you all doing? I saw Simeon Scott needed this tonight, starting to doom scroll. Yeah. That's good. It's good to hit the eject button. I do also vehemently believe that you should be informed of the reality you occupy to some degree. It's just good to have a sense of when a good eject button happens. And if other people are staying informed, like, don't tell them to stop staying informed. That's silly. Where are we at? There it is. It's coming! It came! I think the volume's right. Yeah, I did it! Okay, so, I'll catch you later. Take it. Oh yeah. Also, yeah, you got your the 4th of July thing if you're in the States. So like, stay safe. I mean, you know, if you are able to have some fun, like, do it in spite of and to spite the things that may be getting you very down right now. If it is already available to you, but if not, like, don't worry about it. It's just a day. Also, like, you know. Don't blow yourself up as stupid. That will not let you into the gates of Valhalla. They will in fact turn you away and laugh at you, and you're gonna feel real dumb about that. Until next time, stay tuned for stuff. July-Julus is the toy hex coupon code if you're already going to be doing stuff there anyway. And I will catch you all later on. Trying to think if there's anything else important to throw out there. Yeah, I'm not sure. I gotta figure out how to cram in an Elden Ring play sesh. That's another thing I want to do soon. Get back on that train! Choo-choo!
Let them come.